Hey Siri, when is the CoachHub Summit going to start?
The CoachHub Summit will start in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now.
To the CoachHub Summit 2022. Okay, we're going to try this again. There's a theory, science theory. I can say that I'm a behavioral scientist, so I can claim it's a science theory. What happens in your body can impact your emotions, right? So you can pretend to be excited and then actually get excited, and that's what we're going to do. So we're going to fake excite you. I'm going to hype you up to actually be hyped up. So we're going to try this again. Welcome to this year's 2022 CoachHub Summit! Woo! Are you excited? Are you feeling pumped? Yes. I love it. Can you feel it working? Yes. Some excitement already. I love it. Wonderful. Welcome. I actually have a clicker, I think. Let's see if it works. It works. Did something happen? No. Okay, I'm going to click on the laptop. No, too early. Hello. There you go. Hello. Welcome. It's my favorite slide because it's so simple. We welcome you to this year's very first, actually, massive celebratory CoachHub Summit experience. We invited the best of the best, the most wonderful, most interesting people. So that's all you. And you're going to meet each other here in a little bit. Philip is here like, yeah, that's me. I'm interesting. All right. My name is Jule Deges. I am a senior behavioral scientist with CoachHub, as I already said. What does that mean? My team and all of us, we always say we bring together the science of coaching with the practice of coaching. So that's what we do. Apparently, we also moderate events as of today. I'm going to be leading you through today's summit, but not by myself, of course. We brought a gigantic, big CoachHub team that are all here for you and with you. Can the CoachHubbers let's do an awkward woo. All the CoachHubbers, 3, 2, 1. Woo! There. Wonderful. Okay, so we have a lot of CoachHubbers, and they're all briefed, literally. That's the only briefing we all got, to make your experience today the most fantastic as humanly possible, okay? So if you're hungry, come talk to us. If you're unhappy, come talk to us. If you are bored, right, we'll save you. We'll save you from that boring lunch conversation that you're in. That's what we're here for. But that's not going to happen because we only invited very interesting people, as I've already said. Now, you're going to meet those interesting people with a little exercise that we're going to do. We're coaches, right? Not all of us, but most of us. But we're here to democratize. I should be able to say that word. Democratize coaching across all career levels worldwide. And what we do on a day-to-day is kind of ask powerful questions, right? So we're going to start by asking some powerful questions today to all get to know each other. We're going to skip the whole kind of basic, high-level networking bit, and we're going to go right to the bits, okay? That's what we're going to do. So you have about 3 minutes, where you have 1 second actually to find someone that you've not met before, and then you have 3 minutes to get to know each other a little bit. Whoop. There we go. To break the ice. All right? And with the first question that we have, I tell the question, then you get up and you find someone. I'd like you to think a little bit about transformation, because that's what today is about. We're talking about scaling transformation, right? And we all have transformational, well, not all experiences are transformational, but most experiences or learnings are transforming in a way. So we've all had transformational experiences. What was an experience of transformation for you? Introduce yourself, a very quick, this is the company I'm from, that's my name, and then talk to each other about that question for about 3 minutes. Get up, find someone you've never met before, have fun. Philipp. Ich brauche mal gerade eure Hilfe. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap 2 times. If you can hear me, clap 5 times. If you can hear me, clap 6 times. If you can hear me, clap 7 times. One more. If you can hear me, clap 8 times. One more. If you can hear me, clap 9 times. That was the most I've ever done this. Wonderful. There was once a room of 700 people where we only clapped 4 times. Impressive, right? That means that the conversations were good. Wonderful. Let's keep it going. You'll find it, no, not with each other. Everybody's like, okay. With a new person, you can continue having their conversations in the coffee break. A new person, wait, and a new question. What is one thing I still want to experience in 2022? New person, new question. Have fun. Everyone. What time is it? Yes. All right, everyone. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap 2 times. If you can hear me, clap 3 times. If you can hear me, clap 4 times. If you can hear me, clap 5 times. If you can hear me, clap 6 times. Wonderful. We're going to go down to 3 by the end of the day. You'll see. It's fantastic. All right. I know that this is hard. You want to continue the conversations. That's the point, because we will continue those conversations throughout the day. We have one more last final question and one more person to meet before we kick off the day. And that is, what did I come here for today? And the question is not, what do I expect? It's a little bit deeper than that. It's literally, what is it that you want to take out of this day? Why did you get into your car or on the train or on the Fahrrad or wherever to come here today and take out what you're hopefully taking out today? New person, new question. Have fun. Hi. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap 2 times. If you can hear me, clap danke 3 times. If you can hear me, clap 4 times. If you can hear me, clap 5 times. If you can hear me, clap 6 times. If you can hear me, clap 7 times. One more, if you can hear me, clap 8 times. Wonderful. Thank you so much. You can all go back to a different seat. Let's mix it up. Let's go. Let's be wild. Let's go to a different seat, whatever is right in front of us. Because now we have a very, very special, extraordinary, exciting little Schmankerl prepared for you. Schmankerl, I apologize, is a Bavarian word for goodie. Is that a good translation? Bavarians in here? Yeah, kind of, right? Okay. So we have a very good and nice Schmankerl/goodie prepared for you. Today's event is under the umbrella of scaling transformation. And what better or who better to talk about scaling transformation than the one who came up with the idea of the democratization, there goes the word, I can actually say it, of coaching. Because what intervention is there that is as individualized and personalized that can actually spark real individual and organizational and societal transformation than coaching, right? So we're going to hear from that one person who might talk about a rainy day in Dublin, a one and only coming to us live from, I think is it London or New York? London? I thought it was New York. There you go. Coming to us live from London. The one and only co-founder, let's give it up for Matti Niebelschuetz. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful. Wow, that was really nicely setting the stage. No expectations. Amazing. Thanks everyone for having me. Thanks for inviting me to Zoom over to Berlin, where I just took off a few hours ago. It's so incredible to see all of you here in Berlin or remotely dialing in like me today. Yes, democratization of coaching, that's the topic that I would like to talk to you about today, share a little bit of the story behind CoachHub, and then just setting the stage for a set of really inspiring conversations today. I hope we're all learning a lot about transformation at scale. We're having good conversation, we're having lots of fun. I already feel the vibes in the air, so let's kick right in. Yes, my name is Matti. I'm one of 2 founders here at CoachHub. The gentleman right next to me, that's my brother Janus. And we had an idea, let's say 4 years ago. And as in any good fairy tale, you know, it all began on a rainy day. And I know maybe some of our beloved colleagues have heard the story too many times. But in fact, it was this one very rainy day, pretty much 5 years ago, that really sparked a special moment in Janus and my life. Because we were looking at our lives, we were looking at our careers, we're looking at about 15 years of entrepreneurship. And for my part, I started off in e-commerce 15 years ago, then moved from e-commerce B2C towards marketplaces, towards the B2B and software as a service side of things, and then also work in the corporate world. And then after these 15 years, Janus and me were talking in Dublin, talking about purpose in life, and also talking about what is next in our careers. And after this walk and enjoying this rainy weather, we came to the conclusion, you know what? We're entrepreneurs at our heart, and we have to do it again. And the one very important thing for us is the next big thing that we want to commit a significant part of our lives on, that should be building a good business. And building a good business, what does it mean? 2 things. On one hand, of course, it's still a business. It needs to be commercially good. It needs to be a good market opportunity, good growth potential. And at the same time, and that's the big privilege that we are all able to witness here, we want to build a meaningful business. We want to do something good. We want to do something with a purpose. There's only one life to live. So let's play a little role in making this world a little bit a better place. And thinking at purpose, thinking about building something good, that is truly what coaching means for us. Coaching has made a big impact in my life. I don't know if you still remember your first days as a first-time manager or first days in a new job. I can only talk for myself. 15 years ago, as a first-time manager, I was coming freshly out of university and I was completely overwhelmed. You learn so much great stuff at university, but what I didn't learn is how to manage people, how to manage stakeholders. And honestly, I didn't even know how to manage myself. And that's when, for the first time in my life, I experienced the power of coaching. And this coaching really helped me to gain clarity, to overcome my obstacles, and to eventually become a better version of myself. And as Janus and me were walking through London, we said, you know what? Coaching is so powerful. Coaching has the power to transform our lives. Why is it actually that coaching is accessible to so few people? In most organizations, just for the top 0.1%, just the top executive level. And in the old word, only for people, oh, this person has a problem. I believe this person needs coaching. That's really not the case. Coaching can be proactive. Coaching can change our lives. And we said, it is so powerful. Let's sign up for the vision to democratize it for people of all career levels worldwide. Yeah, and that was sparking the idea 5 years ago, and quite some ways. So we got started, and we pretty soon realized we have a solid idea, we have a solid approach. We are aiming to solve a problem. How do you really scale coaching in an organization? How do you come all the little and small obstacles with how do I actually find a coach? How do I match a coach to my people? How do I overcome all this vendor registration and invoicing challenges and the like? How do I measure the success of my coaching? We solved all of this only to realize one thing. If we want to unleash the full power of coaching, we must not think about tools or infrastructure. We must think about solutions and how can we enable organizations to really overcome the biggest challenges they are facing and unleashing the potential of the biggest opportunities they are seeing. And I'm very sure everyone in this room or on this line is currently facing a set of huge challenges. This can be organizational transformation, culture transformation, new ways of working, new talent generation asking for more, or it can be new setups, M&A setups, complete digital transformations. What all these transformations, all these challenges and opportunities have in common, it's about our people. And it's about behavioral change of our people. And that's where the power of coaching comes in. So, as you know, we started this organization a bit over 4 years ago, and slowly but steady, or as some of you have witnessed, rapidly and steady, this dream took shape. And we started at this very place in Berlin, where all of this started. Eventually, actually in my brother's living room with just a handful of people, and then slowly but steady growing. Today, I'm sitting in London here. Janus is currently in New York. We have offices all over Europe, in Paris, where we acquired an amazing company, the French category leader in digital coaching, to really provide a solution for all of Europe and all over the world. And still, Berlin is our home. I can spoil a little bit. Yesterday, I got the keys to our very new office in right on top of Admiralspalast, amazing building from the 1920s, amazing new EMEA HQ. I hope you all have an opportunity to come to this fabulous place when we meet for the next time. Let's look at how we developed over the last 4 years and how we can potentially also support you in your global opportunities. So we have a clear European DNA. We set our sales here in Berlin and eventually scaling throughout UK, France, Benelux, Northern Europe, Eastern Europe, Southern Europe, Middle East, and Africa. But then our second cluster that we opened 1.5 years ago in North America and Canada, we opened up our Latin America operations half a year ago with 5 people in Brazil. And then Asia Pacific to make it complete, where we started 1.5 years ago in Melbourne with 130 people, and in Singapore, which is our Asia Pacific hub, with another 30 people, and then local offices in Shanghai in China. And just 2 weeks ago, we opened our office in Tokyo in Japan. So one could almost joke in 80 days around the world, even though it was 4 years in reality. But in fact, we are now around 800 CoachHubbers from over 50 nations. And I think this is really the joy of working in such a dynamic environment, to work with such a diverse group of people. Let's take a look how it all started. That was the very first days of CoachHub. And for my part, I'm responsible for the delivery side of our business. That means delivery of our coaching. That means the relationship to our coaches. That means also our platform, our technology, and our coaching lab. So as you know, one thing very close to our heart is working with the world's best coaches. So actually, we're working with the top 5% of coaches, and I just looked it up, and that is actually a bigger selection process than to get into MIT. So you can all be very proud to really collaborate with the top of the top. And from this first handful of coaches, very local, we have managed to expand our coach pool globally. More than 3,500 coaches from all over the world in over 70 countries, actually, and coaching pretty sure any language that comes to our mind. So, of course, the obvious Spanish, German, Italian, French, Chinese, Japanese, but also language like Malayalam or American Sign Language to really support any member of our workforce and population. Equally, on one hand, having a community of the world's most inspiring and most amazing coaches. On the other hand, of course, we're working with the world's most inspiring organizations, just like you. You're in good company. Let's take a very quick look at organizations that we are collaborating with. All of them we're supporting in their change process, in the transformation process. And interesting, what I found is we're supporting organizations across industries. It is really going from e-commerce and digital and tech, where I'm coming from, towards really retail, financial industry, automotive, industrial, and really this is the key thing. Coaching really can make an impact in any organizational setup. And no matter what industry, no matter what geography, and hopefully one day also no matter what career level. So today we are deep diving on one topic that is very dear to our heart, and that is an opportunity that many of us are facing, and this is transformation and how to successfully scale transformation and what role coaching can play in enabling this. So as we learned before, we're having a series of very interesting conversations today, great keynotes today, great breakout sessions today. I hope you're all enjoying it. I hope you will all be very inspired. Make good use of this time, build your network, connect. And now I'm privileged to hand over to one very inspiring person and a keynote speaker that is joining us today. And this keynote speaker is Laura Lewandowski. It's amazing to have her on stage. As you know, our original speaker, Tijen Onaran, will not be able to make it today for personal reasons. We wish her all the best. Even more, we are proud to have Laura with us today. Laura is the founder of the media company Smart Chiefs and co-founder of the YouTube show Meet Your Mentor. She's one of the leading voices in the German digital scene. She writes regularly on columns, and she's also writing for Business Insider with a focus on new work and personal development. Laura is a LinkedIn top voice. She's a top 30 under 30 journalist, top Xing Mind, and she also won the Digital Female Leader Award. So today in her keynote, she will be talking about leadership strategy in the context of new work. Laura, we are privileged to have you here today. Thank you everyone for listening to me. And yes, Laura, over to you. Thanks and have an amazing day today.
Wow, what an announcement. I hope everybody can understand me. Do you see me? Great. So when I talk about the future of work and leadership, there's one moment that really comes to my mind when I think about my own life. And that was 3 years ago when I was sitting in Brazil in the Amazon. And back then, everything was really nice. As you can imagine, the Amazon was floating through the palm trees. I was sitting in my hammock, drinking a coconut, thinking about my life, and completely exhausted. At that point, I had already been traveling through the whole world, meeting so many interesting people, connecting with so many interesting entrepreneurs, and seeing so many new projects that I just wanted to bring everything on piece of paper. I wanted to write columns, read even more books, more podcasts. My head and my mind was so full of information, but instead of just relaxing and swimming, I was completely burned out in the Amazon and wanted to do even more. I was not able to shut down, and even though my body was exhausted, I had no tools to really let myself fall in paradise. That was definitely not possible. It took me 27 years back then, now I'm 30, to realize that I was stuck in the wrong belief. The wrong belief is that not hard work leads to success, but smart work. And it took me 27 years to realize that stupid hustling leads to nothing but burnout. And this is what we've learned in society. Today, I'm glad that this knowledge is actually becoming more and more anchored in our society. We all know that the new digital tools mean that we can work from everywhere in the world. And sooner or later, machines and robots, they will take on more and more stupid jobs we don't want to do, but more invest in our time and freedom. Automation can bring us this freedom, can bring us more time to self-realize ourselves, more wealth, spend time with our families and friends. But the question is, how do we really take advantage of this? How do we unlearn the old paradigm we followed for so many years and decades even, and use the possibilities to go to work in a more diverse, healthier, and more fulfilling way? We all know that the future of work is about to come, and that the way we work will change fundamentally, regardless of how we personally feel about it. So that's why I've brought 5 questions for you, and I really encourage and invite all of you to write them down in your head, maybe on a piece of paper, and think about them for yourselves. But before I come to these 5 questions, I want to quickly address why we ended in this hustle culture. Did we ever really question and challenge the old method of working? Why are we now where we are? The world of work we know today dates back to the year 1914, over 100 years. And it's the year of World War I, when it broke out, that Henry Ford, we all know him, reduced the workload by 1 hour to 8 hours. And back then, it was a huge success. I mean, the labor movement had previously fought for the 8-hour day without success for many, many years. And then Henry Ford, he appeared, said, okay, we only do 8 hours, but you earn even more. You even double the wages of the employees. Many people literally ask Henry Ford, are you completely nuts? But now we know that the economic power of Ford continued to grow in the following years. Only 14 years later, the 8-hour day was the new standard in the United States. And what we also know now, that Henry Ford was ahead of his time. His vision was a revolution back then and great success on all levels, even though so many people criticized him. And we might know that from ourselves today. We have an idea, people think we are crazy, but who knows what's going to happen in 10, 20, 30 years. Because more than 100 years later, where we are now in 2022, the 8-hour day has become the norm. And we are now talking about the 4-hour work week, for instance. And the name Henry Ford is also not really associated with self-development and freedom and role modeling, but exactly the opposite, because he was the one to introduce assembly line work, something we don't want to do anymore today. So the world of work is constantly evolving. And I recently spoke to Christine Fratz. She's Germany's famous zeitgeist researcher and also well-known in Europe. And she said, you know, Laura, for a long time, this belief hang around in our heads that only hard work leads to success. But anyone who wanted to have a good life knew work comes first, then family, and then friends. This mindset, though, which has been in our heads for so many decades, was only serving one purpose: to keep a system alive of the old power and the old economy. And it's designed to treat people like machines. We are robots in the old system. So lots of work, little sleep, no free time. That was something we've been proud of for many, many years, and what we've expected our colleagues to be the same. But we don't want this anymore. And with the realization comes change, and the empowerment of each individual drives people to ask themselves, what if I don't want to burn out anymore? What if I want to spend time with my children and my family? What if I just want to invest in myself? And we all together, here in this room, we have the huge opportunity to build a new reality. And now coming to the 5 questions I mentioned in the beginning, and everybody, again, is invited to think about these 5 questions, is something that we can bring in our practice as leaders in our organizations, no matter how big it is or how small. So the first question I want to address: in a new work environment, should we fire the boss? All of you, maybe not even necessary anymore, because we want so much freedom. The new zeitgeist, as you know, is like a crack in the matrix. And small changes give us an idea that a better world would be possible. We are challenging everything: gender roles, educational methods, hierarchies at work. So, as I said, do we still need a boss? And I also asked Christine Fratz this question, and she said, being the boss used to mean acting to the paternal principle, so like being a father. You know how we imagine a father back in the days, very hard, very strict, telling the children and the mother what to do? So this is the paternal principle of leadership. And the people who don't follow, they get fired. Today, on the other hand, maternal strengths are the strength we really need in organizations. That basically means the boss is more the mentor. The boss is slipping in the role of the coach. He's looking for the employees, how they feel, what kind of problems do they have, making sure that everybody is doing well and that there is harmony. So that means we shouldn't fire the boss, but all of you have to rethink the role of the boss, because it's not what we know. And also here, diversity is key. When we look back, most of the leaders are men, but diversity means not only that men follow the maternal role in leadership, but to invite more women who are already so close to the maternal role, because most of them are mothers, or many of them. And more companies are getting really serious about it, and diversity in management has increased. And for the first time, 3 large DAX companies have a balanced ratio of men and women on the board. However, more than half of the companies listed on the Frankfurt Stock Exchange still don't have a single woman at the top management level. And also, the proportion of women in the management of the 100 largest German family businesses is 8%. Think about this. So, not only should we think about the role and the principle of the leaders, but also the leaders themselves. Question number 2 is, how can we structure work in a modern way? We all think, or hopefully know, that top-down is out. Rigid rules are outdated. No one wants to sit in the office anymore from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., do the work, go home and say, okay, now I want to enjoy my life. Nevertheless, it doesn't work entirely without barriers and some sort of rules. Because we have a problem, and this is complexity bias. When we have too many options, when we can do too many things, and we have no rules at all, we are overwhelmed. We need structure for our brain to follow and also to relax. And I know what I'm talking about, because even me, as a self-employed woman, I realized that I really need hard structures. Otherwise, I can do everything at the same time, and my mind can never, ever rest. And this is something we have to make sure that exists in our team, and we have to go into dialogue with our team members, because everybody must know what we can expect from one of another. Companies like Audi, for instance, have already taken some innovative paths, and I really like them, so I want to address them. For instance, they have a rule when they can send emails and no emails. And this means in this time, no emails at all. So nobody has this fear of missing out. Also in summer, the entire Audi group goes on vacation for 3 weeks. And I was almost about to say, how can that be possible? It's like 90,000 people go on vacation at the same time. Yes, there's only one little emergency team. And if there is a crash or whatever, they're the ones who work, but the rest is on holiday. So that also means no fear of missing out. And even the Audianer call themselves no FOMO time. So what I think is super important here is to make sure everybody follows the same rules. And this is a modern way of structuring the work. Third question is, how do we build a successful team in the spirit of new work? I know from my experience, recruiting is key. And you all know, if you are about to found your company, or you have a team, or you want to launch a new project, you need good people. The problem is often we have never time. We want to start tomorrow, and we want to start immediately. So what we tend to do is keep the recruitment process short and focus on the outcome, and hopefully a good briefing for the person who is joining the team. I really encourage you to do the opposite next time. Another company, for instance, was looking for a new transformation team. And they've been doing 50 job interviews. Each of the job interview was for 3 hours, so you can do the math, to hire 8 people. And yes, that sounds like a lot of work, and it was a lot of work, but it paid off. Because you are spending more time with your team than with your own family and your friends. And this is reality. So better choose wisely. Also, it's essential for a great atmosphere that not only you as a leader interview potential colleagues or team members, but also the other people in your team. So let's say Andreas is hiring person A, and his colleague, Jeanette, is also interviewing this, and they discuss together worth being part of our family or not. There are other incentives how we can build a successful team. For instance, if we want to hire new talent, and Jung van Matt, for instance, offers interns who really succeeded to start their own business within the company. Because if young people are very motivated and highly talented, most of them actually want to start their own business. So it's going to be very hard to find great talent for big companies and really make it attractive to work for someone. So what they do, Jung van Matt, is starting more entrepreneurs and empowering young people to make a change within the company with their own ideas. Also, Google, maybe some of you knows it, they offer 20% to all employees to focus in and invest in a passion project, whatever that might be. I mean, in the end, I feel it's all about recruiting, but also about promoting. So whenever you feel like there's one person who does great work, please value the work and appreciate it, not only with money. Question number 4, is there one thing we should never save money? Yes, there is one. And I know that we are in the midst of an economic crisis, but health is not everything. But without health, everything is nothing. And this is a quote that's not by me, but by Arthur Schopenhauer, the famous philosopher. And I encourage everyone to really think about the mental health of all employees. And not only when it's too late, not only when people are coming to you and saying, I feel bored out, I feel burned out, I think I have a problem. Coaching, and I mean, you all know, because you are here and you're interested in that topic, is not only about the management when the problem is already there, but it's about prevention. And there are so many studies shown that prevention is incredibly necessary in terms of maintaining a healthy organization, looking in the future with motivated and empowered people. And don't start when it's too late. This is something that we all have to make sure that's included in our budget, because otherwise it will cost you much more money, trust me. And when you even think, oh, my employees, they're very young, they don't need that. I disagree. I've talked to 2 founders, both of them are 22, and they run a very famous TikTok agency. And most of their employees are below 20, they're about 18, 19 years. But even these young people have challenges. And there was one girl, she addressed the 2 founders saying, I have serious problems, I need a psychologist. But it was already too late, so she had to resign. The social media world is designed to really make us feel lonely and being completely distracted in a world where we have to perform day by day. So it's not about only old people reflecting about their life, oh, I need to learn something about myself, but really invest in the young. So last but not least, question number 5. What is the most underestimated area where we should work on ourselves? We as individuals, as leaders, but also as employees. And the American journalist Charles Duhigg writes in his bestseller, The Power of Habit, that more than 40% of our waking hours are shaped by habits. And it's the routines and thought patterns that we are taught from an early age that really determine our daily business. That means No matter how much we want to change, it's very, very difficult for all of us to get to the all-important habits of our employees. For example, rules alone cannot prevent a team leader from relapsing into authoritarian behavior when things get stressful. We really have to catch the problem by the root. The transformation is therefore the challenge of each individual and not only the responsibility of the leader. So whenever you are sharing and giving the opportunity to all of your employees to take coaching, in the end of the day, this is great, but they have to do the work themselves. And never try to change them, rather empower them to be willing to change. So if the transformation is not going fast enough for you, be aware. We have so many centuries of wrong beliefs and habits that it takes time and patience. So also, I really encourage you to be patient with yourself, because now everybody is talking about new work and modern leadership, but it takes time to also adapt to this new mindset, and that doesn't come overnight. So to sum it up, what we all should internalize is progress does not come by itself. Yes, we have technology, and we can be so grateful for many achievements and progressions technology enabled us. But without the digital tools, there would be no home office, and probably the majority of us would still be standing on the assembly line. But in addition to technical innovations, it needs pioneers. And large corporations with a workforce of over 60,000 people, or even startups with 10 people, can improve the lives of countless people through a new corporate culture and modern way of combining well-being and performance in your organization. Also, I think the medium-sized companies, the engine of the German economy, have what it really takes to become a pioneer of the future work. You are here to change it, and I encourage all of you in the room that we have the privilege of being able to take responsibility for shaping our society, and I encourage you to embrace this change as a leader. It's really a privilege, because many of us, they can only follow and not lead themselves. So thank you so much for your attention. Questions? I also encourage you to ask, because, by the way, asking is one of the most powerful leadership skills I've learned. If you don't ask, you will never learn. There was a question?
Yes, hi, Teresa. So, Laura, thank you for your time and for your speech. First of all, my question is, you said you're self-employed and you're founder of Smart Chiefs. So how do you build your team up? How much people are you? What values do you build on? What's the common ground in there? What are team values you're settling for your own company? Because I think that's something that's, if you're a speaker on that, that's more interesting. And also, how do you approach within your company what you
Many questions. I try to answer them in a couple of phrases. So first of all, I started with what gives me energy. This was basically the overall question, because as a team lead and structuring a team, I cannot work with a team when I don't feel comfortable with a certain situation. And over the years, I realized that I don't want a big team, because it takes me a lot of effort to manage and juggle everything around, and my motivation was not to hire as many people as possible, but to work very smart and very efficient in a very small team, and to make sure that all of the people I'm working with feel like leaders within their field, right? So that I'm maybe the one giving the framework, but each of these people has their own tasks and obligations and also responsibilities without being able to ask myself every day and all the time, Laura, what do we need to do? So this is one thing. And to keep the team small, I talk to my team members, which are, by the way, all entrepreneurs themselves, but we decided to work together on different projects. So nobody is hired as a full-time employee except for one, but all of them have their own projects, but we bring in our own capacities, talent, connections, engagement, because I feel, but this is a very personal view, that I don't want to work for someone else anymore. This is my personal feeling, you know? So I don't want to expect other people to work for me. And yes, I think when the company gets bigger and bigger, you also need people who don't have the motivation maybe to have their own company. But this is something I personally like.
Yeah, and in between question, what do you think leaders work for and for whom?
For themselves and for a bigger vision. And I mean, this is not an answer I can, this is not something I can answer for everyone, but I can talk about myself and the people I work with. I think most of the people who I know and really have a striving career started with the question, what do I want to do? What really gives me energy and what makes me happy? And what's the bigger vision I can work towards as a leader and contribute my skills and my talents? And when you meet in the middle, even better, then you can work together towards a goal.
Hi, thank you very much for this insightful talk. I'm Shadi, I'm coming from Humboldt University of Berlin. I would like to ask a questions and ask specifically your perspective for the last point you mentioned, the last questions about the power of habits and how it's contribute to daily life, basically. Do you think, or what is your perspective, if a leader of a company would be able to use the neuroscience approach, because I'm a neuroscientist, specifically I'm talking about my topic, if a leader would be having the possibility to use neuroscience-based approach and basically use neuroplasticity to change the loop of the habits of employee and the whole organization, how much would be this interesting for the future and modern kind of leadership? And what would be your perspective on this, specifically talking about the habits, and if we have a facilitation to use in order to increase the positivity of the habits loop?
I mean, I think to answer this question, it really needs a very fundamental research and talking to the companies. But from my perspective, I think that's a very, very interesting thing, because habits are subconsciously driven, right? It's very hard to change them, to really, really change them, or it takes a lot of time. So if I understand your question correctly, if that's interesting for companies, yes, if it really helps to highlight my habits on a, let's say, on a scale, or make it visible, you know. Some things we cannot really grab, but we love visibility and we love to make problems visible. So to tell you another example that's maybe different to yours, but also very, very interesting, I've done an experiment to track my glucose levels, right? And whatever I've eaten, I've seen on an app that the graph spikes or it falls, right? So for me, yes, I can say if I drink a Coke Zero or a normal Coke, afterwards I feel tired or energized. This is a feeling. But when I really see it on an app, okay, wow, my energy goes up and my energy falls down, it really drives change. And I think that can maybe be the same with what you suggested. If you can find a way to make things visible that are very or hard to tend, I don't know how to say in English, but that are very untangible usually. I mean, yeah, definitely a great idea. If that works, go for it.
My name is Ludwig, and I'm with NVIDIA, a global compute platform company. I was wondering if you could share some thoughts on how your perception of teamwork and, in a way, company culture or management culture might have to adapt to a situation where more and more companies have teams and organizations that are more globally or even locally dispersed, where we are hiring people who are essentially working from home most of the time or all the time, and where entire teams maybe only meet each other physically once or twice a year. Thanks.
Yeah, this is a very good question. I mean, my team also is remote, but as I already mentioned, it's not that big. So I cannot give you an advice, to be honest, how you ideally collaborate with, I don't know, 500 people who are completely working remotely. But I can definitely give you an advice. I mentioned Audi before, and they have done a survey with the University of St. Gallen, and they've been interviewing over 2,000 employees over many years, how to work remotely and hybrid in the most responsible manner, and what it really takes to lead a team virtually and also in times of home office. And I think I cannot sum it up better than they've done it. If you want, I can also give you the contact of the researcher. He works at Uni St. Gallen, and he's amazing, and he can definitely give you the best advice. I think this is also the best answer I can give here.
And we have a couple of more questions, I know, in the room, but we're actually edging towards the end. Are you staying for a couple more minutes for coffee, or are you heading out?
I have a little baby.
Okay, that's the best excuse.
Maybe a couple of minutes.
So use the 3.5 minutes to approach Laura for a quick coffee before she heads back home. Very well deserved. Thank you so much. You asked just the right questions we should be asking so much more often. Huge round of applause. Give it up for Laura. Thank you.
Thank you.
Danke dir. And now we're heading into another exciting part of today, which is the coffee break. So you can continue to talk to each other and chat, get to know each other a little bit. Live stream participants, we're going to be back in 30 minutes. Actually, have we said hello to the live stream participants? We haven't, no? No, sorry. Let's make them feel welcome. Everybody, hands up. Hi, live stream participants. Welcome. Good to have you here. Wonderful. We'll be back. We welcomed you. We'll be back in 30 minutes. Two very quick things. We have prepared for you 2 corners. They're called corners. One is called the Coach Corner, and one is called the Product Corner. In the Coach Corner, as the name suggests, you'll find some of our coaches. The creme de la creme of what we have at CoachHub, which is our Can we actually give it up for our coaches real quick? Thank you. Thank you to all the coaches for the corner. And then you have the product corner. So if you've been curious about kind of the platform and the product, you have some of our colleagues standing there. They're going to answer all of your questions. Grab a coffee and a piece of cake. Do we have cake? I think so. We'll see. And check out the corner, and we'll be back in 30 minutes. Thanks, everyone.
Welcome to CoachHub. With coaches from all over the world, CoachHub supports you in your personal and professional development, giving you the unique chance to begin your journey to the best version of yourself. Our algorithms will help you in choosing the best fitting business coaches based on your preferences and your background. Keep in mind that your coach is not a mentor. So rather than giving you advice, your coach will support you in changing your perspectives, activating your resources, and realizing your personal opportunities for growth and development. To identify possible topics for your coaching and to give you and your coach an idea of your growth potential, you will start with a strength assessment, in which you'll explore your strengths and discover your goals. After the onboarding process and learning how to use our platform, we provide you with everything you need to prepare and facilitate your first coaching session. From then on, you can use our platform to schedule your bi-weekly coaching sessions, message your coach in between sessions, and do additional exercises and microtasks to help you reflect and apply new insights, even with a busy schedule. You'll work on your goals, track your personal progress, and reach your first milestones on your path to a greater you. Get in touch with us.
At CCI, our vision is to be the best FMCG in the geographies we serve by creating value in everything we do. And we can only achieve this through our people. So that's why our keen focus is always on building the right capabilities of our people. So we are always looking for tools, opportunities, and partnerships that are unique and are best class, and most importantly, that can help us translate our strategy into action. And CoachHub actually is a perfect example of this partnership.
Because everything has changed over a period of time, now more cognitive skills are required in the organization. You need to have more empathy, you need to have more resilience. Those are the new trends that we're also following. If we go ahead and look at CoachHub, it's like a standard sort of a platform that we are offering to each. So everybody, irrespective of where they are within the CCI geography, they get the same solution, they get the same experience.
We're a consumer and customer-centric company, and if you don't understand the people, then you cannot win with your people. So, people are at the epicenter of everything we do. And we believe if we have the people, if we have the right people, we can win every challenge in our wonderful markets.
I haven't seen coaching in the real sense before. I have never experienced it before. And that's why I was more of a person who thinks that the person learns more on the job, not through these kind of sessions. But the whole program changed my own thinking. And I must say that I'm a different person now.
One insight what I found with the coach is that I am acting as a parent. I'm just not giving the advices, but I am more asking the questions from my peers or friends to guide them. And really my peers start to feel that.
When you are just an engineer, you have only one direction. But when you are a leader, it means that to show the other peoples the right directions. It's sometimes very difficult to control, to manage the people which has a different characters, different attitude and approach. And it was a really challenge to me. So coaching really helped me, firstly to understand, to figure out myself and then the others.
I struggle in giving feedback. This is one of the areas which I realized that I'm not giving the feedback in a proper manner. Another thing is about the conflict management. You have people around you, you do encounter different conflicts. That's a part of life actually, but how to manage them properly, that's an art actually.
I think coaching is about bringing the best out of the people.
Leadership is a choice that you make every day, because being a leader means you are not just responsible from self. You're responsible from entire community that you're living, from the organization where you are the leader. And this is not a very easy choice to make, and this is not the choice that everybody can do. I would really recommend to all my peers to at least go through this experience, to try, because once you try coaching, you never want to quit.
And that was very timely at the pandemic, to be honest. And bringing coaching into the flow of work is a competitive advantage.
So nobody can win the race by themselves. So if you want to be even more successful, obviously you need more help. And I think this platform is going to help our leaders to be a better leader in the future and develop themselves more freely.
You see, we always talk about changes, and I know this is an old phrase. The only thing that's guaranteed in your life is changes. We have to adjust to markets, we have to adjust to new environment. This is one of the most important soft skills, that people are willing to also go this route with us, and they are willing to adjust and adapt.
What we did before is we had classroom trainings and also webinars, but then everybody was together. And with coaching, each manager or employee can discuss her own cases. It's more individual. I really like to work with our employees and manager, and I really like to see how they grow. Digital coaching, the advantage is really you can do it from everywhere and anytime, and that makes it very flexible.
I had mixed feelings more because of the employees. I was not sure at the beginning if they really see the necessity and the need that somebody from the outside can also coach them on their daily problems.
We selected different providers, but for me CoachHub was the one very flexible, because we changed our ideas more than one, and there was different kind of solutions.
Coaching has made me more aware of the things which are surrounding me, especially with the global team that I am leading. It is more about different cultures, giving them space, understanding them, and learning from the mistakes, learning from the failures.
I was leaving my comfort zone while really developing and also identifying myself and understanding better what are my potentials and what needs to be also developed in order to reach the next level.
And I already see these benefits which are coming because people feel involved, and it's kind of an empowerment.
It was not that one size fits all, so it was really a real private experience also for me.
Well, before I thought, hey, everything online and stuff like that, I was not sure that it would work out well. But after using this CoachHub tool, it was really great. I used the goal setting process, I used the action plan, I used the notes. The experience was very well, also better than expected.
Yes, I would recommend it. It's very interesting to get a professional coach within the same situation with more experience, to talk openly, also to have the possibility to see into different companies, not only your own company.
I really was positively surprised how people actively made use of it. The coaching is really positive and has a positive aspect to our people.
We are in a transformation at the moment, and our target is to have a grow mindset, and I think this coaching culture helps to have this grow mindset.
See, what I learned is at the end, people from the outside who are not really in our daily life, they have different ideas, they have different perspectives, they have seen other companies, and they maybe ask questions to our people on the coaching side which an internal person wouldn't ask that way, that people really say, oh, okay, if I look at it from this perspective, I never looked at it, because we are too much in our daily business. And I think that really helped a lot.
mobility, connectivity, renewable energy, robotics, Internet of Things, healthcare. Employees at TDK Electronics are dealing every day with quickly changing market requirements to meet customers' needs in an extensive range of industries. As a world-leading electronic component manufacturer, TDK Electronics started a state-of-the-art I4.0 digitalization initiative to cope with the growing demands on productivity and innovativeness.
We are a manufacturing company, and therefore a key focus lies on providing smart services to our people, being daily engaged in operations tasks. The way we interact with our customers and how we develop products is constantly evolving. By offering more and more the opportunity to work remotely with smart collaboration tools, we enable our employees to make quicker and more reliable decisions. The transformation of TDK into an Industry 4.0 company is essential for our future success.
I4.0 is a significant business transformation that has brought challenges for many employees. A new training format like digital coaching from CoachHub should help to develop new skills and a new mindset individually.
Coaching has been proven to be one of the most effective tools when it comes to things like managing stress, increasing personal resilience, or promoting mental well-being. Our employees face very unique challenges, which require very unique solutions as well. And that's exactly what we like about CoachHub. So CoachHub offers a highly customized coaching experience. They accompany and closely guide our employees to identify their strengths and their potential.
Well, I had a nice opportunity to learn a lot about Agile and Scrum, and could develop this further in my organization and actually tailor my organization to fit them. Well, such a pro talk with someone who has contact with other industries helped me a lot to relieve my pressure, actually, because our problems are not new sometimes. And I could actually make better decisions out of that.
Digital coaching helped me a lot to broaden my horizon. It's great to get an outside perspective on some specific issues. In the coaching sessions, I received tools and techniques that I could use to solve difficult situations. Especially in highly demanding times, the different self-reflection and awareness exercises helped me feel more powerful and resilient.
TDK Electronics operates in many different regions and locations. 15 different languages are used in the company. CoachHub covers all required languages, which allows us to offer digital coaching to all employees worldwide.
The coaching I have received has significantly contributed to my personal and professional growth. Instead of receiving head-on instructions, the coaching was set up as a highly personalized dialogue, tackled my daily obstacles via guided reflection on my mindset, and offered me feedback in a private and professional environment.
TDK is committed to the principles of sustainable management and strives to reconcile economic, social, and ecological concerns at various levels. The working culture is driven by a unique venture spirit that fosters entrepreneurial thinking, empowered decision-making, and constant self-renewal.
You know all this term war for talents, and this term describes very well also the challenge on the one hand side to attract the highly engaged employees, and on the other hand side also to retain our staff. And here coaching really helps us in developing our employees to become highly effective and also inspiring leaders at the same time. Coaching can significantly improve the motivation and also the collaboration of entire teams. And the way to this goal needs to be paved with a high self-awareness, but also with professional growth. And we at TDK strongly believe that we must support our talents along their journey to fully unleash their potential and also their strengths and become the leader they always wanted to be.
Times where people really want to be empowered and take care of their own development. We chose CoachHub because it's so simple. CoachHub is really easy. You have your coach who says, hey, what you want to work on, what's on your mind, So it just like multiplies empowerment in our culture, which is a great tool, and it culturally fits so much to Blue Tomato.
Blue Tomato is an organization that's been around for 30 years. It's kind of rooted in sports like snowboarding, surfing, skateboarding, and street styles. We operate 55 stores across Europe and have a really strong online business. Coaching is a super critical part of our corporate values and how it interrelates to our corporate values. We really emphasize development at Blue Tomato. So how do people get better all the time? That's how the organization ultimately gets better, is through improving the performance of our employees and really offering them a genuine opportunity to self-develop as they work and develop their career around passions and powerful experiences at Blue Tomato.
So CoachHub empowers our employees to really take on the driver's seat in their development, right? So it gives them a room where they can share their thoughts, where nothing's off the limits, where all critical questions are welcome, right? We have the team managers, the supervisors who say, now I'm able to really have this senior mentor outside of the company that helps me become a better leader. So in every situation it boosts us and it leverages the development.
I started my coaching journey in July 2020, and since then I did coaching sessions every 2 or 3 weeks. I really like CoachHub because I can use coaching anywhere and at any time I want, any time that is actually good for me. I think in today's business world there is a lot of pressure, especially in leading positions. And coaching really gives you a space where you can be yourself and where you can talk about your concerns.
I think the impact of CoachHub on our organization has been really obvious to all of us. It's been a really great impact for the company. As soon as we launched CoachHub about 16 months ago, we saw strong engagement for our management team. We have people that want to be better all the time. They engage with the tools, and right away we saw people responding to the coaching that they were getting on CoachHub. And for us, culturally, development's a super big cultural value, and so it just reinforced who we are organizationally.
The main drive of CoachHub is to make this exclusive product accessible to a majority of people. And this is what we felt from the get-go. So I was like, all right, they're serious about it. They want to offer us a product that's like allowing a bigger audience to get coaching, which was for me like, oh hey, you got me here, right? So, and when we rolled it out, the second thing was just how simple CoachHub is. It's, as an HR manager, you have a lot of things to do, and you always have questions from employees and a lot of construction sites. But with CoachHub was like, we started off, we rolled it out, people signed up, people matched with the coach. And the next thing we heard is like, hey, I want to continue my coaching. And that was like amazing for me as an HR manager.
Being able to talk it out and get feedback on it, it just strengthens you in every way of your life.
One thing CoachHub did for us, it took our development to another level. To have this development booster, to have this thing that allows everyone in their individual situation to get better, to work here, right? And then it aligns with the rest of our development program, so it was like a tie we knotted, right? It's like it completed our development program.
We have a slogan, and it's great people power great brands, and I really truly believe that we need to educate people, develop people to get the best out of people.
We have our own Hunke Muller Academy, where we on a regular basis put new modules in for people to learn. Besides the more classical way of learning, we also wanted to make sure that they had their own personal development opportunity, and that's where we involved CoachHub.
We are always up to trying new things, and digital coaching was definitely something new for us at that point. But we felt that it really fit with our brand, as we're an international company.
I absolutely believe massively in coaching. I had some previous coaching sessions done with other people, and this was the first time digital, which was absolutely a nice experience. Working in a business, and you learn by experience. And then the next thing, you need to learn to work with other people. And when you work with other people, there are so different personalities coming across. And then it's going back to yourself, what does it do to me? Well, I think the best thing I've learned now is by listening and observing, you get so much more out of people or understand how a team works. Because I personally think you need to adapt to the people around you to get the best out of them.
I'm the head of merchandising for Hunkemöller, and effectively I look after all of the stock management for the business, working with all of the product teams, logistics, marketing, HR. I don't actually think there's a function I don't deal with in one way or another. I think the main pieces of feedback I got was about my communication style, that I could be a bit more reflective. My coach has really helped be a mirror to give me some perspective and different points of view on that. So she often brings me back to the crux, doesn't allow me to do deviate or tangents, and really hones in on what the challenge actually was and how we can potentially overcome that.
I manage a creative team that is very much about open-minded and left everybody to have their ideas and share and try to push for the unknown areas. You know? But at the same time, you have to teach them to solve all these everyday management problems. And well, the coaching session for me was very important because it clarifies some very maybe basic things that you need to know as a manager, but you were not really aware because you were more into the everyday situation. And it didn't help me only to being able to work on myself on those areas, you know, perceptions and how the people see me as a leader instead of just trying to go into one direction by myself, but as well helped me to give that knowledge to the team.
I really like that you could choose out of a coach that was really kind of more matching with your personality. The lady that I worked with was very kind, very open, and what I really loved about her is that she wasn't giving me a direction necessarily, but she was letting me talk a lot about myself and actually coming up with my own answers and solutions, which really helped me a lot. Basically, it gave me more self-awareness.
People are so eager to learn and develop, so they have asked us for more development opportunities, and we are really trying to provide that on all levels, and CoachHub really helps us to do that by not only providing coaching for the higher level and upper management, but also doing it for other management layers within our organization.
We need to give to the people as much as they give to us. I want us to be one of the leading digital and omni-channel retailers in the world. I want us to be inclusive, diverse and sustainable. I think the soft skills we need is the biggest thing is listening. And I think we need to listen to certainly the next generation. It is about making sure that you feel as though an employer treats you really in the right way, educates you, develops you and nurtures you for the future.
At Natixis IM for the last 3 years, we've been growing our talent management strategy, and talent retention is really a key topic for us. Amongst the programs and the initiatives, we've developed a recognition plan to reward our best key contributors, but also to grow their visibility and to help them developing their impact. The recognition plan is aimed at employees who are based everywhere in the world. So for us, it was definitely important to have digital solutions that helped us with our program. Our group, BPCE and Natixis, were already working with CoachHub, so it was pretty natural for us to try this solution, which had very positive feedback, and actually our experience with CoachHub was quite positive. We have selected 2 options for the participants who were interested in coaching, either individual coaching or co-development.
Natixis offered us a few sessions of coaching, and I decided to do it because I just got promoted, so I was in a transition phase, and I thought the coaching could help me go through it.
So I really enjoyed having this first discussion with the coach to be able to set
who I am, what I'm doing, and where do I want to go. What's interesting is that the coaches are used to this digital interaction.
So as HR, we have absolutely no access to everything that's being discussed during the coaching sessions. However, the digital platform of CoachHub allows us to know who has followed which coaching sessions, and to also get some feedback from the participants.
I thought the CoachHub digital platform was very easy to use. You've got some content on it, you can choose your coaches, you interact basically with your coach outside of the sessions. What was great is that you're able to refocus, to re-identify or to leverage your existing strength. And also what's preventing you from moving forward.
The best feedback we can have as HR and in charge of this program is when we see the participants sharing with us feedback with great smiles, saying that they really enjoyed and it helped them in the situation they were going through.
The coaching helped me gain in confidence and be more sure about myself. I recommend CoachHub and the program I follow. If you have something to work on, or even if you don't know that you have something to work on, you might find something to work on.
I would recommend CoachHub to all individuals, should it be in the early stage of their career, mid-career and later stage, should they be willing to grow in their role, willing to solve their work-life balance issue.
The feedback were quite positive on all elements of the program, so the decision has been taken to perpetuate the program, which we're very happy about, including all of these elements, including coaching.
All right, everyone. Welcome back. Sorry, I was supposed to wait for the sign. I missed it. There you go. There goes the sign. Okay, hi. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the live stream participants. Did they have cake? Oh, no, no cake. Any snacks? Okay, no problem. This was actually planned. Yes, it's true, because we want to make sure that you really enjoy the lunch. It's coming up in about 1 hour. However, before we enjoy the lunch that you will be anticipating, there's something much, much greater than even lunch to anticipate, which is our upcoming client case study. These are my favorite parts of any type of events, because those client case studies, you really get into the goodies. That's the real schmankerl/goodie, right? Because that's when you actually learn how does it work in a real life organization and not just theoretically. So, in order to properly introduce the person who I'm about to introduce, I was asked in the break just now, Jule, you need to introduce your awkward clapping thing. Okay, those who have been to previous event at CoachHub know what the awkward introduction clapping thing is. We're going to do it. It's awkward in the first time. The second time is still awkward. The third time it kind of starts growing on you. So we're going to do that as an introduction today. And for that, I'm going to ask you to dramatically use your hands. And we're going to go. Just continue. She is an HR leader. I can actually talk and do it at the same time. So you go. She's an HR leader with 12 years of experience in L&D. She has seen it all, and today she has come to give her knowledge to us and talk about digital mindset and coaching. Please welcome Katrin Melzer for you.
Woohoo, thank you. You know, that was not in my wildest dreams, such a welcome. Ooh. Great, so let's get started. Everybody, please stand up. Yes, you heard me right. Please stand up. So look across the room and find a point for yourself where you want to focus on, one that draws your attention, one that's not moving. And we're going to look at that point for 1 minute, and I'm going to take the time for you. So look at that point, put your attention on it. If any thoughts come, let them pass. Control your breathing. Go a bit deeper and slower. In and out. In and out. And focus on your point. In and out. In and out. In and out. Okay, now look across the room again and find your seat. So what did I want to show you with this? Why did I do this? It is really a little demonstration of what we did at Fujitsu in the middle of our digital transformation, is to press that pause button just for a little moment and to focus, to recalibrate where we want to get to, what a digital mindset means for us. And I want to tell you today a bit about that journey that we went through and how we underpinned this by coaching. Before I get to this, let me share a bit about myself and how I fit into the picture here. So my name is Katrin Melzer, and I'm leading Talent Learning at Fujitsu. So together with my team of 16 colleagues, I'm providing the space to our 4,500 employees in the DACH region to learn and grow. This introduction slide here is from a session on purpose carving that I did last year with our leadership teams. And it was a session really about what's our very own purpose. Why do we get out of bed every morning? Why do we do what we do? And how does that connect to our Fujitsu purpose of making the world more sustainable by building trust in society and innovation? And for me, you can see my 3 values up there. The first one is growth. I really want to see things growing. I want to help people to learn and to become a greater version of themselves. I want to get everybody unfold their full potential. And with what I'm doing at Fujitsu, that's really my sweet spot. Another one, my second one, is leadership. I want to create things, I want to shape things, and I want to do this together with others, with my team. My third one is joy. So I want things to be fun. I want us to come to work in a positive spirit. I want to have that spark in the eye. I want to say, hey, that's what I really want to do. So that's about me. I'm also a fan of agile approaches, design thinking. So I've been looking into design thinking quite early in my career, more than over 10 years back when I was working at the consulting firm Accenture with our design labs there. I'm a fan of agile approaches, so I've looked into that also very early when it came big in Germany. I'm a Scrum Master myself, for example. One of my teams that focuses on employee experience runs in a Scrum mode, which is probably also not that typical as in an HR function, so I love to try out new things. I'm a coach myself as well. I got my accreditation about 3 years back, and I'm leading our Fujitsu internal coaching pool. but I also coach externally, and I have the privilege to hold the relationship to CoachHub. So all topics very close to my heart. Fujitsu. We don't do cameras. Seriously, no cameras. We're an IT service provider. We're pretty big in the mainframe server, more the heavy infrastructure side of things. That's where you probably know us. And also, if you look at your workplace, you might know us from desktops, from laptops. But what you maybe don't know is that we're also growing in the area of digital and digital services. We have, for example, developed a quantum-inspired supercomputer, so that's where we're aiming to get to. And that is what brings me directly to the challenge that we faced. So basically, we had quite a need for transformation. So externally, there was a lot of pressure for us to transform ourselves in order to provide digital transformation services to our clients. And as you can imagine, coming from a more infrastructure-led business to a digital transformation partner, that is quite a stretch and quite a challenge. And that's what I want to share more on. Also, we were looking at, when it comes to digital, people had more in mind the technology, the methodology, but not so much in terms what we need to change when it comes to our thinking, our mindset. And I will get to that in a minute. Another thing or challenge was really that our learning muscle, our flexibility of unlearning, relearning wasn't stretched that much. So that was also something for us to learn, that going forward we will always need to learn new things. So that's the new normal for us, to learn new things. What I just said is summarized up here pretty well. So when we were figuring out what does it mean to be a digital transformation partner, everybody was more going on the technology side of things. So we need to know everything around cloud, around data science, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things. So we need to nail all these topics. Methodology is the other layer. So we need to get Scrum certificated. We need to know everything about SAFe, about design thinking. And this is not wrong, but still there is a core in the mindset that needs to change for people. So it's basically not just knowing about the technology and the methodology, but also being able to have a thinking and a skill set that helps you foresee possibilities for your customers and help them to get somewhere they wouldn't think they would get to, and help them do their very own digital transformation. And in order for us to do that, we hit that pause button, we focused, we defined for us what is a digital mindset for us here at Fujitsu, what does that mean for us, and what do we need to do different every day. So we went out to the company and were asking people, our stakeholders, our customers, what does it actually mean to be a digital transformation partner? What do you want us to do differently? What behaviors do you want to see? And we distilled all that, plus took a survey across the population, across all our employees. So basically we crowdsourced what a digital mindset means for Fujitsu. And I'm going to share with you the 8 characteristics that we defined as our very own Fujitsu digital mindset. The first one is customer-centric. So really being in tune with your customer, driving their ideas forward, help them find their way, co-create. The second is visionary. So think big. The possibilities are really endless, so dare to dream and dare to think big. Experimental, try out new things. That doesn't always mean failing, but it's more about testing in a set environment. Test out your hypothesis and go from there. Fourth one, free to fail. So dare to go for growth opportunities and dare to do things not always perfectly from the very beginning. That's the only way how you will learn. And this fourth one, free to fail is actually my favorite one. And why this is a bit contradicting, I'm going to tell you at the end of this talk. The fifth one, active learner. So recognize that learning something new is now part of your job. So you can't be going with the same things every day that you have been doing before. But you need to learn new things. You need to look into new technology, methodology available. You need to learn. And that's what we encourage our people at Fujitsu to do every day. The sixth one is trusting. So trusting means trusting people on a wider scale. So not just the ones you would instantly see, like your direct team, people you work with every day, but trusting as an organization, so trusting at an organizational level that you can rely on everyone. Value enabler, that very much links to Agile, always doing the things that add the most value first. So that very much fits into all those approaches. Digital enable, our last one. Really enable what you can through digital. And we basically came up then through that crowdsourced approach with those 8 characteristics. And in a second wave, we gave people the chance to measure their very own digital mindset. And this was done through an assessment that we did. And we developed it ourselves, basically, together with an agency. So I studied psychology. And I can tell you it's probably not the most scientific assessment you've ever seen when it comes to reliability or validity, but it is a starting point for thinking, and it's meant to be fun. So we wanted to draw people's attention to it. We want them to enjoy the assessment that they went through, and we wanted them to present with very positive results. So kind of appreciating where they are already in their transformation, and making them curious and want to find out more. So I brought 3 sample questions, and I want to do them together with you to understand a bit how digitally minded you are already. So the first one is, and I'm going to translate them a bit away from Fujitsu, but more to a generic style, so you can relate to your day-to-day business and to your own companies. So the first one is, you were really excited to be leading a local celebrity on a tour of your company so they can see all the brilliant things you do. But on the same day, your customer asked to deal with a big priority they have. So what are you going to do? A, rearrange the celebrity visit for another time. It must wait until you're available. B, ask any eager colleague to volunteer to conduct the tour. You know the visiting celebrity will be in safe hands and you can prioritize your customer. C, ask your closest colleague to conduct the tour and so you can go and see your customer. So just think of the last time you had maybe a situation where something urgent came in and you needed to deal with a conflict that you had there. So who's for A, rearrange the celebrity visit for another time? No one. B, ask any eager volunteer to do it. Okay, we have quite some hands. And C, ask your closest colleagues to do it. Perfect, that also has quite some hands. So the idea is that when it comes to trusting, B is the most advanced, where you say, you know, we trust anyone to do it. What reality often shows, we ask the closest colleague to do it. So basically, next time you do it, think maybe, you know, could you also hand it to somebody that you didn't have in your mind at the very first time, but also trusting your organization that you would be doing it. The second one is you and your team have a great idea for a new bi-weekly Yammer post, and that will share information and insight with other teams. Right now you're brainstorming what could be the best ways to measure the impact, and it's your turn to pitch an idea. What do? A, you wonder if it's a chance to use data science and experiment with some new measures. So you pitch this as a starting point. B, you mention your previous experience, but you also ask others for alternatives and their thinking. 3, you've done this kind of thing before, so you suggest to do the same like before. Why would you reinvent the wheel? So just think again of a situation like that. So what would you do? A, data science and try things out. We have a few hands. B, mention your experience and ask for other options. Great, also some hands. And C, do the things that worked before. Why reinvent the wheel? Okay, we have not so many hands there. Okay, great. So basically what in the assessment, it's A would be scoring as the most digital one, to use data science to figure out new ways, even though you wouldn't know how exactly they would play out. And the second best would be go on your previous experience, but also be open for other opportunities. Third and last one is morning coffee and some time to browse through the internet. You spot an article that asks for volunteers at an internal conference on a topic you're familiar with. What do you do? A, immediately volunteer. You haven't done something like this before, and it's a good chance to try out something new and challenge yourself. Besides, it will make you more visible and it will make your mom proud. B, keep browsing. You haven't given a presentation like that before, and there are probably other people that are suited better anyway. C, send an email to the article's author asking whether you can find out more. You're not sure about presenting, but it might be a good try. And after all, it might look good on your CV. So who's for A, immediately volunteer? We have a few hands up. B, keep browsing, somebody else will be suited better. And C, send an email to the article's author, some hands as well, great. Perfect, yeah, so I mean, send an article to the author is the second best one, so you're already moving to a digital mindset. A, immediately volunteer, and you're gonna find out as you go. So basically, as I said, it's our very own assessment. It's meant to be fun. It's probably not the most scientific one, but it gets you thinking, and it gets you to discuss with others. And based on your assessment, you would get a score in a spider web, and you would see the areas where you're already very strong in, and you would see areas where there's a bit of room for you to still grow. And with that assessment result, we went into learning labs. So with your team, you would take 90 minutes per topic, and we were recommending to take 3 topics that you say, as a team, we want to work on. And you would block out your calendars, go into the learning lab for 90 minutes, choose the characteristics you want to work on, so for example, free to fail. You would then decide what behavior do we want to be different tomorrow. So what is what we want others to see when it comes to what's different tomorrow, and then you would come into a solutioning mode, first ideation, you would go off, do research, get deeper into the topic, you would come back together, reiterate, get a second thinking on your solution, and you would then have a plan, an action plan, what you want to do different already, and it was very hands-on, very action-oriented, so you would actually do something different already that day, and you would keep monitoring it together with the team. There was also an opportunity to do it by yourself. For example, if you had very different scores than the others from your team, and you would want to do more than the 3 topics you agreed with the team, or you had just a different one. Also, if you wanted to do it very early already, or you would do it with another group of people, people were free to do that, so it was basically available for them to be used as needed. As it's always very important, as you probably all can tell the story about, to involve your senior leadership teams and make them experience these kind of things, we developed a bit of a more formal structure for our senior leadership team. And this we did together with CoachHub and underpinned it by coaching. So now I said it because you're already probably asking yourself, when does she finally talk about CoachHub? Now. So let me tell you that story. It goes back 4 years ago when I started with Fujitsu, and I had an email coming in from our former head of HR saying, can you look at this? They do something with coaching people on digital skills. Maybe that's something that we need. And I was looking at the email and we're going, yeah, they do coaching through, on all, coaching on any topic, but they do it through a digital channel. And that will still be very interesting to us, because back in the time, 4 years back, we had coaching mainly for our exec population, and it was their very own trusted coaches, a pool of set coaches without a lot of disruption, for getting new faces in, new coaches in, and also for the more mid-management, lower management or individual contributors, we didn't have too much. So that's why we thought this might still be interesting. And I was also back at the time refreshing a journey for our leaders that become team leaders for the very first time. So people that move from individual contributor to a first level leader. So moving into a leadership role for the very first time. And back then we had mainly face-to-face journeys. So people would go somewhere, 3 days, they would learn everything about leadership, and then they would go off their job, and probably they didn't integrate too much into their daily work, which is why back then I designed a 6-month journey out of different face-to-face and digital events, so a hybrid or a blended journey, and I wanted to underpin that with coaching. So basically, from that email, we were reaching out to Mr. Daniel Breitwieser, hi, Daniel, and we were having just a conversation in Frankfurt. And they were sharing, so he was sharing what they actually do. And, back at the time I was thinking, what could possibly go wrong with just doing a pilot and see how people like it. So I added it to our leadership journey, our ready to lead journey, people moving to a first leader role. And we just tried it out. And the feedback was very positive. They liked the one-to-one interaction, the focus on their very own topics and challenges that they have, that they can discuss somebody, and where they get to new thinking, new ideas. So ever since then, and the feedback that we got, we've prolonged every year our contract, and we're using it in many different cases. So the first one where it all started with our Ready to Lead journey. The second case, we've been using it just a few months after that, is our journey for high potential people that are in a lower management role, and we want to move them to a step ahead into a mid-manager role, and also professionals that do not lead a team, but they're very in-depth techies on a professional career track, and sometimes they do not know where they're going yet. So we have different journeys for leaders, but for these population, we just know they are high potential people and we want them to move in some direction, but we don't know where yet, and they don't know where yet. Therefore, we've created an 18-month journey, so 1.5 years, which is pretty long actually, right? Where people go into that program. They have some formal events, but it's really more about interacting with their line manager, with their sponsor, and looking over their plate and finding out together with the coaches, as coaching is one key part of that journey, what's the next right step for them. And it's not always, an upward career progression, so just taking the job of your boss, basically. So it's really laterally, so going somewhere completely different. And in many cases, the people that are in that program, especially the ones more on the technical tracks, so our professionals, they have gone into different directions that weren't clear before and shaped these roles for them as our business is changing quite fluently. If you know Fujitsu, we're moving things quite often, so this also gives a lot of room and chances and opportunities for people, and together in the coachings they find out what that is. Our third journey, and this is just we're just initiating that, is our journey for people we want to move to VP positions. So successors that are on the verge to a VP role. And this is not just a normal program, it's more a membership. So you sign up for 2 years, you get nominated, and you're 2 years of a membership in that leadership circle. There are formal events like a leadership conference where we bring them all to one place globally, but then you do your very own portfolio. So you have coins, a number, of coins available that you can spend in any way you like. So together with your development partner and your sponsor, you would define what is the next best thing, how I can learn, and you can spend it on, a business school course that you want to attend, on a conference, and on coaching, and so much more. So it's very individualized journey here. And the one I want to talk about today, just wanted to share a bit, what are we doing with coaching at Fujitsu. The one I want to share today a bit more is our journey for those senior leaders on the digital mindset, where we said, for those people, we want to offer them a bit of a more structured, formal journey to go through. So basically, we said we will do 3 learning labs together with them. So for the leadership teams, we have a kickoff session, and in that session, we work together. What of the 8 characteristics do you want to focus on? So pick 3. And they could, for example, take customer-centric, visionary, and value enabler. So that's a live example from one of the leadership teams that focuses on those 3. So we basically would come in, facilitate those 3 sessions for them, 90 minutes each, and at the end we would do a closure. We underpinned that with coaching because people have just very different needs or are on different ways or points within the journey. So we underpinned that by a 6-month coaching. And at the beginning we had an onboarding, so we were basically sharing what is coaching, who is CoachHub. We introduced them to what potential questions could be, but also then it was very much the work between the coach and the participant to go onto the topics. We twisted also the focus areas that CoachHub normally offers to our 8 characteristics. So the coaches were specifically briefed on these topics. I mean, everyone who's a bit in coaching knows that the conversation can go, in any direction once you're in the session, but they were briefed on the focus topics so they would know what these people were talking about and where they want to get to. And we also encouraged the leaders to do it with their wider teams. So basically they would experience the session once in a facilitated way, us facilitating with the leadership teams, and then with their very own team, we asked them to take 3 focus topics as well and to do the same session with their team. So once you experience it and once you go into a facilitation mode yourself. Plus, we did a communication around it. We had articles, we had Yammer posts, we had videos, so we were making quite a bit of movement around the topic of digital mindset and those learning labs happening. And we also surveyed the team, so we wanted to know from the direct reports of the teams, what is now different? Do they actually behave different? And what do you now do different with your customers? So to actually also look into that angle. I mentioned a bit already on the customization, so just want to share a bit more. So basically we had our customized pool of coaches that was briefed, so everybody would know what the characteristics was. So it was a subset of the coaches that CoachHub has in their pool that would know specifically about Fujitsu and the characteristics. We had a customized framework. So our digital mindset initiative had a certain branding, and we would also see that within the CoachHub platform so that it felt like one initiative and not that you're using, different types of things, but that it's making sense and that it's all one unique experience if you look at it from a learner lens. We also adapted the focus areas, so you wouldn't see the regular ones if you know the CoachHub platform, but you would see the very specific Fujitsu ones. And we adapted our own analysis, so the survey we wanted to do after, and also embedded it in the platform. Plus, we were having learning nuggets on digital topics that the coaches could pull and provide to the coachees. So a very, targeted initiative for us to help our people grow in the digital mindset. Looking a bit at the evaluation, so what did people pick, as I was particularly interested in that? So most of them went on visionary, customer-centric, active learner, free to fail. And what I really loved to see was that digital enabler was the last. So not many people choose digital enabler, where before everybody said, we need to change the technology. We need to know everything about the technologies out there. We need to know all the methodologies. We all need to get familiar with these topics. And then to get to the core of things, people were engaging more in topics like visionary, customer-centric, and changing their very own mindset. The coachee evaluation is just a standard question after every session is, how do I feel that coaching will help me to achieve the desired changes for myself? And with the 4.7 out of 5 with the leadership teams, I think that's quite a good score. And also we had quite a number of people approaching us and were saying, my 6-month coaching is over, but I have so many things still to discuss. Can I prolong it? So we had some cases where we kind of said, we're going to add you another 3 months or potentially more. So that was very much appreciated to have that focus point to recalibrate and to discuss the topics with somebody, with all the movements that we have in these fast-pacing times around us. So what I would recommend to you if you ever go through such a journey where it's around digital mindset or something else is to involve your people, define that target state. So for us, we define what a digital mindset truly is. So what does it mean for us? Because it might sound quite abstract to some people, so they wouldn't necessarily know, what do I do different tomorrow? And by defining that already was the first initiative, actually, by defining what it is where we want to get to. You're already going a bit there, so everyone who's a bit more in coaching, that first session you do with your coachee where you talk about the goal that they want to get to, already is often already an action in itself. So taking a very purposeful, resource-oriented approach. So we wanted to, that people get drawn by that, not that we're pushing and say you have to do it and you're only here and you need to go there, but that it feels very good for people to be on that journey and that it's okay to ride on that wave and to get there in the end. And everybody brings so much to the table already, so why not tell them you're bringing so much already and this is where we additionally want you to get to and this is how we're going to help you go there. Provide different options. So I'm a fan of providing different options, providing a buffet. Not everyone likes the same things. Somebody likes the scrambled eggs, somebody wants them hard-boiled, I don't know what. So provide a buffet to people so they can pick from and choose whatever is right for them. And in the best case, have different types for different learner styles. So in this initiative, we didn't do that too much, but what we also sometimes do is that we provide something for more vision, people that where it works through the vision, others it works more through auditive channels, so that you just have options to pick from and that nobody has to do all 8 characteristics, but you just do the ones that make sense for you and that will help you do the next step. Make senior leadership experience that change, my favorite one. So always get the people that are in power of things, get them experience the change themselves, because you can do so much talking, but it still doesn't land if somebody hasn't experienced it. And I think with that, we did a very good step in making people feel and experience how you know, what's actually different today and what will we change. And last week, funnily, I have to tell you, I went into one of these leadership teams to present a different initiative, and I had, you know, just inside of myself, I had to laugh so hard because it was a completely different topic. And somebody was saying, is this now the follow-up for the digital mindset? And one side of me was going, how can you think that? It's a completely different topic. But the other one was saying, yeah, it's great that it's so anchored in their minds because they have been going through that. Why don't I just find a quick bridge for them how this topic and this topic can relate so that they buy into that as well? And I found, you know, a bit of a vague bridge, but I found it eventually. So it already, you know, sits with them, which is great to see that after you know, quite some time. The last one is build a true partnership. So what we did with CoachHub is really to sit together on a table, discuss what we want to achieve, and they brought in quite a lot of different people. So we had a behavioral scientist coming in, talking a bit more about assessment and you know, the underlying things. We had customer success manager coming in. We had people in the back that adjusted the coloring, the branding, and made it all work for us. We had the coaches that were briefed. So really come with your challenge and go in a co-creation mode together with your provider and work on that together so that in the end you will get to the best fit for you. So to sum up, I promised I'd share my aha moment. And my aha moment was really when I saw my chart. Because free to fail was the one that pulled me most, because just free to fail to me is freedom. It's light, it's non-judgmental. And then when I opened mine, this was the worst score of the whole thing. And I was like, why is that? And it just got me thinking, you know, it's hard work to change your mindset. So it depends on so many different things. It depends on your very own preferences. And if you're more up for making things perfect, making things right, if you're more grown up in an environment where a certain behavior is appreciated and other behavior is not appreciated, that might have an effect for you. Maybe you're working in an organization or a system that just says on paper, that's what we want to do. But then things are not, if you actually behave like that, it's not picked up like that. So many different influences. And since I saw that chart here, I made it my personal mission to provide growth opportunities. So for myself, but also for others around me. And defining it as a growth opportunity where you know things can go wrong. It might not be 100% the first time, and that's okay. It's okay if you fail and learn, because you'll be learning faster. And also be kind to yourself and to others and allow for those growth opportunities. And basically at Fujitsu, being aware of what our digital mindset characteristics are, where we stand, every individual, but also as an organization, and knowing what behaviors we want to show tomorrow, that is what will help us in our continued journey to a trusted digital transformation partner. So I think we have room for a bit of questions. So what questions do you have?
Hi, I'm Sylvia, and thank you so much for sharing the journey with us. I recently also launched CoachHub at the company that I was in, and one of the things that I heard you share that I'm fascinated with and curious how you supported them was getting your leaders to essentially teach their teams the things they were learning. So how did you support them in doing that when in our hustle and bustle world, most of our leaders are focused on the deliverable, the outcome, producing, But very few leaders are focused on how do I develop my people and what reward do I get for that?
Yeah, that's always a tricky part. I fully agree. So what we did was that we made them go through the experience themselves. So they actually found this valuable and thought, this is something that has a much greater lever than if we do other things and just focus on the pure delivery. So by going through the journey themselves, we kind of got importance and value for the topic so that they thought it was a good activity to do it with their teams. So some of them embedded it in a team meeting, for example, some formal day they had planned anyways, and they said, we do a 90-minute session on a certain topic. I'm sure not everybody did the 3 sessions, by the way. So, but if you do one already, that's already good, right? And we were just talking about the topic, following up on people, asking them, have you done it yet? And what is always a fallback scenario for me, which, is already then kind of pulling away the responsibility for them. But if somebody partout doesn't feel comfortable, doesn't want to do it, we would provide, in best case, somebody that could go with them on the session. But yeah, what we actually want is that they are facilitating it. And that's a big aim, yeah.
Hi, good. When I design learning journeys, I always make it an important point that at the end, when people have learned something, they celebrate that they have learned something, and they celebrate the positive effects that it has on business. Now, you didn't mention that, but I'm pretty sure you did that here too. How did you celebrate with the participants the positive effects it had on the teams, on them, but also on the business?
Mm-hmm. So we have different campaigns, for example. So we have some videos, for example, where people share, how do I live visionary in my day-to-day? So that's how we presented at quite a big conference a few months back on the topic. So we were basically going on stage it was half of the company being there and just reminded people. So we basically, for that journey, took out more focus moments where we positioned the topic again. Because for the broad mass of people, it was something available for them to pull. And it's an ongoing change, so this will also not have a clear stop. But we're bringing it to the table, whenever we can, and wave it into other formats so that it always stays alive on people's minds. And what I just shared earlier about that leadership meeting where somebody had it really present, still that's how we put it. Any other questions? Yeah.
Hi, thank you very much for your talk. Xenia, I'm a manager and a coach myself, and I have also a bit of coaching question to you. Mm-hmm. So I understood how you measure, how you identify the state now is that you do a survey and see which characteristics are stronger, which are not. But how do you measure the success? So after the program or after the coaching, do you do also a survey or there is something else? Thanks.
So we basically have a post measure where we ask the direct reports, what did you experience differently from before? So we would basically go on the behavioral level and see what is different now. What we didn't do back then, which I, would definitely do next time, is a baseline. I mean, we have the baseline from everybody doing the assessment, like the one that I shared, so we could do that potentially again, make everybody retake it again and match those 2 points. But yeah, that is something, that for sure, if you design a journey from scratch, I would definitely do. I think the asking people that directly work with you what is different, for me, that is already a really good start, but there's a lot more that you could do.
Hi, Tim from Too Good To Go. I was thinking about the last thing you said about feeling freedom free to fail. Mm-hmm. How does the company, what do you do structurally in the company to actually make this a reality? Because you also said, and I think that's true in many cases, people say, yeah, everybody's free to fail, but then in the end, if you don't hit your quarterly goals, it's still going to be, tough water for you. So is there something that you implemented to actually structurally make that a possibility?
Yeah, so I think we've embedded it in different ways. So for example, in that program on Step Up that I shared with our high potential people moving into growth roles. So whenever somebody is on a more formal program, we would have it under that banner for a growth opportunity. And obviously somebody needs to learn to swim first. So of course not everything will go right at the very beginning. Other than that, when we look at succession planning, for example, we would discuss, potential people for potential roles, and somebody would bring more to the table already than others. So it would be kind of clear to everyone that they would probably need a bit more time and transformation support when growing into that. As an organization, it's one of our characteristics. It is what we claim, what we want to do, but at the same time, it's reminding us to do that, because also what my aha moment was really, for some reason, my score is not where I want it to be, so also I need to start for myself, and everybody needs to start for themselves and define what does that actually mean to me, what do I do different tomorrow, and also give that opportunities to their team. So what's really important to me as well is to be transparent and provide these opportunities to the team, but flag it as a growth opportunity, as something that they do for the very first time. And then it's okay to, if everything does not go 100%, but I think it really starts with everyone in the organization and reminding us of that vision where we want to get to.
One question. Thank you for the talk. The specific topic of trusting, as you mentioned it as one of the 8 topics, one could argue that trust is an emotion and cannot be forced, but it seems you handled it somehow like a muscle, which can be trained. Can you give further insights in this?
Yeah, so basically, we were thinking as the digital mindset as, in our tomorrow, we would want to trust people around us, not just the ones we're working closer every day, but that it's true for our whole organization, basically. So I think it can come with trying it out and giving it a try and see how the reaction is. But I agree that it's a bit, trust is also, when I look at the psychological studies, it's often a mediator to many things when you look at meta-analysis or something like that. So it's a bit of one that maybe falls out a bit because it would connect to the others. And as I said, it's not 100% scientific. It's what we think our digital mindset is, and trust came up quite many times. Also with the customers, trust was very important. And trust is also one of our pillars in our Fujitsu purpose that I shared earlier. So it's by building trust in society through innovation. So trust is something that is anchored very deep in the Fujitsu DNA. It is also embedded in our Fujitsu way, how we do things. You can also find trust in there. And it's, to be honest, also a reason, I guess, why people buy with us. Because, in some of the areas we might not be the top tech leader yet, but it's just because how we, on a one-to-one basis, work with the customers, and those trustful relationship in both ways often gets us then the deals.
Hi, thank you for your talk. It was very interesting. I'm Alex, I'm a coach and also trained in positive psychology. So I really liked your approach, and you said it's purposeful and resource-oriented. Looking at the assessment, I was wondering, to me it seems a little bit like there's this assessment and then I focus on the least developed areas, like you said, for your own assessment. Have you considered like focusing on what's already good to make it even better, because you know there's this strengths approach and it's more effective, research says. So probably also towards that direction, not make everybody the same and have a good average, but maybe have people that are really, really good at some certain skills and mindset.
Yeah, so the team could choose themselves, really. So we didn't say, you know, you need to take the least score. You could also take any score of any characteristics that you think is most important for you as a team. Also, if you did it together with your team, it would never happen that you work on your 3 lowest scores, but that you would always work on the 3 characteristics where you said this is most important for us as a team to do and for us to become effective with our clients. So yeah, but interesting thinking, looking at things from a more resource-oriented way and getting better or outstanding than even to where you are already good at and taking that one more level up. So we didn't give them too much guidance on what to take. For me personally, I was just so surprised that for me it's that one that I focused on, and also it depends, I guess, on on your personal preferences. Are you looking more on your shining areas, or do you want to improve the ones that are maybe a bit more in the darker space? So that's what I took away, but we didn't limit in any shape or form.
Hi Katrin, I'm Christina from Idealo. I would like to follow up on the question I think Tim asked, is that your name? In my bubble there is a big discussion about personal development doesn't matter, you need to work on the structure that people can bring their potential in and the full behavior and so on. And others say, hey, you need to start with personal development, blah, blah. So I would be interested how you handled that, and maybe if there is any connection to organizational development. Did you maybe restructure anything to help the people bringing in the skills they already have or they learn in your journey? Very, very interesting. And personally, I believe that the system will always be the stronger component in things. So actually, that would be the way more effective angle. And from my personal point of view, and I shared a bit that we're moving quite a lot at Fujitsu. So it's my 4th role in 4 years. So that's how quickly things are moving. And there is always opportunity to change the organization. We orient a lot on the market, and how at the moment we're pivoting a lot to global. We have been driven out of Japan a lot in the future, in the past, because we're a Japanese-led company. But now we did quite a huge shift, and Japan is now just one region next to Europe, next to Asia. So that is quite a big shift we're going through ourselves. So there's room for transformation, is what I want to say with that. And at the same time, I think it still needs to start with us, with the personal development. So I would always come from both sides, but knowing that you could never ignore the system around you, because it's hugely what effect that has. And I don't know if you come from coaching as well, when you do that exercise where you have the triangles and people are moving, and you're moving, somebody else is moving, so it would always have an effect on the whole thing. Yeah, so I would always come from both ends, is my short answer to that.
Katrin,
yes.
You have been bombarded with questions, but you're thriving on stage, so thank you so very much.
Pleasure.
First. It's always very different to hear a client story from the actual client. Thank you for your super interesting, true story. I mean, CoachHub tells it really great, but clients, just do it better. So I apologize for all the AEs in the room. Thank you so very much. Are you going to stay for another few minutes? Coffee?
Yeah, definitely.
Wonderful. Then if you have more questions, I know there are a lot of questions in the room, please catch Katrin and talk all about Fujitsu. This was very inspiring. One more time, give it up for Katrin Melzer. Thank you. Danke dir. Thank you very much. All right. Guess what the next agenda point is? Lunch. We call it like lunch. Exactly, it's lunch. One more thing before lunch. If you were the very vigilant type of participant, I'm that type of participant, I very, very detailedly look into the agenda, usually when I go to a conference. And if you're one of those participants, you will have noticed that Christian Thiele was supposed to be among us, the positive psychologist Christian Thiele, and he's not here. It's because of health reasons, so unfortunately he couldn't join. However, he was graciously, is that a word? English speak graciously? Yeah. Graciously offering us to instead do a workshop on 8th of December for everyone that's in the room to redo what he was supposed to do here, which is positive leadership, how to create a working environment in which individuals and organizations can thrive, which is like my favorite title. So what I do now is I invite you all to take out your phones, literally, like take them out of your pockets, out of your bags, out of wherever you store your phones, and then go to your calendar, switch to 8th of December. I'm really hoping it's the 8th of December and I don't have this wrong now, otherwise you all have the wrong thing in your calendar. I'm 99% sure it's the 8th of December. Right, Christian Thiele CoachHub webinar. And of course, you're all invited. You're going to get an invitation via email, which is going to be the more appropriate type of invitation with all of the details. And we look forward to having you all there. So this is actually fantastic because you got to see the Fujitsu case study and you get to do the workshop. Wonderful. What would one want more? Now, time for lunch. Yes? Go for it. Enjoy. Lunch is this way.
Welcome to CoachHub. With coaches from all over the world, CoachHub supports you in your personal and professional development, giving you the unique chance to begin your journey to the best version of yourself. Our algorithms will help you in choosing the best-fitting business coaches based on your preferences and your background. Keep in mind that your coach is not a mentor. So rather than giving you advice, your coach will support you in changing your perspectives, activating your resources, and realizing your personal opportunities for growth and development. To identify possible topics for your coaching and to give you and your coach an idea of your growth potential, you will start with a strength assessment in which you'll explore your strengths and discover your goals. After the onboarding process and learning how to use our platform, we provide you with everything you need to prepare and facilitate your first coaching session. From then on, you can use our platform to schedule your bi-weekly coaching sessions, message your coach in between sessions, and do additional exercises and microtasks to help you reflect and apply new insights, even with a busy schedule. You'll work on your goals, track your personal progress, and reach your first milestones on your path to a greater you. Get in touch with us.
At CCI, our vision is to be the best FMCG in the geographies we serve by creating value in everything we do. And we can only achieve this through our people. So that's why our keen focus is always on building the right capabilities of our people. So we are always looking for tools, opportunities, and partnerships that are unique and are best class, and most importantly, that can help us translate our strategy into action. And CoachHub actually is a perfect example of this partnership.
Because everything has changed over a period of time, now more cognitive skills are required in the organization. You need to have more empathy, you need to have more resilience. Those are the new trends that we're also following. If we go ahead and look at CoachHub, it's like a standard sort of a platform that we are offering to each. So everybody, irrespective of where they are within the CCI geography, they get the same solution, they get the same experience.
We're a consumer and customer-centric company, and if you don't understand the people, then you cannot win with your people. So, people are at the epicenter of everything we do. And we believe if we have the people, if we have the right people, we can win every challenge in our wonderful markets.
I haven't seen coaching in the real sense before. I have never experienced it before. And that's why I was more of a person who thinks that the person learns more on the job. not through these kind of sessions, but the whole program changed my own thinking. And I must say that I'm a different person now.
One insight what I found with the coach is that I am acting as a parent. I'm just not giving the advices, but I am more asking the questions from my peers or friends to guide them. And really my peers start to feel that.
When you are just an engineer, you have only one direction. But when you are a leader, it means that to show the other peoples the right directions. You know, it's sometimes very difficult to control, to manage the people which has a different characters, different attitude and approach. And it was a really challenge to me. So coaching really helped me, firstly to understand, to figure out myself and then the others.
I struggle in giving feedback. This is one of the areas which I realized that I'm not giving the feedback in a proper manner. Another thing is about the conflict management. You have people around you, you do encounter different conflicts. That's a part of life actually, but how to manage them properly, that's an art actually.
I think coaching is about bringing the best out of the people.
Leadership is a choice that you make every day, because being a leader means you are not just responsible from self. You're responsible from entire community that you're living, from the organization where you are the leader. And this is not a very easy choice to make, and this is not the choice that everybody can do. I would really recommend to all my peers to at least go through this experience, to try, because once you try coaching, you never want to quit.
And that was very timely at the pandemic, to be honest. And bringing coaching into the flow of work is a competitive advantage.
So nobody can win the race by themselves. So if you want to be even more successful, obviously you need more help. And I think this platform is going to help our leaders to be a better leader in the future and develop themselves more freely.
You see, we always talk about changes, and I know this is an old phrase, the only thing that's guaranteed in your life is changes. We have to adjust to markets, we have to adjust to new environment. This is one of the most important soft skills, that people are willing to also go this route with us, and they are willing to adjust and adapt.
What we did before is we had classroom trainings and also webinars, but then everybody was together. And with coaching, each manager or employee can discuss her own cases. It's more individual. I really like to work with our employees and manager, and I really like to see how they grow. Digital coaching, the advantage is really you can do it from everywhere and anytime, and that makes it very flexible.
I had mixed feelings more because of the employees. I was not sure at the beginning if they really see the necessity and the need that somebody from the outside can also coach them on their daily problems.
We selected different providers, but for me CoachHub was the one very flexible, because we changed our ideas more than one, and there was different kind of solutions.
Coaching has made me more aware of the things which are surrounding me, especially with the global team that I am leading. It is more about different cultures, giving them space, understanding them, and learning from the mistakes, learning from the failures.
I was leaving my comfort zone while really developing and also identifying myself and understanding better what are my potentials and what needs to be also developed in order to reach the next level.
And I already see these benefits which are coming because people feel involved, and it's kind of an empowerment.
It was not that one size fits all, so it was really a real private experience also for me.
Well, before I thought, hey, everything online and stuff like that, I was not sure that it would work out well. But after using this CoachHub tool, it was really great. I used the goal setting process, I used the action plan, I used the notes. The experience was very well, also better than expected.
Yes, I would recommend it. It's very interesting to get a professional coach within the same situation with more experience to talk openly. Also to have the possibility to see into different companies, not only your own company.
I really was positively surprised how people actively made use of it. The coaching is really positive and has a positive aspect to our people.
We are in a transformation at the moment. And our target is to have a growth mindset. And I think this coaching culture helps to have this growth mindset.
See, what I learned is at the end, people from the outside who are not really in our daily life, they have different ideas, they have different perspectives, they have seen other companies, and they maybe ask questions to our people on the coaching side, which an internal person wouldn't ask that way, that people really say, oh, okay, if I look at it from this perspective, I never looked at it because we are too much in our daily business. And I think that really helped a lot.
Mobility, connectivity, renewable energy, robotics, Internet of Things, healthcare. Employees at TDK Electronics are dealing every day with quickly changing market requirements to meet customers' needs in an extensive range of industries. As a world-leading electronic component manufacturer, TDK Electronics started a state-of-the-art I 4.0 digitalization initiative to cope with the growing demands on productivity and innovativeness.
We are a manufacturing company, and therefore a key focus lies on providing smart services to our people, being daily engaged in operations tasks. The way we interact with our customers and how we develop products is constantly evolving. By offering more and more the opportunity to work remotely with smart collaboration tools, we enable our employees to make quicker and more reliable decisions. The transformation of TDK into an Industry 4.0 company is essential for our future success.
I 4.0 is a significant business transformation that has brought challenges for many employees. A new training format like digital coaching from CoachHub should help to develop new skills and a new mindset individually.
Coaching has been proven to be one of the most effective tools when it comes to things like managing stress, increasing personal resilience, or promoting mental well-being. Our employees face very unique challenges, which require very unique solutions as well. And that's exactly what we like about CoachHub. So CoachHub offers a highly customized coaching experience. They accompany and closely guide our employees to identify their strengths and their potential.
Well, I had a nice opportunity to learn a lot about Agile and Scrum, and could develop this further in my organization and actually tailor my organization to fit them. Well, such a pro talk with someone who has contact with other industries helped me a lot to relieve my pressure, actually, because our problems are not new sometimes. And I could actually make better decisions out of that.
Digital coaching helped me a lot to broaden my horizon. It's great to get an outside perspective on some specific issues. In the coaching sessions, I received tools and techniques that I could use to solve difficult situations. Especially in highly demanding times, the different self-reflection and awareness exercises helped me feel more powerful and resilient.
TDK Electronics operates in many different regions and locations. 15 different languages are used in the company. CoachHub covers all required languages, which allows us to offer digital coaching to all employees worldwide.
The coaching I have received has significantly contributed to my personal and professional growth. Instead of receiving head-on instructions, the coaching was set up as a highly personalized dialogue, tackled my daily obstacles via guided reflection on my mindset, and offered me feedback in a private and professional environment.
TDK is committed to the principles of sustainable management and strives to reconcile economic, social, and ecological concerns at various levels. The working culture is driven by a unique venture spirit that fosters entrepreneurial thinking, empowered decision-making, and constant self-renewal.
You know all this term war for talents, and this term describes very well also the challenge on the one hand side to attract the highly engaged employees, and on the other hand side also to retain our staff. And here coaching really helps us in developing our employees to become highly effective and also inspiring leaders at the same time. Coaching can significantly improve the motivation and also the collaboration of entire teams. And the way to this goal needs to be paved with a high self-awareness, but also with professional growth. And we at TDK strongly believe that we must support our talents along their journey to fully unleash their potential and also their strengths and become the leader they always wanted to be.
Times where people really want to be empowered and like take care of their own development. We chose CoachHub because it's so simple. CoachHub is really easy. You have your coach who says, hey, what you want to work on, what's on your mind? So it just like multiplies empowerment in our culture, which is a great tool, and it culturally fits so much to Blue Tomato.
Blue Tomato is an organization that's been around for 30 years. It's kind of rooted in sports like snowboarding, surfing, skateboarding, and street styles. We operate 55 stores across Europe and have a really strong online business. Coaching is a super critical part of our corporate values and how it interrelates to our corporate values. We really emphasize development at Blue Tomato. So how do people get better all the time? That's how the organization ultimately gets better, is through improving the performance of our employees and really offering them a genuine opportunity to self-develop as they work and develop their career around passions and powerful experiences at Blue Tomato.
So CoachHub empowers our employees to really take on the driver's seat in their development, right? So it gives them a room where they can share their thoughts, where nothing's off the limits, where all critical questions are welcome, right? We have the team managers, the supervisors who say, now I'm able to really have this senior mentor outside of the company that helps me become a better leader. So in every situation it boosts us and it leverages the development.
I started my coaching journey in July 2020, and since then I did coaching sessions every 2 or 3 weeks. I really like CoachHub because I can use coaching anywhere and at any time I want, any time that is actually good for me. I think in today's business world there is a lot of pressure, especially in leading positions. And coaching really gives you a space where you can be yourself and where you can talk about your concerns.
I think the impact of CoachHub on our organization has been really obvious to all of us. It's been a really great impact for the company. As soon as we launched CoachHub about 16 months ago, we saw strong engagement from our management team. We have people that want to be better all the time. They engage with the tools, and right away we saw people responding to the coaching that they were getting on CoachHub. And for us, culturally, development's a super big cultural value, and so it just reinforced who we are organizationally.
The main drive of CoachHub is to make this exclusive product accessible to a majority of people. And this is what we felt from the get-go. So I was like, all right, they're serious about it. They want to offer us a product that's like allowing a bigger audience to get coaching, which was for me like, oh hey, you got me here, right? So, and when we rolled it out, the second thing was just how simple CoachHub is. It's, as an HR manager, you have a lot of things to do, and you always have questions from employees and a lot of like construction sites. But with CoachHub was like, we started off, we rolled it out, people signed up, people matched with the coach. And the next thing we heard is like, hey, I want to continue my coaching. And that was like amazing for me as an HR manager.
Being able to talk it out and get feedback on it, it just strengthens you in every way of your life.
One thing CoachHub did for us, it took our development to another level. To have this development booster, to have this thing that allows everyone in their individual situation to get better, to work here, right? And then it aligns with the rest of our development program, so it was like a tie we knotted, right? It's like it completed our development program.
We have a slogan, and it's great people power great brands, and I really truly believe that we need to educate people, develop people, to get the best out of people.
We have our own Hunkemuller Academy, where we on a regular basis put new modules in for people to learn. Besides the more classical way of learning, we also wanted to make sure that they had their own personal development opportunity, and that's where we involved CoachHub.
We are always up to trying new things, and digital coaching was definitely something new for us at that point. But we felt that it really fit with our brand, as we're an international company.
I absolutely believe massively in coaching. I had some previous coaching sessions done with other people, and this was the first time digital, which was absolutely a nice experience. Working in a business, and you learn by experience. And then the next thing, you need to learn to work with other people. And when you work with other people, there are so different personalities coming across. And then it's going back to yourself, what does it do to me? But I think the best thing I've learned now is by listening and observing, you get so much more out of people or understand how a team works. Because I personally think you need to adapt to the people around you to get the best out of them.
I'm the head of merchandising for Hunkemuller, and effectively I look after all of the stock management for the business, working with all of the product teams, logistics, marketing, HR. I don't actually think there's a function I don't deal with in one way or another. I think the main pieces of feedback I got was about my communication style, that I could be a bit more reflective. My coach has really helped be a mirror to give me some perspective and different points of view on that. So she often brings me back to the crux, doesn't allow me to do deviate or tangents, and really hones in on what the challenge actually was and how we can potentially overcome that.
I manage a creative team that is very much about open-minded and left everybody to have their ideas and share and try to push for the unknown areas. You know? But at the same time, you have to teach them to solve all these everyday management problems. And well, the coaching session for me was very important because it clarifies some very maybe basic things that you need to know as a manager, but you were not really aware because you were more into the everyday situation. And it didn't help me only to being able to work on myself on those areas, perceptions and how the people see me as a leader instead of just trying to go into one direction by myself, but as well helped me to give that knowledge to the team.
I really like that you could choose out of a coach that was really kind of more matching with your personality. The lady that I worked with was very kind, very open, and what I really loved about her is that she wasn't giving me a direction necessarily, but she was letting me talk a lot about myself and actually coming up with my own answers and solutions, which really helped me a lot. Basically, it gave me more self-awareness.
People are so eager to learn and develop, so they have asked us for more development opportunities, and we are really trying to provide that on all levels, and CoachHub really helps us to do that by not only providing coaching for the higher level and upper management, but also doing it for other management layers within our organization.
We need to give to the people as much as they give to us. I want us to be one of the leading digital and omni-channel retailers in the world. I want us to be inclusive, diverse and sustainable. I think the soft skills we need is the biggest thing is listening. And I think we need to listen to certainly the next generation. It is about making sure that you feel as though an employer treats you really in the right way, educates you, develops you and nurtures you for the future.
At Natixis IM for the last 3 years, we've been growing our talent management strategy, and talent retention is really a key topic for us. Amongst the programs and the initiatives, we've developed a recognition plan to reward our best key contributors, but also to grow their visibility and to help them developing their impact. The recognition plan is aimed at employees who are based everywhere in the world. So for us, it was definitely important to have digital solutions that helped us with our program. Our group, BPCE and Natixis, were already working with CoachHub, so it was pretty natural for us to try this solution, which had very positive feedback, and actually our experience with CoachHub was quite positive. We have selected 2 options for the participants who were interested in coaching, either individual coaching or co-development.
Natixis offered us a few sessions of coaching, and I decided to do it because I just got promoted, so I was in a transition phase, and I thought the coaching could help me go through it.
So I really enjoyed having this first discussion with the coach to be able to set who I am, what I'm doing and where do I want to go. What's interesting is that the coaches are used to this digital interaction.
So as HR, we have absolutely no access to everything that's being discussed during the coaching sessions. However, the digital platform of CoachHub allows us to know who has followed which coaching sessions, and to also get some feedback from the participants.
I thought the CoachHub digital platform was very easy to use. You've got some content on it, you can choose your coaches, you interact basically with your coach outside of the sessions. What was great is that you're able to refocus, to re-identify or to leverage your existing strength. And also what's preventing you from moving forward.
The best feedback we can have as HR and in charge of this program is when we see the participants sharing with us feedback with great smiles, saying that they really enjoyed and it helped them in the situation they were going through.
The coaching helped me gain in confidence and be more sure about myself. I recommend CoachHub and the program I follow. If you have something to work on, or even if you don't know that you have something to work on, you might find something to work on.
I would recommend CoachHub to all individuals, should it be in the early stage of their career, mid-career and later stage, should they be willing to grow in their role, willing to solve their work-life balance issue.
The feedback were quite positive on all elements of the program, so the decision has been taken to perpetuate the program, which we're very happy about, including all of these elements, including coaching.
Welcome to CoachHub. With coaches from all over the world, CoachHub supports you in your personal and professional development, giving you the unique chance to begin your journey to the best version of yourself. Our algorithms will help you in choosing the best fitting business coaches based on your preferences and your background. Keep in mind that your coach is not a mentor. So rather than giving you advice, your coach will support you in changing your perspectives, activating your resources, and realizing your personal opportunities for growth and development. To identify possible topics for your coaching and to give you and your coach an idea of your growth potential, you will start with a strength assessment in which you'll explore your strengths and discover your goals. After the onboarding process and learning how to use our platform, we provide you with everything you need to prepare and facilitate your first coaching session. From then on, you can use our platform to schedule your bi-weekly coaching sessions, message your coach in between sessions, and do additional exercises and microtasks to help you reflect and apply new insights, even with a busy schedule. You'll work on your goals, track your personal progress, and reach your first milestones on your path to a greater you. Get in touch with us.
At CCI, our vision is to be the best FMCG in the geographies we serve by creating value in everything we do. And we can only achieve this through our people. So that's why our keen focus is always on building the right capabilities of our people. So we are always looking for tools, opportunities, and partnerships that are unique and are best class, and most importantly, that can help us translate our strategy into action. And CoachHub actually is a perfect example of this partnership.
Because everything has changed over a period of time, now more cognitive skills are required in the organization. You need to have more empathy, you need to have more resilience. Those are the new trends that we're also following. If we go ahead and look at CoachHub, it's like a standard sort of a platform that we are offering to each. So everybody, irrespective of where they are within the CCI geography, they get the same solution, they get the same experience.
We're a consumer and customer-centric company, and if you don't understand the people, then you cannot win with your people. So, people are at the epicenter of everything we do. And we believe if we have the people, if we have the right people, we can win every challenge in our wonderful markets.
I haven't seen coaching in the real sense before. I have never experienced it before. And that's why I was more of a person who thinks that the person learns more on the job, not through these kind of sessions. But the whole program changed my own thinking. And I must say that I'm a different person now.
One insight what I found with the coach is that I am acting as a parent. I'm just not giving the advices, but I am more asking the questions from my peers or friends to guide them. And really my peers start to feel that.
When you are just engineer, you have only one direction. But when you are a leader, it means that to show the other peoples the right directions. You know, it's sometimes very difficult to control, to manage the people which has a different characters, different attitude and approach. And it was a really challenge to me. So coaching really helped me, firstly to understand, to figure out myself and then the others.
I struggle in giving feedback. This is one of the areas which I realized that I'm not giving the feedback in a proper manner. Another thing is about the conflict management. You have people around you, you do encounter different conflicts. That's a part of life actually, but how to manage them properly, that's an art actually.
I think coaching is about bringing the best out of the people.
Leadership is a choice that you make every day, because being a leader means you are not just responsible from self. You're responsible from entire community that you're living, from the organization where you are the leader. And this is not a very easy choice to make, and this is not the choice that everybody can do. I would really recommend to all my peers to at least go through this experience, to try, because once you try coaching, you never want to quit.
And that was very timely at the pandemic, to be honest. And bringing coaching into the flow of work is a competitive advantage.
So nobody can win the race by themselves. So if you want to be even more successful, obviously you need more help. And I think this platform is going to help our leaders to be a better leader in the future and develop themselves more freely.
You see, we always talk about changes, and I know this is an old phrase. The only thing that's guaranteed in your life is changes. We have to adjust to markets, we have to adjust to new environment. This is one of the most important soft skills, that people are willing to also go this route with us, and they are willing to adjust and adapt.
What we did before is we had classroom trainings and also webinars, but then everybody was together. And with coaching, each manager or employee can discuss her own cases. It's more individual. I really like to work with our employees and manager, and I really like to see how they grow. Digital coaching, the advantage is really you can do it from everywhere and anytime, and that makes it very flexible.
I had mixed feelings more because of the employees. I was not sure at the beginning if they really see the necessity and the need that somebody from the outside can also coach them on their daily problems.
We selected different providers, but for me CoachHub was the one very flexible, because we changed our ideas more than one, and there was different kind of solutions.
Coaching has made me more aware of the things which are surrounding me, especially with the global team that I am leading. It is more about different cultures, giving them space, understanding them, and learning from the mistakes, learning from the failures.
I was leaving my comfort zone while really developing and also identifying myself and understanding better what are my potentials and what needs to be also developed in order to reach the next level.
And I already see these benefits which are coming because people feel involved, and it's kind of an empowerment.
It was not that one size fits all, so it was really a real private experience also for me.
Well, before I thought, hey, everything online and stuff like that, I was not sure that it would work out well. But after using this CoachHub tool, it was really great. I used the goal setting process, I used the action plan, I used the notes. The experience was very well, also better than expected.
Yes, I would recommend it. It's very interesting to get a professional coach within the same situation, with more experience to talk openly, also to have the possibility to see into different companies, not only your own company.
I really was positively surprised how people actively made use of it. The coaching is really positive and has a positive aspect to our people.
We are in a transformation at the moment, and our target is to have a growth mindset, and I think this coaching culture helps to have this growth mindset.
See, what I learned is at the end, people from the outside who are not really in our daily life, they have different ideas, they have different perspectives, they have seen other companies, and they maybe ask questions to our people on the coaching side which an internal person wouldn't ask that way, that people really say, oh, okay, if I look at it from this perspective, I never looked at it, because we are too much in our daily business. And I think that really helped a lot.
Mobility, connectivity, renewable energy, robotics, Internet of Things, healthcare. Employees at TDK Electronics are dealing every day with quickly changing market requirements to meet customers' needs in an extensive range of industries. As a world-leading electronic component manufacturer, TDK Electronics started a state-of-the-art I 4.0 digitalization initiative to cope with the growing demands on productivity and innovativeness.
We are a manufacturing company, and therefore a key focus lies on providing smart services to our people, being daily engaged in operations tasks. The way we interact with our customers and how we develop products is constantly evolving. By offering more and more the opportunity to work remotely with smart collaboration tools, we enable our employees to make quicker and more reliable decisions. The transformation of TDK into an Industry 4.0 company is essential for our future success.
I 4.0 is a significant business transformation that has brought challenges for many employees. A new training format like digital coaching from CoachHub should help to develop new skills and a new mindset individually.
Coaching has been proven to be one of the most effective tools when it comes to things like managing stress, increasing personal resilience, or promoting mental well-being. Our employees face very unique challenges, which require very unique solutions as well. And that's exactly what we like about CoachHub. So CoachHub offers a highly customized coaching experience. They accompany and closely guide our employees to identify their strengths and their potential.
Well, I had a nice opportunity to learn a lot about Agile and Scrum, and could develop this further in my organization and actually tailor my organization to fit them. Well, such a pro talk with someone who has contact with other industries helped me a lot to relieve my pressure, actually, because our problems are not new sometimes. And I could actually make better decisions out of that.
Digital coaching helped me a lot to broaden my horizon. It's great to get an outside perspective on some specific issues. In the coaching sessions, I received tools and techniques that I could use to solve difficult situations. Especially in highly demanding times, the different self-reflection and awareness exercises help me feel more powerful and resilient.
TDK Electronics operates in many different regions and locations. 15 different languages are used in the company. CoachHub covers all required languages, which allows us to offer digital coaching to all employees worldwide.
The coaching I have received has significantly contributed to my personal and professional growth. Instead of receiving head-on instructions, the coaching was set up as a highly personalized dialogue, tackled my daily obstacles via guided reflection on my mindset, and offered me feedback in a private and professional environment.
TDK is committed to the principles of sustainable management and strives to reconcile economic, social, and ecological concerns at various levels. The working culture is driven by a unique venture spirit that fosters entrepreneurial thinking, empowered decision-making, and constant self-renewal.
You know all this term war for talents, and this term describes very well also the challenge on the one hand side to attract the highly engaged employees, and on the other hand side also to retain our staff. And here coaching really helps us in developing our employees to become highly effective and also inspiring leaders at the same time. Coaching can significantly improve the motivation and also the collaboration of entire teams. And the way to this goal needs to be paved with a high self-awareness, but also with professional growth. And we at TDK strongly believe that we must support our talents along their journey to fully unleash their potential and also their strengths and become the leader they always wanted to be.
Times where people really want to be empowered and take care of their own development. We chose CoachHub because it's so simple. CoachHub is really easy. You have your coach who says, hey, what you want to work on, what's on your mind? So it just multiplies empowerment in our culture, which is a great tool, and it culturally fits so much to Blue Tomato.
Blue Tomato is an organization that's been around for 30 years. It's kind of rooted in sports like snowboarding, surfing, skateboarding, and street styles. We operate 55 stores across Europe and have a really strong online business. Coaching is a super critical part of our corporate values and how it interrelates to our corporate values. We really emphasize development at Blue Tomato. So how do people get better all the time? That's how the organization ultimately gets better, is through improving the performance of our employees and really offering them a genuine opportunity to self-develop as they work and develop their career around passions and powerful experiences at Blue Tomato.
So CoachHub empowers our employees to really take on the driver's seat in their development, right? So it gives them a room where they can share their thoughts, where nothing's off the limits, where all critical questions are welcome, right? We have the team managers, the supervisors who say, now I'm able to really have this senior mentor outside of the company that helps me become a better leader. So in every situation it boosts us and it leverages the development.
I started my coaching journey in July 2020, and since then I did coaching sessions every 2 or 3 weeks. I really like CoachHub because I can use coaching anywhere and at any time I want, any time that is actually good for me. I think in today's business world there is a lot of pressure, especially in leading positions. And coaching really gives you a space where you can be yourself and where you can talk about your concerns.
I think the impact of CoachHub on our organization has been really obvious to all of us. It's been a really great impact for the company. As soon as we launched CoachHub about 16 months ago, we saw strong engagement from our management team. We have people that want to be better all the time. They engage with the tools, and right away we saw people responding to the coaching that they were getting on CoachHub. And for us, culturally, development's a super big cultural value, and so it just reinforced who we are organizationally.
The main drive of CoachHub is to make this exclusive product accessible to a majority of people. And this is what we felt from the get-go. So I was like, all right, they're serious about it. They want to offer us a product that's allowing a bigger audience to get coaching, which was for me oh, hey, you got me here, right? So, and when we rolled it out, the second thing was just how simple CoachHub is. It's, as an HR manager, you have a lot of things to do, and you always have questions from employees and a lot of construction sites. But with CoachHub was we started off, we rolled it out, people signed up, people matched with the coach. And the next thing we heard is hey, I want to continue my coaching. And that was amazing for me as an HR manager.
Being able to talk it out and get feedback on it, it just strengthens you in every way of your life.
One thing CoachHub did for us, it took our development to another level. To have this development booster, to have this thing that allows everyone in their individual situation to get better, to work here, right? And then it aligns with the rest of our development programs, so it was like a tie we knotted, right? It's like it completed our development program.
We have a slogan, and it's great people power great brands, and I really truly believe that we need to educate people, develop people, to get the best out of people.
We have our own Hunke Muller Academy, where we on a regular basis put new modules in for people to learn. Besides the more classical way of learning, we also wanted to make sure that they had their own personal development opportunity, and that's where we involved CoachHub.
We are always up to trying new things, and digital coaching was definitely something new for us at that point. But we felt that it really fit with our brand, as we're an international company.
I absolutely believe massively in coaching. I had some previous coaching sessions done with other people, and this was the first time digital, which was absolutely a nice experience. Working in a business, and you learn by experience. And then the next thing, you need to learn to work with other people. And when you work with other people, there are so different personalities coming across. And then it's going back to yourself, what does it do to me? Well, I think the best thing I've learned now is by listening and observing, you get so much more out of people or understand how a team works. Because I personally think you need to adapt to the people around you to get the best out of them.
I'm the head of merchandising for Hunke Muller, and effectively I look after all of the stock management for the business, working with all of the product teams, logistics, marketing, HR. I don't actually think there's a function I don't deal with in one way or another. I think the main pieces of feedback I got was about my communication style, that I could be a bit more reflective. My coach has really helped be a mirror to give me some perspective and different points of view on that. So she often brings me back to the crux, doesn't allow me to do deviate or tangents, and really hones in on what the challenge actually was and how we can potentially overcome that.
I manage a creative team that is very much about open-minded and left everybody to have their ideas and share and try to push for the unknown areas. You know? But at the same time, you have to teach them to solve all these everyday management problems. And well, the coaching session for me was very important because it clarifies some very maybe basic things that you need to know as a manager, but you were not really aware because you were more into the everyday situation. And it didn't help me only to being able to work on myself on those areas, you know, perceptions and how the people see me as a leader instead of just trying to go into one direction by myself, but as well helped me to give that knowledge to the team.
I really like that you could choose out of a coach that was really kind of more matching with your personality. The lady that I worked with was very kind, very open. And what I really loved about her is that she wasn't giving me a direction necessarily, but she was letting me talk a lot about myself and actually coming up with my own answers and solutions, which really helped me a lot. Basically, it gave me more self-awareness.
People are so eager to learn and develop, so they have asked us for more development opportunities, and we are really trying to provide that on all levels, and CoachHub really helps us to do that by not only providing coaching for the higher level and upper management, but also doing it for other management layers within our organization.
We need to give to the people as much as they give to us. I want us to be one of the leading digital and omni-channel retailers in the world. I want us to be inclusive, diverse and sustainable. I think the soft skills we need is the biggest thing is listening. And I think we need to listen to certainly the next generation. It is about making sure that you feel as though an employer treats you really in the right way, educates you, develops you and nurtures you for the future.
At Natixis IM for the last 3 years, we've been growing our talent management strategy, and talent retention is really a key topic for us. Amongst the programs and the initiatives, we've developed a recognition plan to reward our best key contributors, but also to grow their visibility and to help them developing their impact. The recognition plan is aimed at employees who are based everywhere in the world. So for us, it was definitely important to have digital solutions that helped us with our program. Our group, BPCE and Natixis, were already working with CoachHub, so it was pretty natural for us to try this solution, which had very positive feedback, and actually our experience with CoachHub was quite positive. We have selected 2 options for the participants who were interested in coaching, either individual coaching or co-development.
Natixis offered us a few sessions of coaching, and I decided to do it because I just got promoted, so I was in a transition phase, and I thought the coaching could help me go through it.
So I really enjoyed having this first discussion with the coach to be able to set who I am, what I'm doing and where do I want to go. What's interesting is that the coaches are used to this digital interaction.
So as HR, we have absolutely no access to everything that's being discussed during the coaching sessions. However, the digital platform of CoachHub allows us to know who has followed which coaching sessions, and to also get some feedback from the participants.
I thought the CoachHub digital platform was very easy to use. You've got some content on it, you can choose your coaches, you interact basically with your coach outside of the sessions. What was great is that you're able to refocus, to re-identify or to leverage your existing strength. And also what's preventing you from moving forward.
The best feedback we can have as HR and in charge of this program is when we see the participants sharing with us feedback with great smiles, saying that they really enjoyed and it helped them in the situation they were going through.
The coaching helped me gain in confidence and be more sure about myself. I recommend CoachHub and the program I follow. If you have something to work on, or even if you don't know that you have something to work on, you might find something to work on.
I would recommend CoachHub to all individuals, should it be in the early stage of their career, mid-career and later stage, should they be willing to grow in their role, willing to solve their work-life balance issue.
The feedback were quite positive on all elements of the program, so the decision has been taken to perpetuate the program, which we're very happy about, including all of these elements, including coaching.
Coach Hubbers, can we do a quick... Are we starting already? Oh, okay. Are we starting? Yes. Can we do a quick check outside if anybody's still outside, just to make sure that we don't lose half of our people? Excellent, okay. Thank you. We're going to wait for like another 2 minutes just to let everybody come in, get settled. It's after lunch. People deserve to be chill. Okay. All right, I think we still have some final drop-ins. Final drop-ins, very final drop-in. Wonderful, we're back. How's lunch? They had food for you? Yes? Everybody feeling like the post-lunch tiredness? Or is the energy like extremely high? What's the feeling? Oh, I like that. What does it say? Extremely high? No. She's like, don't talk to me. Okay, well, it doesn't feel extremely high. No problem, that's what we're here for. We're going to get it back up, the post-lunch energy. Nobody wants to play this game after lunch. It's horrible, but it's a lot of fun, so we're going to play it anyways. It's called Rock, Paper, Scissors. Yes, I have some excitement back there. Love it. Thorsten is going to win with this energy, 100%. Rock, paper, scissors. Now, it has different names. Rock, paper, scissors, flee, fla, flu, schnick, schnack, schnuck. Other names? What else? No? I have never heard of this one. Brochambeau? Oh, that's a... Okay. I'm going to have to figure out why later. I'll think about it. Okay, any other words? No? Lizard and what? Big Bang Theory. Ah, this is true. Lizard, you're right. I love it. Okay, we're going to end here. Wonderful, I can tell. Okay, so rock, paper, scissors. There is a rock in the game. There's a paper in the game. There's a scissors in the game. There's always the kid who does the Brunnen, the well. Don't be the kid. Don't be that. Also rain. No rain. Rock, paper, scissors. Now, with me. I always have to think about this. Rock beats, I need 2 hands for this. Rock beats scissors. Paper beats rock. I'm already failing. Scissors cuts paper. Thank you. Exactly. That's the 3 options. No more options. Now, this is not just a rock, paper, scissors game. It's the ultimate CoachHub rock, paper, scissors competition. So we're not just going to play rock, paper, scissors. We're actually going to make this a competition, which means you find a person, one person, next to you, and you start playing rock, paper, scissors 3 times, okay? 3, and then, no, 3 is more fun, because then it gets really riled up. Let's do 3, I promise. 3 times, okay? One person won, another one, the other person won, okay? 3 times. Then you put your hand up if you won the game, and you find another person who won another game, and then you play here, rock, paper, scissors, 3 times again, and there's again a winner. The people that lose start cheering for the winners, okay? Very loudly. So you will you go all in, like all post-lunch, all in celebration, okay? What's going to happen is it's going to be a little bit difficult to find the winners. So the winners also always have to put up their hands so they can find another winner, until in the very end we're going to have one versus the other screaming and come to the competition to an end. And it's worth it to win because we did bring a present. There's an incentive here to win. Okay. Any questions? They're like thousands of questions. No, it's clear? Okay. I wish you a lot of fun. We find a partner, and we start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rock, paper, scissors. Wie bitte? Ja, gerne. Okay. Wie geht's nochmal? Rock, paper, Schere, Stein, Papier. Schere, Stein, Papier. Schere, Stein, Papier. Noch einmal. Schere, Stein, Papier. So, oh, dann habe ich gewonnen. Okay. Ja, richtig. Siehst du? I know, you're like, please don't make me come on stage. You are?
I'm Zina.
Hi, Zina. Very nice to meet you. Congratulations. And you get a CoachHub wine. It's not a CoachHub wine, of course. We don't make wine.
Can I help you with
Thank you very much. This was your present. I broke it before I gave it to you. It's a Pinot Grigio.
I do drink wine.
Grigio. You do drink wine. That's excellent. Otherwise, we have loads more presents back there. No, I'm just kidding. This is your present, your wine, your book, Mastery of Uncertainty. Wonderful. Very much recommended for some inspiration. You rock. Congratulations. Give it up for Zina. All right. Well, my energy is definitely up. Everybody else, yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay, well, that's good. David is like, yeah. Okay, wonderful. Then, I think we're all ready for our next keynote. Is our next keynote ready for our next keynote? He's like, well, you tell me. All right, well, what we're going to be hearing next is another, I introduced the word, I might as well just use it, Schmankerl, goodie. Jonathan Schmankerl is the Bavarian word for goodie. This is what I learned today, isn't it? So you're a goodie. This is our goodie one of our goodies of today. We have all thought about the impact of coaching, right? Whether we've implemented coaching, whether we're about to implement coaching, whether we work with coaching like on the day-to-day, like CoachHubbers. The impact of coaching is all around, and who is better to talk to us a little bit about coaching and the impact that coaching has on individuals, teams, and organizations than the ultimate expert of coaching. So, we're going to do the other awkward clapping introduction that we learned earlier. So I talk, you do this, because remember I can't do both. Let's start. He is master coach, psychologist, And our Senior Vice President of Coaching, please warmly welcome Jonathan Passmore.
What a fabulous introduction. Thank you very much indeed. And it's great to be here with you in Berlin. Some of you might have seen that over the last couple of weeks I've been traveling extensively in the United States, in Canada, in other events on behalf of CoachHub, speaking. And of course, you've probably also noticed that there's been lots of changes that have been happening in the UK over the last few weeks. We seem to be getting through prime ministers at an alarming rate. Now, you could correlate that with the fact that we've left the European Union. Or you could correlate that. You could correlate that with other factors that are going on. But I phoned my daughter just as I was going to be setting off from Canada to fly back. And I said, hey, darling, are you okay? She's 11. And she's quite interested in politics and what's going on. And she said, Daddy, it's so exciting. I thought, oh, what are you going to say? She said, Daddy, it's only 2 more prime ministers until Christmas. So unfortunately, I'm not going to be telling jokes the whole time, but I'm going to talk about science and evidence as a professor of psychology, somebody who is fascinated by impact and evidence and how we can use that impact and evidence to help us, to help you ensure that coaching delivers the outcomes that you want for your organization, for your people, is critical and is going to be the focus for the next 40 minutes of this presentation. But let me start, I suppose, by asking you a question. Do you care about your people? I mean, do you really care about them? Just think about that question seriously and for one moment. Do you really care about them? Now, I suspect that you do. Now, of course, as a psychologist, I could say, well, I trust you. I rely upon your word. But actually I don't, because I'm a psychologist. I want evidence. I want evidence to say that we as humans truly care. Now, I knew the venue that we were coming to today, and as a result, I brought a little thing along with me. This is a human bone. It's a femur, so it's part of the human body. It's only a copy, so don't worry, although I was slightly concerned going through security and whether I would be stopped for smuggling human remains. I didn't, because they too realized that it was only a copy. But what's unusual about this unique bone is that it's 15,000 years old. It's a copy of a 15,000-year-old femur that was discovered in a dig by archaeologists. And as they looked at this, something amazing emerged. What's distinctive about this bone is the damage that you can see to the bone and the healing that took place. So it's abnormal in that sense compared to many other. This individual was probably out in a hunter-gatherer society, hunting, and unlike his or her colleagues when they were returning home, this person, probably a pig or something else, a wild boar or a deer, ran into them and broke their leg. For any other species, maybe a little bird or a lower level mammal might stay with that other colleague, that other family member, that other member of the group for a few minutes. Higher species might stay there for a few hours. But for anybody, any species that breaks their bone in this particular way, they can't move. They can't walk easily. They can't access water. They can't defend themselves. They can't run away from the predators. They can't feed themselves. They are a liability to their group. So other species leave them behind. Their lunch or dinner for the other predators. This individual wasn't. Somebody in that group who they were hunting with cared for them. They picked them up, they took them back into the group for hours, for days, for weeks, for months, they looked out for them. They got food and water. They supported them as they got that bone healed to exercise before they rejoined the tribe, rejoined the hunter group to go and collect food in months' time before they were once again a productive individual. I would argue this is a fantastic piece of evidence that we as humans care. I suspect this piece of evidence illustrates that we as humans care for our people. But it's not the only thing that sets us apart. We are distinctive as a species because there are other factors too. We care, yes, but we're also critical thinkers. We want to think about the learning from yesterday and how we can plan to do things differently tomorrow. Now that enables us to be highly productive, but it also means sometimes that we worry in a way that maybe other species don't worry about, will there be enough fruit for me to pick tomorrow, thinks the chimpanzee. Probably not. But we as humans have those negative thoughts can get in the way of our performance, as well as using those in a way to enhance our productivity and our performance. We're also distinctive in the way that we use language. We can think about past and future. We can plan using that reflective skill, that conscious awareness, and we can also engage in developmental conversations, coaching conversations that help people to develop the plans to really deliver. Now, over coaching, probably many of us think, well, coaching's pretty new. Matti this morning said, CoachHub is 4 years old. Here it is. This is coaching. But of course, we know that coaching goes back farther than this. We know that coaching, is that going to work for me? No. Can somebody flick the next slide, if that's possible? I don't know why that is not working. Thank you very much. So we know, looking at human history, that coaching certainly goes back 20, 30 years. But I would argue that coaching probably goes back 50 or maybe 15,000 years from the example that I'm illustrating. That we as humans were probably coaching each other to learn, not just by directing and telling our peers in our hunter-gatherer societies, this is how you do something, but intuitively, indigenous First Nation people, the evidence when you look at colonies in Africa, examples of communities, Maori communities, for example, often are using these reflective conversations to help people to develop an insight as well as a connection to their colleagues within their tribe, within their community. So I argue that this community of coaching is something that is part of what we are as being human to help us to develop. Then we saw a pivot point from that conversation that was just being used without really probably much serious consideration, but we moved into classical societies. And here I'm talking about Socrates, Plato, the Greek philosophers, who started to recognize that this reflective dialogue could be immensely useful in a formalized way for learning. In fact, Socrates was so powerful, so challenging in his reflective conversations that made the leaders of his society, the Greek leaders, made him drink poison. Now, hopefully, the CoachHub coaches are not so challenging for your people that it leads them to having to drink poison. But we do have that conversation that provides a sense of challenge as part of what it is to be a coach. Then we saw a third pivot point that was happening in this 10,000 plus year history of coaching, what I describe as the professionalization of coaching. And this professionalization of coaching saw the emergence of professional bodies, development of training standards, of ethics, of coach competencies, and an identity where people started to step forward and say, I am a coach. And that period during the 1980s and 1990s, with the formation of the International Coaching Federation, with the EMCC, a professional body who themselves have 25,000 members across Europe and across the world, these standards help create quality and consistency. Now, I would argue that we're at another pivot point in history. A change that is sweeping across the coaching industry. In the past, all of that coaching was for the elites, for individuals who could afford the executive coach to travel to them. The executive coach was very much a perk, a benefit for senior leaders to help them to continue to perform. But democratization, the ability to bring a digital solution, enables coaching to be offered just not for a few people, but for the many. And I think that pivot point is beginning to revolutionize coaching, not only to democratize it, but to bring that opportunity for all employees to have those reflective conversations that help them to get better at their performance, while signaling from us as employers, as HR people, that we care about our colleagues. Now, not surprisingly, at CoachHub, we are thought leaders in this particular space. We continue to research, to write, to publish, to collaborate with you, to help you to imagine how coaching can be used, to measure how coaching has an impact on your individuals and your organizations. And I'll talk about that in a moment or two. But we've set out our definition of what we think digital coaching is. At CoachHub, we think digital coaching is technology-based. It's about a live, so it's synchronous conversations between the coach and the coachee. It is enabled by secure digital communications that have both audio and video features. Because what's important is not only hearing the words that people say, but also seeing their whole body language, getting their facial expressions, getting all of that detail to help them to develop a deeper understanding of themselves and their situations. And because it's digital, it's scalable, and it's more easy for us to collaborate with you to provide that data that helps you to measure the impact and the outcomes of coaching at an individual and at an organizational level. So when you're thinking about coaching, when you're looking at the evidence, we have plenty of that to collaborate with you. And check out more details on our website for things like this, and our publications about Research Bulletin that helps you to understand more of the science. But let me, in the next 20 minutes, just explore a little bit about measurement. And measurement is one of those things that we could be exploring from a number of different dimensions. We can certainly look at it from an individual perspective. How does the individual feel, or how does the individual change as a result of the coaching work that we're doing with them? But I think it's important that we pay attention as well to the work of people like Richard Kilberg. And Richard highlights to us the importance that coaching is not just an individual perk. Yes, of course, it needs to serve the needs of the individual, but it also needs to serve the needs of the organization. So when we think about metrics, we need to bring those elements together into a harmony to measure both aspects, to think about the individual gain and the organizational benefit. So I'm going to share with you just 3 ways that you can think about that, taking account of the individual and the organizational need. I'm going to be looking at randomized controlled trials. I'll tell you a little bit more about what they are. I'll tell you a little bit about ROI, so the return on investment metrics. And I'm also going to look at case study examples as part of helping you think about measurement or building a business case for its use. Let's start with the first of these. The first of these are randomized controlled trials. So randomized controlled trials are the gold standard in science research. If any of you have taken the COVID vaccine, if any of you have ever taken a painkiller, if any of you have then taken any medicine during the course of your life, you would imagine that the authorities who regulate the prescription of drugs, of which ones are allowed and which ones are not, which ones can make claims and which ones can't, it's a highly regulated field. The field requires evidence, and the evidence standard, the gold standard, is a randomized controlled trial. And essentially, a randomized controlled trial is a group of people, let's take you as a population, and without that group's knowledge, they're cut into 2 groups. One group get intervention A, whatever it is, a tablet that treats COVID, and another group don't. They just get a water tablet. no one knows which group that they're in. In fact, the person who gives them the drug, just in case there's a concern that they might give it away, they don't know. Only the researchers behind the scenes know which person is in which particular group. And then we measure the effect. How many people COVID, how many people in COVID, and see whether the drug that's being prescribed, a painkiller or a COVID vaccine or whatever that might be, does it make a difference on people's health outcomes, the number of people who contract COVID or about their sensations of pain. We expect those high standards in medicine, and we should expect the same standards in relation to coaching. Coaching should be as evidence-based, using a gold standard for science and measurement, just as in any other intervention, whether that is medicine, counseling, or others. Now, I'm pleased to say that in coaching, there has been over the last 20 years a whole selection of randomized controlled trials that gives me and you the confidence to go away and say, I know that coaching is a great solution in these specific instances. And there are a host. There are more than 30 examples of these randomized controlled trials. Now, being a psychologist, I begged the organizers of the event, could I not have a 4-hour slot to give them the detail of randomized controlled trials and all of that evidence? And they said, no, Jonathan, you can spend 10 minutes on that. So, as a result, you've just got one slide very briefly summarizing half a dozen examples. Now, no doubt, you can very quickly scan that, even take a photo of it, and give you some examples of where coaching makes a difference. And you can see sickness, absence. Coaching seems to make a positive effect on reducing absence. Probably that's to do with employee engagement and people feeling more motivated and more connected to their workplace. They've still got the same cold, but some people choose a duvet day, and other people are saying, do you know what, I'm going to get out of bed, I'm going to connect in online. I'll keep away from my colleagues that I won't spread the virus or germ that I have, but I'm still going to make progress with my work. A study that I did with a colleague, we looked at a comparison of coaching versus directive learning. Randomized controlled trial, over 200 participants, and what we found in this study, maybe to my delight, maybe also to my surprise, was coaching was more effective and more efficient than a directive telling style of learning. A little bit more evidence around that. So what we found was that individuals who went through the coaching-based intervention had fewer hours of learning by about 30%, and the pass rate, in other words, people achieving the required learning standard, also went up by just over 25%. So it reduced the time and it improved the outcome of the learning in comparison to a directive style of teaching. Now you might think, well, that's weird, why is that the case? The reason for that, we hypothesized in the paper, was to do the fact that each person starts with a different learning need. One of us might already know quite a lot about the subject, so we can start from that level of knowledge. Somebody else might be starting from down here, so that this person doesn't need as much input. And secondly, because it's about focusing on what the individual's needs are, some people might need to focus on one aspect, somebody else needs to focus on another aspect. Because across a syllabus, there are a variety of things that an individual needs to learn, whether that's being a leader or a manager or using a new piece of software. So the coaching style demonstrated it was highly effective and highly efficient as a learning methodology. Leadership development, exactly the same evidence. Building leadership competencies, coaching demonstrates that it's a highly effective tool in relation to this. When it comes to well-being, another randomized control trial, evidence here in terms of well-being, coaching can help with well-being outcomes. And as a side measure, in this particular study, they also illustrated that it improved individuals' gratitude. So a sense of, thank you very much, I really like being part of this team, and appreciation. Job satisfaction, organizational commitment, that links to that first sickness study that I talked about. Evidence from this randomized control, positive impact of coaching. And the last example, Eric de Haan's work. Eric works at Ashridge, and a number of studies that he's conducted, and we've seen this in multiple studies in terms of goal attainment. Coaching is fantastic at improving goal attainment. So individuals not only clarify what their goal is, but they then develop a plan, and because it comes from within them, not surprisingly, their commitment is increased, because the coach helps them to think through how they move towards that goal. Not only are they more committed to it, but they're more likely to achieve that goal because they have a step-by-step approach to achieving the goal. So for a variety of reasons, evidenced by randomized controlled trials, coaching builds the business case to demonstrate value. And once again, behavioral scientist colleagues that I work with will be very happy to sit down with you to think about what's unique in your organization where coaching should be making a difference, and how we can work with you to build that evidence, that business case for you to demonstrate impact in the specific use case that you have. Now, meta-analysis is another area that I love to engage with. This is almost averaging the randomized controlled trials that I've just been talked about here. And there have been 7 meta-analysis studies that have been done over the last 10 years. Here's one from Tim Teboom, who's based in Amsterdam. And what this does is average together all of those randomized controlled trials. Because one of the challenges that you might have put in your head was, well, that might work in manufacturing, but how might that relate to retail? Or that might work in financial services, but how does that relate to my specific not-for-profit organization? So by putting these together and averaging out the figures and clustering the different types of measurement is what Tim and his team did, we can see against performance, well-being, coping, goal attainment, as well as attitudes, how an average score would be. And you might be very familiar with meta-analysis, or you might be less familiar with it, what these figures demonstrate to us is that coaching has a moderate effect size, which is very comparable with the outcomes that we see for mentoring, appraisals, and training. So if you're not using coaching in your organization, the obvious question would be, why not? Because the evidence would show you that from a meta-analysis, this average of multiple studies, that it will produce positive effects in performance, generalization, and also in well-being. And we could break that down into specific aspects, such as goal attainment or in terms of absence. So we're seeing the same results when we do this for online as you might be in face-to-face. So the evidence would be concluding that we should be focusing on coaching as part of our HR strategies. Now, another challenge that people sometimes say to me is, well, it's a little bit of a perk because I've got 50,000 people in my organization and I can't give coaching for 50,000 people. I can only give it for 50 or for 500 or for 5,000. Fantastic, because there's a lovely study by colleagues at Sydney University. Sean O'Connor and Michael Kavanagh did a study that looked at what they described as the ripple effect. And the ripple effect is a little bit like when you throw a stone into a pond and you see it ripple out. It seems, from this study that they did, coaching has that effect. We might coach one person, but because their goal attainment, their leadership skills, their levels of engagement are enhanced, and also because they adopt more of a coaching style with their team, it appears that coaching ripples out and has a positive effect on their colleagues in their immediate team, but also many of us work in matrix organizations. And as a result, that coaching effect, that ripple effect, that positivity spreads out across the organization. So when you're thinking about coaching, even when you're coaching 550 or 500, it's likely that you're impacting not just those 5, but 25. You're not coaching 50 people, but the ripple effect will spread that to 250 people. Great piece of evidence to show the spread and positivity, the love, the care that coaching can give beyond you in HR commissioning that piece. Second example I wanted to talk about is ROI, so return on investment. Have a look at this data. And you're looking at that, and I can see the facial expressions. A lady in the front row here, she's like, oh, okay, that's interesting. That's a big range, isn't it? 788, 300 and something or other, 300 and, let's have a turn around, 321. Wow, that's a big range. Why is it such a range? Well, the reality for return on investment is that the range varies because the type of organizations vary, and the type of people being coached in these different studies has varied, and because the estimates vary. Now, this particular set of data that is included here is published in magazines or claims that are made from individual studies. But as I'm a scientist, I'm always very skeptical. And my skepticism, my critical nature, means that I want to say, show me the formula that you've used. Show me the assumptions that you've made, so I can repeat that and validate the study. That's what good science does. So if in a medicine journal, or a COVID journal, or in a science journal, the method is published and is open for scrutiny. Now, on none of these studies, let me repeat that, on none of these studies was the formula, the method described with sufficient detail. None of the assumptions were clearly articulated that enable you or me to repeat this research. So as a science study, if I was editing a journal and had this, it would go into the bin. Now, that's not to say that this can't provide us with some interesting insights. And in fact, at CoachHub, we wanted to do exactly that. We first of all commissioned an external partner, Forrester. We used their methodology that we asked them to publish in full, so you as a reader could see that methodology. And thirdly, we asked them to openly publish all of the assumptions that they were making, which were based on interviews with a sample of our clients at CoachHub, and you can download for free on our website the Total Economic Impact Report that allows you to see the CoachHub return on investment, full, transparent, and independent. So if anybody talks to you about ROI, ask them the question. So what was the methodology? What were the assumptions? We'd like to see behind this, because the reality is there's a lot of fake claims that are made, and only when we see evidence, transparency, and openness can we validate those claims. Please download our report. I'd really be interested to hear from you about your views. My colleagues in behavioral science would be happy to talk with you about your unique circumstances, because every client is different, and every circumstance is unique about the use case or how that population might be different, and the intervention might be different to your organization compared with another. So let me talk about the third aspect. The third aspect is in relation to case studies. And of course, we know when we talk to people that people love coaching. I was speaking to somebody this morning, and they were telling me the experience that they had over coffee, where their employees came to them. And that particular employee said, oh, I'd come back into the workplace. I was so delighted with my coaching. And they cried. They cried about how fantastic it was that someone was listening to them. Let me give you two real, genuine cases. I've changed the name to protect the individuals. But the first of those is Jens, an executive coaching assignment where we're working with him on building the alignment across his senior team. So we came into coaching thinking, well, I want to make sure that my colleagues in my organization are fully aligned. I want to make sure that there is a connection. But as we started to speak, and we met 3 or 4 times in the work that I was doing as an executive coach, what became interesting was the amount of stress he was carrying. COVID, organizational change, the pressures of quarter-by-quarter reporting. You know those issues. Probably you experience them each and every day in your organization. The demands from your line manager, your boss, your stakeholders to say, if you've run that last lap in 60 seconds, now run it in 59. and you run round in 59, and then they say to you, come on, run round in 58, or 57, or 56, or 55, or 54. It's exhausting. And being at the top of an organization is even more exhausting. Now, on about the fourth or fifth coaching conversation, what was unusual on that particular occasion is Jens said, I'm really getting this neck ache. It's just over the last few weeks that I'm experiencing this. Since the last time I met, that's interesting. Have you been playing sport? And we explored a few hypotheses around this. We talked about his sense of well-being. And I just wondered, I was like, okay, what's going on here? So I don't usually step in to give advice, but my advice in this situation was, I think you ought to go and see your doctor. Just go and book an appointment this week and go and have a conversation with that. It's unusual that this is happening. I got a text message about 10 days later from Jens. He was in hospital. And he said, you might have just saved my life. Like, wow. What had happened was, 2 days later, he'd made an appointment. He'd been to see the doctor the next day. And the doctor said, that's really worrying. Let me just send you for a scan. He went down to the hospital, and the hospital completed a scan of him, and they whipped him straight into an operation where he had a triple heart bypass operation. The anxiety that they had was that stress and that pressure had been building up, and he was probably on the verge of a heart attack. Now, I didn't know that. I just thought, that's interesting. Maybe this is something. I can provide a space of well-being, but sometimes the body just gives us little clues about what's going on. And having a colleague, having a coach who was able to sit, to listen, to really listen to what he was saying, to be the sole focus of my attention, enabled just the mirror to be held up as just have a little think about this. Have a little think about this. What might be important for you? And in that instance, probably saved his life. Second example that I wanted to share with you is Anna. Anna's a relatively new leader in an organization when I was working with her on a women's development program, and was part of a group of individuals who were referred for leadership skills, helping her to build her confidence and step up into this new leadership role. What emerged during our conversations was it isn't only about the capability to stand up here. As I was sitting down here just waiting for that introduction, which still is echoing in my head. In that situation, people can come up and perform. There are a set of things that you do. Practically, you're probably, because you're reflective human beings, analyzing me now, analyzing this presentation. You might be saying things like, wow, he is so cool. How could he not be anxious at this? But the truth is, of course I'm anxious. My heart rate is probably at about 120. My palms are sweaty, as is the rest of my body. It's probably data you didn't need to know, isn't it? But those are natural human responses to a situation that is putting me in a high-stress position where I'm performing two roles. One is that I need to educate, so I'm providing data and information for you, because I'm a professor, I should give you information and knowledge. But I'm also, it's the graveyard slot, we call it. Sorry, no pun intended. But in that, I'm also required to entertain. So all of that thought process that is going on in my head, I know the techniques, but I also need to manage not just those techniques, I also need to manage the confidence, the belief that I can do this. For Anna, she had all of the skills. She knew how to prepare a presentation. What's an introduction, maybe a little bit of a warm-up, in my case, a joke about a British Prime Minister. I thought would go down well with a German audience. You know, a little bit of a joke, given the venue where we are, always goes down well. And in these situations, you want to provide a little bit of a structure for the 30 minutes or so that we have together. So as a presenter, there's a format. Anna knew all of that format. But in her head, she was going, not sure I can do that. It's this lady who'll be in the front row. She'll be looking critically at me. What will she be thinking? She might be thinking, oh, I don't like that suit. Oh, I'm not really sure you've done your hair very well today, Anna. All of those things, for each one of us, can get in the way of our performance. Those inhibiting thoughts, those negative, nagging comments that prevent us stepping forward into new opportunities. So if, in the work that we did with her, was simply based on building her behaviors, helping her to be more effective at her presentation competence, that wouldn't have been enough. We also need to, in coaching, help individuals to explore the confidence of their ability to manage those negative thoughts and to have the confidence to step forward. To identify what are those negative beliefs that are getting in the way. What are those thoughts that are inhibiting your optimal best self stepping forward into a presentation? So by identifying them, to help her to then dispute them, what's the evidence for that? Tell me about a time when you did present really well. Tell me about a time when you were highly effective. Tell me about what you did. Shifting that conversation away from the negative past beliefs into future beliefs about the possibilities, drawing on the strengths to enable her to then identify effective outcomes, effective plans, to more enable her to present in a highly engaging way, managing away those unhelpful thoughts and moving into a space where she was confident and thus illustrated her full capability. Great outcome for an individual, and you play that across multiple individuals in an organization, you get multiple gains. For individual cases, we can go and talk to Jens and to Anna and ask them about their experience with the relationship with their coach, an important factor, but also help them to think about what were their measurable objectives and their goals, and how did they as an individual move towards them. So when you think about evaluation, thinking at an organizational level is critical, but also combining that with an individual level, because the individuals make up the organization. Measuring coaching at both levels is what we would argue. So as I start to think about drawing some of those threads together, and maybe set out for you a menu of when you might use coaching. And of course, many of you are already using coaching in your organizations, and you're probably thinking, what next? For others of you, maybe you have not made that step into applying digital coaching into your organization. And you might be asking the question, what should be my first step? Of course, each you has a different pain point. Each of you will be thinking, what are the current challenges that we have here? And of course, they're different from the person who might be sitting on the opposite side of the room. So here are just 8 things, 8 use cases that you could give consideration to. 8 where you could be applying those. And of course, that varies widely, but the evidence tells us these are 8 great areas where you might start or step into next. Coaching and the evidence for coaching is fantastic when it comes to transitions, helping individuals transform themselves from one role, maybe in a technical role, into their first-line supervisor leader role. Maybe stepping up from that supervisor role into the next one. That could happen before the promotion, or it could be as part of the promotion process. So as they have their first 100 or 150 days to support them navigating their way through this new role and the new expectations that you and their stakeholders have towards them. I've shown you evidence about how coaching can improve leadership competencies. So not surprisingly, coaching is fantastic as part of a leadership development. Taking the generalized content from a leadership program and applying that to you as a unique individual. What's relevant to you? How do you bring that to life in your day-to-day activities as a leader? Skills development, how we would turn new knowledge into new habits. There might be new systems, new processes that are happening in your organization. Transformational change as you pivot or respond to that changing environment that we're seeing that's going to be played out in 2023 as a result of that economic consequences that all of us are experiencing probably through this winter and that will play out through the whole of 2023. Helping people to pivot, to change, develop the skills that they will need in that new business context. The fourth one on my list is about women's development, but it could be more generally about diversity and inclusion. It could be about D&I, it could be neurodiversity, but there's good evidence from research studies that have been done, particularly around women, as all of us seek to create more equal and just workplaces where everybody can thrive, everybody can succeed, everybody can flourish. I think one of the aspects that we certainly will be changing and engaging with over the coming year is organizational change. If we had a lot of that over the last 2 to 3 years, I suspect that over the next 2 to 3 years, that isn't going to diminish. We will still have to reposition our organizations for these new economic consequences. That's in relation to inflation, in relation to power and energy uses, and I know how that's playing out here in Germany. It's playing out exactly the same in Europe too. Mergers and acquisitions, my prediction is that isn't going to change either. In fact, the pace of those is likely to accelerate. What we see in economic downtimes is coming together of firms. Opportunities that new firms see to acquire other partners in their industry, the opportunity to maybe bring together conglomerates to create more power in the marketplace. It's a recent study that I did with a colleague, a German colleague, on M&As, demonstrating the power of coaching to facilitate the M&A, bringing together the assumptions, the values and beliefs, because those are the factors that often derail the mergers, and through that process and realignment of those aspects enables the merger and acquisition more likely to be successful. Final two here. One of those, in some respects, has been a lot of the work that I've done is about creating a space for senior leaders, a space where they can reflect and be challenged by an independent coach who can sit with them and enable them just to have that space out from the day-to-day, to think critically about what they're doing, to have their feet held across the fire in a supportive way that enables them to develop new insights from somebody who doesn't have a vested interest. So that critical thinking space can be amazingly useful. And of course, a lot of us in coaching have talked about the value of well-being and the benefits that coaching can offer employees to feel heard, to feel empathized with, to feel listened to. It was important during COVID, and it's still important now. So as I draw together this presentation and come together with you to think about not just 15,000 years ago about how we cared as humans for our fellows in our tribe, to invite you to be thinking about now, as you go back to your workplaces, as you go back to your colleagues, and to think, what are we doing to care for our employees with the same level of care and attention that our ancestors cared for their people? My invitation to you, my challenge to you, is to go back to your workplaces and to take the inspirational day that we have had together to bring about the transformation that you would like to see to deliver that care for your employees. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Jonathan. We have time for one question, literally one question. So the first one up gets to take the question. That's a lot of pressure, I know. It's like, there you go.
Hi, I'm Sylvia, and thank you so much for your wonderful presentation and sharing all the data, because I think when I was bringing in coaching, we missed a lot of that. How do we establish an ROI when we don't have the numbers? I'm hearing more and more about team coaching. So from my standpoint, coaching is very much an individual sport. However, team coaching is also showing to be a real value. And so I'm curious from your perspective, and maybe even some research if you have it, where do you see team coaching coming in maybe, and where that value is?
That's a great question. And I think first thing that I should do is explain the difference between team and group coaching. And these phrases are often lumped together to assume that they're the same. So for me, group coaching is a random collection of people. It might be in the same organization, but they have different missions, different purposes, different goals. They might not work together. They're certainly working on different types of projects. So you might be a group. A team is a group, so it's a sub-element of a group, but a group who share a common purpose. So it might be the group who are responsible in the HR team for the employee relations, or the talent development team, which might be 3, 4, 5, or 25 people, sharing a common purpose. Coaching is beginning to move into this particular space, and I'm really delighted, proud. When I was at Henley, I still am at Henley Business School, we set up the first coach education program for team coaches. It's accredited by the ICF and the professional bodies. I worked with the EMCC and ICF to put in place team coaching competencies, because I believe for team coaching, the competencies required are different. In fact, there are more of them than at one-to-one. And we are beginning our work, in fact, we've been working for the last 6 months at CoachHub to put in place an offer for group coaching and for team coaching that will be launching early next year, because we recognize there is this interest from the market. But what we didn't want to do was to rush ahead with a product just to be first. We wanted to move in a position where we were able to offer a high quality, evidence-based intervention. We have a white paper that's coming out in the early part of next year, and come and talk to our behavioral scientists. We'd be happy to talk to you about team or about group and how they might combine with one-to-one coaching. So it's an emerging area of practice, and I'm sure if we were asked people in the room, let's do that little bit of research. How about that? You up for that? You up for research? Okay. Who in the room would be interested in, and we won't be writing down your names because it's too dark for that, but who in the room would be interested in team and group coaching and exploring that as a possibility in their organization? So let's, it was 50%, it's now it's 80%. Any more for any more? About 80%. So you hit the button right on the head with that question. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you so very much, Jonathan, for this very, very inspiring keynote and conversation that we just had. Now, we're all about combining the science of coaching with the practice of coaching, right? Which is why now we're going to go all deep into the practice, like into the real deal client. This is where it happens in the organization. We're going to get together and we're going to brainstorm, all in 2 different settings. Setting number one is our one and only Claus Keller. Where's Claus? There you are, already, of course, already in position. Who's coming from Toyota, Germany, and is going to talk to us about really a very inspiring and massive transformation that the organization is going through, the entire organization, specifically in this case, the German part of Toyota, and talk about how they are really ingraining the behaviors of tomorrow into their workforce, with their workforce through coaching. So that's a really inspiring story. I know it for a fact, emotionally myself, very invested into the success of the program. So that's going to be fantastic. The second one is a workshop that we're going to facilitate myself together with my colleague Patrick. I think he's not here. I think he's already in the workshop room. Yes, thought so. Wonderful. Everybody already in position. I love it. And we're going to get a little bit practical. We're going to have a world cafe. So you're really going to discuss, find some ideas around walking the talk, engaging all of your stakeholders that are relevant in a coaching program, from the top senior stakeholders all the way to the coachee, as you roll out a program in your organization. So we're going to get very practical. We're hoping it'll be around 30 people over there. So think about, is that a question that you've asked yourself recently? How do I strategically engage stakeholders? If yes, this is the time for you to get up. I'm actually not going to introduce you yet, Klaus, because we need everyone to do a quick bio break.
I fear that everyone is leaving the room now and following you.
It's the opposite. I'm afraid nobody will follow me. Okay, no pressure here, right? So you're all going to have like 5 minutes for a quick bio break, and then we're going to start here in 5 minutes and 5 minutes over there. Have fun.
Ja, ich mache das von hier aus. Ja, ja, wenn ihr klingelt, ne? Spannend, wenn ich nicht so viel rede, ne? Aber das wäre ja ein Ding. Guck dann mal auf 1 oder 3. Yeah, thank you for staying. I was really thinking everyone follows Jule. She is so entertaining. My name is Claus, as you have heard and can read. With this first name, you know to which age group I belong, because I don't think there are any Clauses born anymore. That's a long time ago. Before I go into the presentation, and you can read the title here, I want to ask you something. And it's very simple. What is your perception about Toyota? What comes to your mind when you hear Toyota? And you can be very honest. Reliable cars, that's a given, yeah. Anything else? Hybrid, it's also a given. You said boring cars? You said boring cars. No, honestly, about 10, 15 years ago, we built terribly dull cars. I mean, you all know this first generation Prius and the second generation even, they were ducks on wheels, terrible from the design. But I also want to change your perception a bit. And sometimes I hear the saying of, yeah, in Europe, Toyota is not that strong. So let's look at the numbers here. And this is passenger car market, total Europe, first 9 months this year, sales on a brand level. So Volkswagen is number 1 with 9.8% market share, and the number 2 is Toyota. And you are not becoming number 2 in Europe by just selling reliable and boring cars. Just to change a little bit the perception here. So we are not that bad on the way in Europe. You can argue the numbers may vary a little bit depending on what you define as total Europe. The UK numbers are in here. But they are, of course, always a bit of a kind of a definition area. And you see also that this year is pretty much driven by supply capability. So the companies who can supply have a market share gain. This will change over time again. But you can also argue those companies who have managed supply have done something better than maybe the others. So that's about Europe. But now coming to my presentation, the Toyota way. What is it? Why change? And then finally, that's why we are here, what coaching has to do with it. So when we now move a little bit from the European level to the global level, you might be familiar with these kind of headlines that says, Toyota remains world's biggest car seller, or record profits, very profitable company. So what is the secret behind all of this? What is the secret of Toyota? And searching for the secret started in the early 90s. Many experts came up and they believed to know what makes Toyota different. Thousands of books. I was at General Motors in the early 90s and everyone was looking at Toyota. How do they build such high quality cars so efficiently? And it was all about the Toyota production system. And every manufacturer in the world tried to copy Toyota in terms of production system. And they, to a certain extent, failed. And I want to go into the reason why this might have been the case. So many experts believe, or to know what makes Toyota different, there's another expert who also believes to know what Toyota makes different. His name is Akio Toyoda. He's the CEO of the Toyota Motor Corporation, and he's the grandson of Kiichiro Toyoda, who is the founder of the corporation. So in a certain way, Toyota is still a family-owned business, believe it or not. And Akio, he's a kind of a rock star. When he talks, everyone knows him, loves him. When he talks globally to executives in the entire world, to retailers in the entire world, he's a kind of a rock star. And basically, the only thing he talks about in all his speeches is about values. Toyota values, nothing more. And that brings me to the point that when we talk about the Toyota way, it's not just a process or a set of rules. Above all, it's what I call an attitude. In German, we would say eine Haltung. And maybe take two examples for it. The one is out of the production system, pulling the andon. It's a kind of a cord that is on every assembly line. And when the worker at the assembly line has a problem, he pulls the cord. This is something all the other manufacturers copied in the early 90s. And now comes the point to the attitude. I've been to Burnaston in northern England, where we produce Toyota cars. And when you talk to the line workers, in average, they pull the andon line every 47 seconds, something like that. And they pull it when they have a problem. And the problem is, I put this screw into the kind of door panel, and it was not so easy than before. So I pull the line, and there are other people then coming to this point to help him. What is the problem? I mean, we are in northern England, and there are some blokes at the assembly line, I really can tell you. When you ask them about what is your job here, they give you the answer, and I'm honest to this. I report problems. If you don't have a problem, you have a problem. This is what you get as an answer. So this is very much about the attitude, and I think everything about, we have heard in the morning, freedom to fail. If you go there and say, I have the freedom to fail, and then you make something wrong, and then as the first person coming and cuts off your head, you do it once, but you don't do it a second time. And I think this is what I mean with kind of attitude versus a process. The second thing I like also very much is Genshi Genbutsu. It says, go and see by yourself, or go to the source. It really basically means, before you have an opinion, go and look at the problem and collect the facts. Honestly, in Europe, we are often in the opposite. We have an opinion to everything. Also, we don't know the facts and understand the problem. And we are very much good in blaming. These politicians should do this, and they failed, and it's all terrible. This is not at all a Toyota way. It's really, when you experience it, they take this Genshi Genbutsu very serious. And a nice element in this is also the Toyota 5 why. Ask 5 times why, and then you have found the source of a problem. You can test it, you can do it with your kids and these kind of things. It's really fun. I had a very personal experience the last time I was in Japan in the Kuragaike Commemorative Hall. So this is my really most emotional personal experience with what I call Toyota Way. This Kuragaike Hall used to be a kind of a board member retreat, a kind of an off-site location, or kind of a sanctuary of Toyota. And there is a small stair going down into a cellar, and they have a little museum there about the Toyota history. And we went down these stairs, and then you first get again this kind of introduction, how Toyota transformed from a loom company into a car company. And this was in the early 1930s. Sakichi Toyota, the founder of the loom company, sold all his patents to an English company, and they were sitting on a chunk of money. And he had a great idea to his son Kiichiro, saying, now you take this money and you build cars. So it was in the early 1930s. In Japan, there was basically not a single car engineer in whole Japan. So what they did do is they bought US cars, they dismantled them, they tried to copy them, and they built their own cars. And naturally, the result was the cars were crap. The quality was pretty poor because they did not have any experience. And now we are coming to this point. So you get this kind of story in the sanctuary of Toyota about moving from a loom company to a car company, and then you turn around and you are in the middle of this little museum, and there is a kind of a diorama. It really looks a bit like a model railway thing, and I really went with my camera close to it to make this kind of photo. And I explain you the story on this. The green truck is a Toyota truck who broke down once again because the quality was so poor. The white people in these white anoraks, overalls, they are Toyota engineers. Genshi Genbutsu, go to the source, solve the problem. The person on the upper left side who's a bit angry is the owner of the truck, because he had a very urgent delivery, and again this shitty car broke down, and now his whole business is going away, and he's very upset. And the person who bends and apologizes is Kiichiro Toyoda, the founder of the company. And to make this humiliation perfect, the truck in the background, the brown one, is not a Toyota truck, it's a Ford, because they did not have any replacement car left. So this is the story. And now coming back, we are in the heart of a Toyota, what I call a sanctuary. And they put this situation of, this went pretty wrong, as the starting point for their kind of Toyota way thinking. And this was, I was really kind of pretty impressed. I think they take it serious. With all these words of corporate social responsibility and what you can read and so on and so on, they really take it serious. And this is what the company is. And I think this is one major element why it has become a successful company. So, what is the secret behind this? Or in other words, why change? Why should we change a Toyota way if we are a successful company? And the answer again is from someone you know, from Akio. He said, I think it was about 4 years ago, something like that, the automotive industry has entered an era of profound transformation, the likes of which come only once every 100 years. And now be careful, a crucial battle has begun, not one about winning or losing, but about surviving and dying. That sounds pretty fierce, especially for German words, I would say, in some way. This is hard stuff. Transformation. You easily think about new mobility, and then we all drive e-scooters and ride-hailing and car sharing and all this kind of blah, blah. That's all fine. But when you come to a national sales company, this transformation is much more simple, much more to the point. Take electric vehicles. The margins are lower. Very simple. When you take an electric vehicle into service, you cannot really sell an oil change. You can try, but it doesn't really work, I can tell you. And it's anyway when you buy a liter of olive oil and you pay 20 euro for it, everyone says, whoa, 20 euro for a liter of olive oil, that's expensive, that must be a good olive oil. When the people put their car into service and they pay 40, 50 euro a liter for a liter of engine oil, that's fine. My Porsche needs that. Drives much better with it. I can feel it. So I want to illustrate you can make a lot of money still with very basic things. The same is with autonomous driving or driver assistance functions. Very nice features. The problem with these features is you have less accidents. And when you have less accidents, you have less replacement parts. And you make a lot of money on replacement cars. And this is all going away. This is what I wanted to bring across, what transformation means for a vehicle distribution company. So Akio Toyoda has talked about transformation. And he said the Toyota way has to change. It's not that we throw away the old thing, but the center of gravity is changing. And I'm not reading all these elements here, but from consensus to developing together. Consensus is one of the strengths of the Toyota way, but it can be also an excuse for not making tough decisions. And if I may say so, maybe the Japanese way is also that you are very a consensus-oriented society, and then you talk with this person, and are you agreeing with this and this and this and this, and until everyone has agreed, time has gone by. So there's a bit of a change in there, for instance. From making things perfect, yes, of course, our quality, to experimentation. Honestly, when you read all this, this is nothing special. And we have seen Fujitsu this morning. They have used different words, but basically it's all about the same thing. It's more about the words are fine, but how do you translate it into an attitude? And maybe not everything in this direction is also the right thing to do. I personally, when I enter a plane and there is a pilot, and I know the pilot is a learner, and he's doing experimentation, and he says yes to risk, maybe I'm not so comfortable to enter this kind of plane. But it's about the direction and the principle here. So to make all this a bit more catchy, tangible, the Toyota way was then kind of grouped into 5 categories, the 5 C's: collaboration, creativity, coaching, courage, and curiosity. And every single one of these C has what we call below 4 behavioral indicators. So we have a relatively clear description. When we talk about courage, what do we mean with this? What do we expect from you in terms of courage? And the nice thing also for me about this is going away from talking about what I have done to how I have done certain things. Do I have done this with creativity, with courage? Very special for Toyota is also, Toyota is not a company that imposes things globally in the same way. So when the Toyota way, the new Toyota way, traveled from Toyota City, yeah, that's the headquarters in Toyota City, traveled all the way over to Toyota Motor Europe, the headquarters is in Brussels. Actually, only there the 5C were invented. In Japan, no one talks about 5C. They talk about the Toyota way in the traditional way, in a way. And when the 5C moved from Toyota Motor Europe to Toyota Germany, also there was a bit of an adaptation or a kind of a local specific rollout. And I give you the reasons why. What are the specifics of Toyota Deutschland? Toyota Deutschland is a company that has become lean. A couple of years ago, we were, as a sales company, still more than 300 people. We are now at a level of 200. And we have achieved that with early retirements, with outsourcing activities, and so on. But it's important to know, because managing the workload from there to now is still an issue we are kind of dealing with. And Toyota Germany is different to all other sales companies in Europe. Toyota Italy, Toyota France, Spain especially, they grew with the market share gain, and they came from a very small company now to an established company. We are coming a kind of a different way. That was one specific. We still have in our workforce a great sense of belonging, Toyota family feel, commitment to the company, to enjoying working here is, despite all the workload issues, very, very strong. And we still have an aging workforce. We have people who are there for 15, 20 years, and there is nothing wrong with it. But when it comes to change, there's a certain tendency to say, yeah, let's make it maybe the person who comes after me. Yeah? And this is something also we kind of need to take care of. And fourth point is we have a very strong retailer relationship, which is good. But German retailers are very self-confident people. They're entrepreneurs. If you would tell them they are franchise takers, they would jump in your face. And in times of where margins get smaller and smaller, it's maybe also something to work at having a strong retailer relationship. So this is the kind of framework when we started to roll out our 5C in November last year. And we did the usual stuff, like everyone does. We did workshops, trainings, communication measures, and all these kind of things. we started up there with a manager offsite on the 3rd of November, I remember. And then it was about the strategy and then what 5C means and all these kind of things. We did all employee meetings. We had some kind of playful things, like in the lower left, a 5C meeting checklist, which is a bit of a fun part, but with a serious background to say, now we had a meeting for 1 hour. Did we decide anything new? Did we change anything fundamentally? So a kind of a playing with it. Are we 5C? 5C enough, yes or no? We did also do it was a bit of a fun part, and I did it with Andreas and my daughter, where we said we make a Spotify 5C list. And it was a big fun, because you find so many things about coach, courage. What do we have here? Courage von Pink, and we had a very, very terrible rap also out of the net. And we ended up with Frank Zander, lass mal 5 gerade sein. Also it was really kind of a fun part in it. So we did the kind of usual stuff. We also established a virtual dojo. Dojo is another Japanese name for exercise room. If you're a little bit familiar with Japanese kind of fighting techniques, Aikido, these kind of things, it's quite nice. It's not a physical exercise. It's very much also a mindset thing. And that's why we thought this type of dojo fits very well. It's very simple. It's a kind of an interactive library where you have these interactive touch points, where you find everything about 5C. This should be the place to go when you think about 5C. That's what we build up. So where do we stand right now? And this was kind of end of September. In October, it's really kind of black and white, yeah? But I took out 2 things. The one thing is feedback, how to create time for creativity. We are still drowned with the kind of daily task. You remember, workload issue coming from a big company to a smaller company. So we have taken external support, a kind of a process company that also looks at industrial processes, and we are screening daily tasks and routines and asking questions, why do you still need these kind of things in Excel lists, and are there no better ways of doing it, and how can you get rid of this kind of thing you are doing? Why are you doing it? It works and it works not so well. This is the usual thing as well, because also people don't like doing certain routine things. To get rid of them and to get rid of habits and things they don't like but do like, it's not so easy. But this is the kind of basement for our activities on 5C, also to look at the efficiency of our current things. If we want to have freedom to think about new things, we need to get rid of many old things. The other thing is issues or statements like, oh, we are pretty good. The Toyota way, we anyway lived in, and the new Toyota way, yeah, we're doing it every day. Especially in the sales department, oh, we are doing it every day. Otherwise, we would not achieve our numbers at the month's end. And we want to break this as well. And are we really pretty good already? I've taken the following. I've used this external company who is screening our processes and said, hey, read this. This is our 5C list. You're in a company A, in a company B, in a company C, in a company D. You know other companies. How would you rate us in terms of 5C? And I tell you, the result was a bit different. And this is what you need to talk about. You need to confront with this feedback. And also, we still need to be clear with the what, because our situation is still a bit too comfortable. You saw Accu Toyota about transformation, about the next years to come. We are still making good money, and we are achieving numbers and so on. So the kind of pressure, the necessity is maybe not in every case felt. And finally, you need to be consistent with your messages, and I don't really drill on this, but for me, this is very much a manager responsibility. And this is maybe the biggest task in any transformational process, to have the consistency in behavior also when you look at managers. So As I said, we did all the usual stuff. We had these kind of workshops and comms measures and so on. And suddenly we came to the point that we said, within the dojo, we are opening a second room. And this is the coaching room. So once you had finalized your trainings on this one of these interactive points, you were granted access to a second room, which is then the coaching room. So why coaching? And the answer is very simple, and I think we have heard it a couple of times already today. It's about behavioral change, and behavioral change you cannot teach. And if once the stimulation goes down, you fall back in old patterns. This is very natural. This is human beings. So we wanted to do something which is kind of more lasting, more on the long term. And then my boss and I, we had a fantastic idea. And we were so excited about this idea and said, great, and this it? We said, we make coaching for everybody. And we got in touch with Daniel, and you know Daniel, he's a fantastic salesman. He was excited too as well and said, yeah, this is a great idea, and I make you a fantastic offer. And the offer came, and we were looking at the numbers and said, oh shit, this is quite a lot of money. So what is the ROI of this investment? How do you measure success? I mean, we had a previous presentation about this. It's a fair question. Maybe we talk about it later. But of course, we kind of negotiated and adapted and so on. And finally, we also came to a good package. And then we started coaching for everybody. We have just started in October, so we are pretty fresh on it. Apart from behavioral change, or what is the content, or what is the personal objective I have in all this coaching, is the following. It starts with a self-assessment, and the self-assessment is customized to 5C. We invested a bit of time into this so that you kind of ask yourself or answer yourself questions, and then you get a kind of a strengths profile and a maybe development profile. And self-assessment should lead into self-reflection. For me personally, the most important things is over coaching, I hope people getting a capability in changing perspectives and in feedback. Giving feedback, but also receiving feedback. And I don't think it's a special Toyota topic. It's a topic in every company, and maybe it's a human being issue as well. This is maybe the most important thing. And on top of this, as a fifth point, we also decided to make group experiences or group coachings, and we just had the discussion in the previous speaker. It's a bit of an experiment. We have had the first group sessions, and it worked well, but it worked also in a way maybe, I'm coming back to what I said before, we are already good enough, yeah, we are pretty good, that in a group coaching, you could have the effect that everyone kind of confirms to each other that we are already pretty good. And this is not what we should get out of a group coaching. So we are thinking a little bit about how to fine-tune this. In principle, I have to say, what I really enjoy is, and this is no advertisement speech here now, but it's really a conviction. What I like very much at CoachHub, they don't sell you a package and leave you alone with this. We have a very close interaction and a very close willingness to say, hey, what could we do better? In the sense of Toyota way. This kind of could we do better in this and this and this. So that's about it. I was looking at the time. I'm still in time, huh? So basically, out of the coaching, I just want to say thank you for listening, and I hope I could give you some insight in the Toyota way. This was also a picture I did the last time in Japan. Maybe to sum it all up, if you are interested in Japanese words, at the lower part of this plate, there is this saying of Ichigo Ichie. I hope I speak it in the right way. I learned this from a monk in the Kyoto temple area. It says, direct translation, one time, one moment. In Europe, you maybe would say there is no second chance for a first impression. So I hope I made a good first impression, and thank you for listening, and then I'm open to questions.
Thank you very much for this very interesting introduction. My name is Tracy Dato. I'm a professor at the Macromedia University in Berlin for business administration. So this question has been on my mind whole day long, and I think I was a little bit too polite to ask the other people the question. My very question is, how do you actually measure the ROI of coaching? Do you think it has been rewarding to you, honestly?
Yeah. As I said, it is not easy. We have as a baseline, we do every second year what we call an employee motivational survey. And I think all the big companies are doing this. Often, these questions and answers are pretty generic, and then you sit on a chunk of answers, and then you say, okay, what are we doing with it? In the employee survey we did in 2021, we had some very clear answers and ratings in terms of collaboration. Not that the people want to work with each other or don't want to work with each other, but they're saying, I'm so much drowned in my workload, I would like to work more cross-company and develop things, and this doesn't work that well because I don't have the time. This was one of these answers. And there were other elements where you can also say, if you're improving next year, and 23 will be the next kind of employee survey, when we improve in this category, in this category, in this category, we know that we have gained in these elements of, let me say, creativity and courage and doing new things. So we take this as a kind of measurement, and it will be really exciting to see, have we improved when we are in 2023, or are we still on the kind of level that is known to us? No, as I said, the baseline is 21, and the result will be mid next year. Yeah.
Yeah, Steffen, thank you very much for your very inspiring presentation. My question is also related to the ROI, and you have obviously the business managers in your department, in your importers organization. How much are they supporting a program like this? Can they see the benefits? Because sales is short-term lived, kind of, and the effects are kind of long-term, right?
Mm-hmm. First of all, we are a small company. As I said, as a national sales company, we are 200 people. I mentioned my boss, he's the head of all the corporate functions. He's also sitting on the money. And so this is a very easy decision, yeah? Because in the end, we don't need to justify. Of course, we take our president and say, hey, we have decided to go this and this, and he says, good, you can do it, yeah? Because this is the kind of trust, and you are coming up with the ideas and with the programs. So this was not an issue. We did not have a big kind of board where we need to justify the invest into CoachHub, for instance. When it comes to rollout, this is also, to be honest, this is still where we have a way to go. And I mentioned sales, and I don't want to blame them, because for natural reasons, this is the most difficult part. We had last week 2 30, 45 minutes round with the management team, and we split it into 2 groups. And the first thing we had on a Wednesday afternoon, and Georg, my boss, and I, we were really excited about what the kind of managers told and what they have done within their group and how the people reflect on it and what they have kind of developed. It was fantastic. On Friday, we had the second round, and it was not that fantastic. And there was a certain element of, as again, no blaming, but of salespeople in there. And you could really see the difference of, I'm so much in the daily task that this kind of reflection time, holding back, thinking about things differently, making changes in a fundamental way is a much more difficult job for them. And you need to constantly work on this or work with the people and talk about it and also celebrate the good things. Because that shouldn't come across, maybe it was a little bit, if we say, we are not that far, we are not that good, we need to be better, better, better. You can use this kind of phrasing for a certain point in time, but you cannot always repeat it. You need to also celebrate the successes. And the nice thing about when you look at these 5 C's, and I said there are behavioral indicators within each C, and within collaboration, there's the element of, in coaching, there's the element celebrate successes. And this is really a kind of a measurement item we also have in the annual competency evaluation.
Thank you. Hi, Klaus, thank you for the presentation. I'm Melina, I work for Tesa Tape in Germany, and I see actually quite some similarities looking at the company and how you just described Toyota. And I would have a follow-up question actually as to how offering coaching to everybody was perceived, because it does come along with quite some additional investment also from sides of the employees.
We talked about it over lunchtime, and you could tell it better than me, because Nicole was doing all the introduction meetings with all the employees, and mixed. We have a CoachHub experience on a low scale already before. And the very nice thing was, within these groups, when there was someone in who had experience with CoachHub, became an ambassador and saying, I have done it already before and it's fantastic and you should do it. But you also have this kind of reservation. And there was one session where this was a little bit critical from voices from people and saying, is this voluntary or do we have to do it? Is it an obligation? You cannot be accessible to coaching when you feel it is an obligation. Then you better don't do it. That's for sure. I mean, I picked it up. We had what we call a Betriebsversammlung recently, and I picked it up and I was really saying, and I made this analogy saying, okay, we have kind of placed in CoachHub, and I got this reaction of, is it voluntary or is it an obligation? And I think just imagine it's Sunday and you have a family visit and you're meeting the grandmother, and the grandmother has baked a fantastic cake and she's so proud about it, and she puts this fantastic cake on the table, and the first question is this voluntary or is it an obligation? And I wanted to bring across, it's a fantastic opportunity, and you are stupid if you don't take it. But again, we know the numbers of kind of voluntary commitment to CoachHub. It started in October, and there is still a bit of room to go, I would say. Yeah. So, yeah, this is the experience.
Hi, I'm Felix. I'm a psychologist, and I'm with a company called ODA. It's not live in Germany yet. We'll start beginning of next year, so stay tuned. I actually don't have a question. I have just would like to share 2 cents on the whole ROI discussion, because I kind of feel reminded of the discussion that were there in the 80s and 90s when training sessions came up and people were like sent out to 2 days, 3 days trainings, and then there were happy sheets, and then it's great, and then it was more about the transfer measuring. I think with coaching is sort of the same. Like, I mean, first it's usually the feedback of the people. They enjoy it and they see a lot of value for them. But I think today what we heard with this concentrische Kreise-Effect, the ripple effect, I think it was called. That I think it's more lagging indicator in terms of AOI, because if you start coaching people, they will be more self-aware of things, how they lead, how they do stuff. This will usually lead to the fact that they will be better leaders, and by this, one of the reasons, like reducing stress for themselves, and by this actually being more aware of how to lead people, how they can manage themselves. So I would think, like, if you kind of, it takes a while, but it's going to be interesting to see, like, sickness rates, the classical KPIs, look at sickness rates, burnouts, and so on. I think this is like where we really will see the main effect of all these things. But as it always is, it's a lot of upfront investment, and I think it's always about CEOs or whoever is taking these kind of decisions believing in these kind of tools. And my experience over the years is really the best to kind of make sure that leaders or work for leaders who have been taking parts in coachings, or ideally maybe being a trained coach themselves, because those are the ones that it's usually a lot easier to convince to put money down for this. So maybe that's sometimes a part of choosing your own job, with people who are already aware that this is a thoughtful investment. Thank you.
And it comes to my mind, and maybe I need to tell this, because we still have a little bit of time. I listened to a speech recently in a kind of a different environment, but I took two things out of it. The first thing is about if you measure employee satisfaction, this is bullshit. Because there's this element of resignative satisfaction. Yeah, it's not so great, but really it's fine, the colleagues are nice, and I get good money, and so on. So the person said, the most important people you need to have are those with constructive dissatisfaction, because they make the change. And then this makes, again, this kind of measurement a bit more difficult. If you just look and saying, oh, we have made 1 year of coaching and the people are super happy, satisfied, does it really tell you the truth?
Hey Klaus, this is Senka. I'm an accredited CoachHub coach, but in my first life as well, director marketing at Zendesk. Tesa is a customer, by the way, Melina. It was all great to hear, and confessing that I'm a big fan of anything designed from Japan, with the exception of cars. We earlier heard from Katrin coming from Fujitsu how they designed their coaching process internally, and she was talking about having that one cohort around ready to lead, get ready to lead, and that sort of process is pretty common and straightforward. But then there is that bigger cohort, like more radically democratic, let's get coaching for everyone. You talked about, we did put our big bet on let's get coaching for everyone. Did I get it correctly that there was no designed process from the L&D department in the back end? Is it a more kind of big bet? We do believe in coaching as a transformative power and a transformative attitude change, empowerment for the staff, or was there a scoped out, designed process like Katrin illustrated at Fujitsu?
No, more the latter. And also to put it very simple, as I said, we are a 200 people company and we have a small human resource department, group of people, and we are handling everything from compensation and benefits to people development. So this is kind of brings you to a very pragmatic approach to it. Of course, we did also in the early design, we also had some external support independent from CoachHub to know that we are kind of on the right track and doing the right things. And again, to close the loop here, CoachHub is for me also a source of, scientific advice and kind of recommendation how to approach certain things, so that comes together. So, if there are no further questions, I am entitled to send you into the next break. Have fun, and then let's see what the day brings.
Welcome to CoachHub. With coaches from all over the world, CoachHub supports you in your personal and professional development, giving you the unique chance to begin your journey to the best version of yourself. Our algorithms will help you in choosing the best fitting business coaches based on your preferences and your background. Keep in mind that your coach is not a mentor. So rather than giving you advice, your coach will support you in changing your perspectives, activating your resources, and realizing your personal opportunities for growth and development. To identify possible topics for your coaching and to give you and your coach an idea of your growth potential, you will start with a strength assessment in which you'll explore your strengths and discover your goals. After the onboarding process and learning how to use our platform, we provide you with everything you need to prepare and facilitate your first coaching session. From then on, you can use our platform to schedule your bi-weekly coaching sessions, message your coach in between sessions, and do additional exercises and microtasks to help you reflect and apply new insights, even with a busy schedule. You'll work on your goals, track your personal progress, and reach your first milestones on your path to a greater you. Get in touch with us.
At CCI, our vision is to be the best FMCG in the geographies we serve by creating value in everything we do. And we can only achieve this through our people. So that's why our keen focus is always on building the right capabilities of our people. So we are always looking for tools, opportunities, and partnerships that are unique and are best class, and most importantly, that can help us translate our strategy into action. And CoachHub actually is a perfect example of this partnership.
Because everything has changed over a period of time, now more cognitive skills are required in the organization. You need to have more empathy, you need to have more resilience. Those are the new trends that we're also following. If we go ahead and look at CoachHub, it's like a standard sort of a platform that we are offering to each. So everybody, irrespective of where they are within the CCI geography, they get the same solution, they get the same experience.
We're a consumer and customer-centric company, and if you don't understand the people, then you cannot win with your people. So, people sit at the epicenter of everything we do. And we believe if we have the people, if we have the right people, we can win every challenge in our wonderful markets.
I haven't seen coaching in the real sense before. I have never experienced it before. And that's why I was more of a person who thinks that the person learns more on the job, not through these kind of sessions. But the whole program changed my own thinking. And I must say that I'm a different person now.
One insight what I found with the coach is that I am acting as a parent. I'm just not giving the advices, but I am more asking the questions from my peers or friends to guide them. And really my peers start to feel that.
When you are just an engineer, you have only one direction. But when you are a leader, it means that to show the other peoples the right directions. It's sometimes very difficult to control, to manage the people which has a different characters, different attitude and approach. And it was a really challenge to me. So coaching really helped me, firstly to understand, to figure out myself and then the others.
I struggle in giving feedback. This is one of the areas which I realized that I'm not giving the feedback in a proper manner. Another thing is about the conflict management. You have people around you, you do encounter different conflicts. That's a part of life actually, but how to manage them properly, that's an art actually.
I think coaching is about bringing the best out of the people.
Leadership is a choice that you make every day, because being a leader means you are not just responsible from self. You're responsible from the entire community that you're living, from the organization where you are the leader. And this is not a very easy choice to make, and this is not the choice that everybody can do. I would really recommend to all my peers to at least go through this experience, to try, because once you try coaching, you never want to quit.
And that was very timely at the pandemic, to be honest. And bringing coaching into the flow of work is a competitive advantage.
So nobody can win the race by themselves. So if you want to be even more successful, obviously you need more help. And I think this platform is going to help our leaders to be a better leader in the future and develop themselves more freely.
You see, we always talk about changes, and I know this is an old phrase, the only thing that's guaranteed in your life is changes. We have to adjust to markets, we have to adjust to new environment. This is one of the most important soft skills, that people are willing to also go this route with us, and they are willing to adjust and adapt.
What we did before is we had classroom trainings and also webinars, but then everybody was together. And with coaching, each manager or employee can discuss her own cases. It's more individual. I really like to work with our employees and manager, and I really like to see how they grow. Digital coaching, the advantage is really you can do it from everywhere and anytime, and that makes it very flexible.
I had mixed feelings more because of the employees. I was not sure at the beginning if they really see the necessity and the need that somebody from the outside can also coach them on their daily problems.
We selected different providers, but for me CoachHub was the one very flexible, because we changed our ideas more than one, and there was different kind of solutions.
Coaching has made me more aware of the things which are surrounding me, especially with the global team that I am leading. It is more about different cultures, giving them space, understanding them, and learning from the mistakes, learning from the failures.
I was leaving my comfort zone while really developing and also identifying myself and understanding better what are my potentials and what needs to be also developed in order to reach the next level.
And I already see these benefits which are coming because people feel involved, and it's kind of an empowerment.
It was not that one size fits all, so it was really a really private experience also for me.
Well, before I thought, hey, everything online and stuff like that, I was not sure that it would work out well. But after using this CoachHub tool, it was really great. I used the goal setting process, I used the action plan, I used the notes. The experience was very well, also better than expected.
Yes, I would recommend it. It's very interesting to get a professional coach within the same situation with more experience, to talk openly. Also to have the possibility to see into different companies, not only your own company.
I really was positively surprised how people actively made use of it. The coaching is really positive and has a positive aspect to our people.
We are in a transformation at the moment, and our target is to have a growth mindset, and I think this coaching culture helps to have this growth mindset.
See, what I learned is at the end, people from the outside who are not really in our daily life, they have different ideas, they have different perspectives, they have seen other companies, and they maybe ask questions to our people on the coaching side which an internal person wouldn't ask that way, that people really say, oh, okay, if I look at it from this perspective, I never looked at it, because we are too much in our daily business. And I think that really helped a lot.
mobility, connectivity, renewable energy, robotics, Internet of Things, healthcare. Employees at TDK Electronics are dealing every day with quickly changing market requirements to meet customers' needs in an extensive range of industries. As a world-leading electronic component manufacturer, TDK Electronics started a state-of-the-art I 4.0 digitalization initiative to cope with the growing demands on productivity and innovativeness.
We are a manufacturing company, and therefore a key focus lies on providing smart services to our people, being daily engaged in operations tasks. The way we interact with our customers and how we develop products is constantly evolving. By offering more and more the opportunity to work remotely with smart collaboration tools, we enable our employees to make quicker and more reliable decisions. The transformation of TDK into an Industry 4.0 company is essential for our future success.
I 4.0 is a significant business transformation that has brought challenges for many employees. A new training format like digital coaching from CoachHub should help to develop new skills and a new mindset individually.
Coaching has been proven to be one of the most effective tools when it comes to things like managing stress, increasing personal resilience, or promoting mental well-being. Our employees face very unique challenges, which require very unique solutions as well. And that's exactly what we like about CoachHub. So CoachHub offers a highly customized coaching experience. They accompany and closely guide our employees to identify their strengths and their potential.
Well, I had a nice opportunity to learn a lot about Agile and Scrum, and could develop this further in my organization and actually tailor my organization to fit them. Well, such a pro talk with someone who has contact with other industries helped me a lot to relieve my pressure, actually, because our problems are not new sometimes, and I could actually make better decisions out of that.
Digital coaching helped me a lot to broaden my horizon. It's great to get an outside perspective on some specific issues. In the coaching sessions, I received tools and techniques that I could use to solve difficult situations. Especially in highly demanding times, the different self-reflection and awareness exercises helped me feel more powerful and resilient.
TDK Electronics operates in many different regions and locations. 15 different languages are used in the company. CoachHub covers all required languages, which allows us to offer digital coaching to all employees worldwide.
The coaching I have received has significantly contributed to my personal and professional growth. Instead of receiving head-on instructions, the coaching was set up as a highly personalized dialogue, tackled my daily obstacles via guided reflection on my mindset, and offered me feedback in a private and professional environment.
TDK is committed to the principles of sustainable management and strives to reconcile economic, social, and ecological concerns at various levels. The working culture is driven by a unique venture spirit that fosters entrepreneurial thinking, empowered decision-making, and constant self-renewal.
You know all this term war for talents, and this term describes very well also the challenge on the one hand side to attract the highly engaged employees, and on the other hand side also to retain our staff. And here coaching really helps us in developing our employees to become highly effective and also inspiring leaders at the same time. Coaching can significantly improve the motivation and also the collaboration of entire teams. And the way to this goal needs to be paved with a high self-awareness, but also with professional growth. And we at TDK strongly believe that we must support our talents along their journey to fully unleash their potential and also their strengths and become the leader they always wanted to be.
Times where people really want to be empowered and like take care of their own development. We chose CoachHub because it's so simple. CoachHub is really easy. You have your coach who says, hey, what you want to work on, what's on your mind. So it just like multiplies empowerment in our culture, which is a great tool, and it culturally fits so much to Blue Tomato.
Blue Tomato is an organization that's been around for 30 years. It's kind of rooted in sports like snowboarding, surfing, skateboarding, and street styles. We operate 55 stores across Europe and have a really strong online business. Coaching is a super critical part of our corporate values and how it interrelates to our corporate values. We really emphasize development at Blue Tomato. So how do people get better all the time? That's how the organization ultimately gets better, is through improving the performance of our employees and really offering them a genuine opportunity to self-develop as they work and develop their career around passions and powerful experiences at Blue Tomato.
So CoachHub empowers our employees to really take on the driver's seat in their development, right? So it gives them a room where they can share their thoughts, where nothing's off the limits, where all critical questions are welcome, right? We have the team managers, the supervisors who say, now I'm able to really have this senior mentor outside of the company that helps me become a better leader. So in every situation it boosts us and it leverages the development.
I started my coaching journey in July 2020, and since then I did coaching sessions every 2 or 3 weeks. I really like CoachHub because I can use coaching anywhere and at any time I want, any time that is actually good for me. I think in today's business world there is a lot of pressure, especially in leading positions. And coaching really gives you a space where you can be yourself and where you can talk about your concerns.
I think the impact of CoachHub on our organization has been really obvious to all of us. It's been a really great impact for the company. As soon as we launched CoachHub about 16 months ago, we saw a strong engagement from our management team. We have people that want to be better all the time. They engage with the tools, and right away we saw people responding to the coaching that they were getting on CoachHub. And for us, culturally, development's a super big cultural value, and so it just reinforced who we are organizationally.
The main drive of CoachHub is to make this exclusive product accessible to a majority of people. And this is what we felt from the get-go. So I was like, all right, they're serious about it. They want to offer us a product that's like allowing a bigger audience to get coaching, which was for me like, oh hey, you got me here, right? So, and when we rolled it out, the second thing was just how simple CoachHub is. It's, as an HR manager, you have a lot of things to do, and you always have questions from employees and a lot of construction sites. But with CoachHub was like, we started off, we rolled it out, people signed up, people matched with the coach. And the next thing we heard is like, hey, I want to continue my coaching. And that was like amazing for me as an HR manager.
Being able to talk it out and get feedback on it, it just strengthens you in every way of your life.
One thing CoachHub did for us, it took our development to another level. To have this development booster, to have this thing that allows everyone in their individual situation to get better, to work here, right? And then it aligns with the rest of our development program, so it was like a tie we knotted, right? It's like it completed our development program.
We have a slogan, and it's great people power great brands, and I really truly believe that we need to educate people, develop people to get the best out of people.
We have our own Hunkemuller Academy, where we on a regular basis put new modules in for people to learn. Besides the more classical way of learning, we also wanted to make sure that they had their own personal development opportunity, and that's where we involved CoachHub.
We are always up to trying new things, and digital coaching was definitely something new for us at that point. But we felt that it really fit with our brand, as we're an international company.
I absolutely believe massively in coaching. I had some previous coaching sessions done with other people, and this was the first time digital, which was absolutely a nice experience. Working in a business, and you learn by experience. And then the next thing, you need to learn to work with other people. And when you work with other people, there are so different personalities coming across. And then it's going back to yourself, what does it do to me? But I think the best thing I've learned now is by listening and observing, you get so much more out of people or understand how a team works. Because I personally think you need to adapt to the people around you to get the best out of them.
I'm the head of merchandising for Hunkemöller, and effectively I look after all of the stock management for the business, working with all of the product teams, logistics, marketing, HR. I don't actually think there's a function I don't deal with in one way or another. I think the main pieces of feedback I got was about my communication style, that I could be a bit more reflective. My coach has really helped be a mirror to give me some perspective and different points of view on that. So she often brings me back to the crux, doesn't allow me to do deviate or tangents, and really homes in on what the challenge actually was and how we can potentially overcome that.
I manage a creative team that is very much about open-minded and left everybody to have their ideas and share and try to push for the unknown areas. You know? But at the same time, you have to teach them to solve all these everyday management problems. And well, the coaching session for me was very important because it clarifies some very maybe basic things that you need to know as a manager, but you were not really aware because you were more into the everyday situation. And it didn't help me only to being able to work on myself on those areas, you know, perceptions and how the people see me as a leader instead of just trying to go into one direction by myself, but as well helped me to give that knowledge to the team.
I really like that you could choose out of a coach that was really kind of more matching with your personality. The lady that I worked with was very kind, very open, and what I really loved about her is that she wasn't giving me a direction necessarily, but she was letting me talk a lot about myself and actually coming up with my own answers and solutions, which really helped me a lot. Basically, it gave me more self-awareness.
People are so eager to learn and develop, so they have asked us for more development opportunities, and we are really trying to provide that on all levels, and CoachHub really helps us to do that by not only providing coaching for the higher level and upper management, but also doing it for other management layers within our organization.
We need to give to the people as much as they give to us. I want us to be one of the leading digital and omni-channel retailers in the world. I want us to be inclusive, diverse and sustainable. I think the soft skills we need is the biggest thing is listening. And I think we need to listen to certainly the next generation. It is about making sure that you feel as though an employer treats you really in the right way, educates you, develops you and nurtures you for the future.
At Natixis IM for the last 3 years, we've been growing our talent management strategy, and talent retention is really a key topic for us. Amongst the programs and the initiatives, we've developed a recognition plan to reward our best key contributors, but also to grow their visibility and to help them developing their impact. The recognition plan is aimed at employees who are based everywhere in the world. So for us, it was definitely important to have digital solutions that helped us with our program. Our group, BPCE and Natixis, were already working with CoachHub, so it was pretty natural for us to try this solution, which had very positive feedback, and actually our experience with CoachHub was quite positive. We have selected 2 options for the participants who were interested in coaching, either individual coaching or co-development.
Natixis offered us a few sessions of coaching, and I decided to do it because I just got promoted, so I was in a transition phase, and I thought the coaching could help me go through it.
So I really enjoyed having this first discussion with the coach to be able to set
who I am, what I'm doing, and where do I want to go. What's interesting is that the coaches are used to this digital interaction.
So as HR, we have absolutely no access to everything that's being discussed during the coaching sessions. However, the digital platform of CoachHub allows us to know who has followed which coaching sessions and to also get some feedback from the participants.
I thought the CoachHub digital platform was very easy to use. You've got some content on it, you can choose your coaches, you interact basically with your coach outside of the sessions. What was great is that you're able to refocus, to re-identify or to leverage your existing strength. And also what's preventing you from moving forward.
The best feedback we can have as HR and in charge of this program is when we see the participants sharing with us feedback with great smiles, saying that they really enjoyed and it helped them in the situation they were going through.
The coaching helped me gain in confidence and be more sure about myself. I recommend CoachHub and the program I follow. If you have something to work on, or even if you don't know that you have something to work on, you might find something to work on.
I would recommend CoachHub to all individuals, should it be in the early stage of their career, mid-career and later stage, should they be willing to grow in their role, willing to solve their work-life balance issue.
The feedback were quite positive on all elements of the program, so the decision has been taken to perpetuate the program, which we're very happy about, including all of these elements, including coaching.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Hello, hello, everyone. Welcome back. How wonderful to see all of your beautiful faces. We're going to wait until kind of the final back chats and conversations have faded. We still have loads of seats here in the back. Who am I seeing? I can actually not see anything. Michael, I can see you. Yeah, excellent. Wonderful. Patrick, thank you so much for coming. Thank you. Bye-bye. Give it up for Patrick. All righty. I feel like I haven't seen you in forever. How are you? Yeah? And is the energy still good? Okay, we practiced this in the morning. This is not what we practiced. Let's start again. Energy is still good? One more time. Energy is still good? Okay. Semi, but it's fine. It's fine. It's almost the end of the day. Oh. Okay, again, we need to practice something else. When I say it's almost the end of the day, then what happens is you go, oh. Okay, wonderful. We'll get there. However, of course, we saved the best for last. That's not a shocker. That's not a surprise. It's also not fair because we had fantastic keynotes and presentations already today, but we're going to have another fantastic presentation coming up where we're not just going to hear from one person about the true essence of scaling transformation, but actually from a whole group of smart individuals that are here with us today. And for that, I'm introducing to you our moderator for the afternoon. And we're going to go again. Awkward. At this point, it's not awkward anymore, right? I mean, we've kind of gotten used to it. So let's do it again. Let's take our hands and go. We have our new work experts, senior consultant at Metaplan, and founder of the of the Work Awesome Conference. Welcome our panelist, moderator, Lars Gaede.
Thank you very much.
Woo!
Thank you. Thanks so much. That's a lot of. I wish that this would always work like that. When I come on stages, I will have to remember to demand it next time I'm standing on some stage to be like at least clapping the hands. So thank you very much for the very warm welcome. I'm very honored and happy to be here and to lead you through the next and actually, as you said, last final panel on the topic how to scale transformation successfully. So we're going to look at it from different angles. What does it take to really transform not only people and teams, but also entire organizations? What works and what doesn't work when you try that? What are the levers, the methods, the maybe tricks and tips we can all take home from today? And we will do that by looking at two very practical, two very specific transformation stories to start with, to make it really tangible. And then we will see how can we lift it up to a more, let's say, general level, so we can all see what can we learn for our very own transformation stories in our very own organizations, or what can you take away maybe for your next endeavor or next challenge, which is probably waiting tomorrow morning at 8:30, right? Or maybe 7:30, or maybe 10 if you're very lucky. And for all of that, I'm very, very happy to welcome three phenomenal panelists, and I would like to maybe try to at least give them the same applause or the same noise level as I got it. And the first one is Flore Krug. She's head of organization development at Mobile.de. Yoo-hoo! And also on stage with me will be Lisa Marie Urban, VP People and Organization at Home24 or Home24, probably actually, yeah. Come on board. And the last big round of applause for Silvia Scherer. She's a transformation coach and industry advisory board member at CoachHub. Welcome. So you can, let's do it this way. I didn't have a plan, so now this is the plan. So welcome on the panel. Thank you very much for being here with me and not leaving me alone with this very complicated topic, which you will now have to solve. So good luck with that. So as I said, I would like to make it tangible and practical and maybe very specific in the beginning to then to zoom in on that, and then maybe we can zoom out and see what is typical, what are the things we can learn from that, or what are maybe things that we shouldn't learn from that, which is probably even more interesting. So we're going to grill you a little bit on that. Both of you are working for very exciting companies, and you're also both in the middle of a interesting transformation process. And maybe to kickstart with you, Vlore, if you allow me, maybe could you tell us a little bit about the current transformation at mobile.de? What is maybe the challenge right now? What are you transforming towards? What is the goal of that? And maybe also how have you been approaching it so far? So yeah, what are you in the middle of, and how does it go?
Thank you, Lars. So Mobility, we have a digital DNA. Mm-hmm. So if somebody talks about digital transformation, we're like, oh, we are already digital. So we started as a startup 26 years ago. We scaled with eBay, and now we got sold to Adevinta, a new company, a new mother. And meanwhile, we not just got sold, but our CEO left after a decade. Really sad, yeah. So we had the pandemic. We're moving to a new office. We are having a new CEO. As we just heard from Toyota, the whole automotive industry is changing. Mobility is changing. The way the customers buy cars or want to own cars is changing. So we have, I would say, it's not a Stack Overflow, it's a change overflow. Mm-hmm. So, and what do you do if you have a change overflow? You try to observe your system. So our new CEO, who is just brilliant, Ajay from India, who worked in Australia and then got transferred to our company in August, and who's a really system thinker, he wanted us to understand the hidden rules of the game. So, I'm a groupie of Metaplan, just saying. So
that is allowed.
It's allowed, yeah. So we were sitting there, and it's super important. We started a year ago to have space, or give us a space for reflection as a leadership team, an organizational development team. Also having some multipliers in the company. We call it Rainbow Road, yeah. So it's like a project, and it's just having the space to reflect on us, who are we right now? Why are we who we are? How did we become Mobility? And what did we allow? And what is hindering us to change right now? And so Ajay had this brilliant idea to ask us, could you please write down the hidden rules of the game? So he wanted this manual, yeah, for a washing machine. So for example, you have to ask everybody before you make a decision. Toyota, the consens culture. If you don't attend a meeting, you're not important. So it was really harsh, these hidden rules. Mm-hmm. And these rules, you have to see it they were important when scaling, but now the moment where we have to be innovative again, where we have new markets, new products, we need to be different. Yeah. And at that point, it's how to move our, now we have we need a new system, but we have the same people. Yeah. And we don't believe that we fire people, but we believe that we educate people. And in our core it is, our people, because we are Mobility, used car, the biggest marketplace in Germany for selling used cars, we believe our people have to be in the driver's seat. Get out of the autopilot. And how can you be in the driver's seat? Only if you own your own budget. So our people, all of them, 600, they have their individual development budget. Yeah. So they decide on their ROE. So I was hearing a lot of ROE today, Roy. And I think that's the best way to bring people into accountability. And what we observed during the pandemic, I joined a month before the pandemic, people stopped using their development budget. Huh? You have this money, you're not using it? You know what, I don't want to go to an online conference and pay 1,500, it's not worth it. I don't want to go to a 2 days training on conflict management and pay 2,000 euros, it's not worth it. So people didn't develop themselves anymore. Okay. Whoa. So we got scared. What can we offer so that people develop themselves? And we started an experiment, 2020, Philip, lovely Philip. And so we were really early adopters. So it was like a banana product. It got yellow with us. So I remember then we were onboarding CoachHub that Philip was saying, no, we don't need SSO. The app is safe. I'm like, we are a corporate. If you don't offer us SSO, we're not going to work together. And so the CTO himself implemented SSO, single sign-on. So super funny. We had 3 persons doing a prototype. We were like skeptical. Would that be like a use case people would spend money on? Mm-hmm. And they loved it. So, Then we scaled. Then we had testimonials. So they were talking like the ripple effect. They were talking about CoachHub, what it did to them. And it's really important in our company, nobody's embarrassed to be coached. It's not a sign of, oh, you're going to be resigned soon, or a sign of weakness. It's a sign of growth. If you take that time for yourself and your development, you live up to our values.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not a weakness. And I think this is sometimes at companies, coaching is associated with he or she is like a failure. Yeah.
And what did your, maybe as in a few more sentences, what was the experiment like, and what were the steps you took before we maybe move on to the next transformation?
So the experiment was like, we as a company, we developed a tool, it's called Skill Cards. You can look it up at Myroverse, it's a template we share at the collaboration tool. And so when we have development dialogues with our employees, it could be like there's a field of, let's say, conflict management is a topic you should, like, as a future leader, work on, or giving feedback. Mm-hmm. And this is like the tool, identifying skills, also matching to what we need as a whole company. Like now, like decision making is a huge topic. We briefed all the coaches now, like more like set a lot of topics on decision making. And then people would go in and work on that topic. Mm-hmm. But we identified, it's just taking the time, it's already worth it. And so the experiment was like the people really identified that they were better arguing with the stakeholders, and also in regards to their, let's say, triggers. Like a lot of the 3 people who were joining were saying like, oh my God, all of a sudden I identify it's me, and it's my triggers, and it's my buttons somebody pushes, and I'm accountable for my buttons. Yeah.
Okay.
And I think and so we identified this, and we rolled it out to 20 people in product and tech. The testimonials, like they shared their experience. The people were like, oh, maybe I spent my money this year not for a conference, but for CoachHub. And now, especially with the merger, like the new mother, at the winter, people feel overwhelmed with like the changes. For example, leading international teams, going like having employees from France, from Amsterdam, and so people really look for help. And if you say, we need new habits, new behaviors matching our system, because we want like to be more courageous or hungry people, So as a market leader, hungry people could be like a challenge.
Okay.
So we like really work on their behaviors, and working on behaviors, we already had it in the morning, like habits, it takes an average 66 days to change a behavior. And so our program is that people have 6 months working on their topics, and they don't even have to tell what topic. They don't have to be nominated. They can decide on their own. They're accountable if they want to do this program. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for this intro and deep dive into your challenge. Sounds very interesting. So you took an approach that, of course, is super interesting. You transformed, or you let's say identified the individual development plan or the individual developments as the main lever for transformation. I mean, first you were trying to understand the systems behind it. That's what your CEO tried to do by asking for all the informal rules, which I don't know how many of those you kind of could map, and what you did with that. Maybe we can come back to that later. But you were really looking at what do the individuals need? What does every single person in your organization need to be able to go along the way and really transform as well as the organization transforms. So thank you very much. Lisa, when you listen to that, you were also in a company that is, I mean, which change did you not do, right? I mean, you're in a complete full circle, new CEO, moving, different business model, and so on. Lisa, for you, that must sound relatively familiar. I mean, you're also in a company that is very much changing, and maybe you can also give us a quick, or maybe a tiny bit quicker journey into your transformation challenge, and give us a hint on what your main angle was to tackle it.
It's on, right? Yeah. Good to see you all. I was thinking about what to share, and I definitely want to share one acquisition story from beginning of the year. So first of all, Home24, you might be familiar with. We are one of the leading European online destinations for home and living, but we decided already 2 years ago for an omni-channel strategy. So besides the online furniture we are selling and the accessoires, we are also having showrooms and outlets. And we had the past 2 years within the pandemic, for us, it's have been the most striving and best years ever in terms of revenue and also in scaling up the organization. And then in that phase, we decided to do one major acquisition. We bought 100% of Butlers, which is the accessories part of the home and living sector. And it was super interesting because I was directly at that point in time in the beginning of this year, I was joining Home24 and I was coming from Deutsche Telekom, a super large organization where we invested always a lot of money in transformation, working with coaches, with external partners, with consultancies. And then coming to Home24, a scale-up, founded by Rocket Internet in the very beginning. I was there leading the people function, so to say, together with the learning and development team of 3 people. And we basically had the task to look into transformation and guiding the company and the organization through that process of acquisition. And what we did is, first of all, we were thinking, okay, in both organizations, there's no experience for facilitation. So there was never a huge invest in how do we organize how people really come together and getting in contact. So the first thing we did is we started with the management offsite, bringing both management teams together and spending really 2 days quality time together. Mm-hmm. And it was not used for them, but we implemented some games where people really personally get to know each other.
What was the most embarrassing game they had to play?
I think the most fun was
okay, fun.
Sorry,
fun / embarrassing.
I'm just thinking. We started with like this lining up in the room, and we asked several personal questions, and we asked how many years you are with the company, and it was not embarrassing, but it was really good, fast thing that everybody gets to know each other.
Because sometimes these games can be tough. Right? I mean,
I was thinking. No,
you're very
not.
nice. So
no,
you chose some nice games. That's good.
Oh, fine. And then after that, we also gave both organizations the time, more than 1.5 hours for each, also CEO plus the management team to tell their story. And everyone was thinking, oh, it would be super long, and we want to look ahead what we are doing together. But it was a super important thing, cultural-wise, to understand and to listen to both founder stories. This was also one thing. And then after this management offsite, we went together with the learning and development team. We did more than 45 interviews with random people throughout both organizations. So we had some diversity criteria, so from all levels, different genders, from the stores, from the outlets, from the logistics area and the headquarters, and we were asking 45 minutes of questions. So how would you describe the leadership style? How would you describe the working together? What is important to you? And what we realized, we were sharing the insights of those interviews with the whole organization, like with each and everyone, plus the leadership teams, and we realized that we have completely different DNAs, but we also, like coming from Butlers as a family-owned business, matching with Home24, e-commerce, Rocket Internet Found. But we also identified some similarities. And this is, throughout the year, those similarities, this was the part we wanted to build on. And that's like around the similarities, we build up smaller teams, work streams, where people get the chance to experiment together and write the new story and history together. That's basically what we did in the first months, so to say.
Okay. And interesting, one thing I find very interesting is that you're almost following like a typical like qualitative social research method, right? You're doing interviews, maybe anonymously, I don't know if that was the case, and then you were trying to probably cluster the topics that came up, and then you formed work streams around what these challenges are, which I think makes a lot of sense. But both of you kind of started with listening, right? I mean, you started with letting people write down the informal rules or the informal, let's say, ecosystem that is, let's say, driving the inner workings of the organization. You were asking people to tell you these things, probably. And I think that's a very interesting approach, that you didn't start with a new idea. You know, sometimes you have the new CEO or the new vision or mission or whatever statement, and then you kind of develop some sort of strategy top down, and then you kind of try to communicate that strategy. You both sort of did it at least also the other way, did it the other way around.
Yes.
And Silvia, maybe to get you now also into the conversation, is that does that resonate with you? Is that generally a good idea? You've seen a lot of companies or organizations transform. BMW was one of them. You worked for them for a long time, and you also kind of created some momentum from not necessarily from top down, but from the inner organization, so to speak. Is that maybe one thing one can already learn from these two stories, that is a powerful thing to do, to listen first into what's really the issues within the organization, to then transform into that direction, into the direction of these challenges that you have identified before?
Well, as a coach, I would be a horrible coach if I wouldn't promote listening. Of course.
I'm the one coach that only talks. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm here talking.
Okay.
It's a must. But before that, I would start with commitment especially from top management. That's something I always say beforehand, because if you don't have commitment in the company from the top management for a transformation, I would say it will not be possible, but you need a lot more effort, especially in communication with the top management. So I think it's also whoever is responsible for the transformation needs to listen to the top management as well. Katrin this morning or this afternoon said it perfectly. You need to let the top management feel the change, to let them be part of the change. I'm a big promoter of the saying, transformed people transform people, or changed people change people. You will have a lot more effect in the transformation if the people doing the transformation or promoting the transformation have an internal transformation as well. That's also, it's important who is responsible for the transformation in a company. Not just anyone, but it should be like, it's an advice or it's my experience. It should be people who have had a personal transformation themselves. It's not only that they are trustworthy, but they know how it feels if you have to change yourself, if you have to change the way you see things, if you learn that your perspective of the world is not the perspective that how others see the world. So that's an important thing.
Okay, and I think, of course, I guess coaching is one way of how you can approach that, right? How you can take people on this journey, and ideally they also want to be taken on that journey, I guess. And then you develop the field that you're interested in, just like you did it, right? You let people really work on their own topics. How can coaching help in these circumstances? I mean, this is one topic we should really discuss today, of course. But maybe also, what are structural changes or structural necessities that also go along with that? Because I think it can also be a lot to put all of the transformation challenges on the shoulders of individuals, how transformed they may be. There may also be some organizational embedment, right, that needs to be created. So how do you work, or how do you use coaching to help the individuals, but then also what can be organizational, let's say, structural changes that can also support that transformation?
I'll start with the organizational structures. We had this morning, this question. I'm not a big fan of looking at structures first, because there must be people who change the structures. And first of all, they have to be, well, in my perspective, they need to be coached as well, because otherwise they change the structures in a probably not productive or effective way. So coaching should be always first. And I would promote a special coaching journey. Of course, if I could, and if companies have the budget for it, I would coach like everyone who wants to, because I think coaching is the most important tool for the transformation of our business world, even politics, but don't go into that. I would start always with the top management, but I would also, besides all the leadership levels, I would get, Jonathan put it perfectly this morning or this afternoon, I would get the influencers on board, because they are much more listened to than some of the leaders in the formal leadership positions. So it's important for me to, in the company, to evaluate or to find out who are the real influencers, the pioneers, the visionaries, or like Steve Jobs said, the dreamers who do. Those who want to do the transformation, who are not afraid, and get them coaching first. So that they learn how to communicate to people. They learn how to communicate in a way that people follow them. I think that's really important, besides the leadership coaching.
Okay. Before I open for the audience, if there are questions, and I'm sure there are many, or things to share, other opinions and ideas, maybe we can jump back into your world again. So, giving you the same question. So I know you applied coaching very intensely, yeah, and maybe you can continue telling us a little more about how that evolved. Yeah, how did that foster the transformation? But also maybe what other things did you do to accompany that change that was driven mainly by let's say individuals that were on a journey, but maybe also by other things.
Yeah, of course, we also enforce like a leadership team to work on the structure and also to align on rules. Like what is decision making? So so at some point I do have to have a transformation, but also guidance. Yeah. So we need both sides, the structure and the individual. And what we experience is that people call us, like people leader, and tell us, I see it. I feel it. I feel the transformation of my employee. Yeah. And this is like the best compliment you can get. So there's no surveys we send out. So, like people come and it's also like if you want to change something, people have to see their impact, that they matter. So, and if they realize that they are the only ones who can foster the change. With coaching, with like the right questions, they will be encouraged and empowered to stand up and to ask for it. Yeah.
Can coaching also be dangerous for transformation? Just in case somebody is doing coachings and realizes, I feel empowered now to say, this is all crazy bullshit, I don't want to do that. Has that ever happened? To any of you?
It was super funny in the last...
Just a quick, stupid, spontaneous question.
That's a good question. We had one... I remember one quote from one of the networking events with CoachHub last, like, beginning of the year in Munich. It was super funny because one lady said, it's so much less expensive than an exit strategy for one person if the person realizes in coaching is not the right setting for me, and you can be very happy as an organization that it could be found out. So that's, yeah.
Okay.
And what I also really like is that some of our individuals, they realize it's not the duty of the company to make me happy. So, and I really like it. I had this people leader in tech, a woman who called me and was like, I'm happy, I'm enjoying my work again. And it was not the company, it was me. And I think that's such a relief because, of course, you're hired for a role, yeah? And there's a structure. And if you realize like the company is not accountable for your happiness
as a human being, so to speak.
As a human, you stop victimizing yourself and you're getting into the driver's seat. Mobile.de. So, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe I could add one thing, because also the other way around. So there are people in the organization who might be, let's call them introverted, or maybe they are more quiet. And coaching gives them the self-confidence to speak up, because not because you're quiet, you don't have any ideas. And there's loud people whose ideas are probably not the best. So coaching can help those people to let their ideas be heard.
Because they gain the
confidence.
The confidence, okay. Yeah. How was your experience? So maybe again, the balance between organizational topics, but also coaching, how do they play along? You probably can't put anything on the shoulders of the individuals, but also the organization itself can't always solve anything by itself. So how does this interplay work in your case?
So first of all, as the people team, we truly believe in people over processes, but our organization, like Home24, tends to put the focus on the processes. And with Butlers, we were confronted with an organization who has a lot of passion and who really cares about the products and the people. And I think this is something where we can learn a lot and where we should combine. And the interesting part was that those two mindsets, especially on the highest level on the board, was clashing against each other. And we were realizing that those conflicts really above is a problem for the organization because it sometimes freezes your way of interaction. And what we did is at the point in time of this year where it was most painful, and it seems for the board we cannot get the next step further, we introduced also to the board coaching individually with CoachHub. And they were first, but is this and that person in my team doing it as well? and I think this and that person should do it as well too. And finally, all three of them are currently using it and on board level, and they also motivated others to use it. And what we realized in the several weeks ago in the next management offsite, we were so much closer together. It was like a circle of chairs. Our CEO was really listening. We were having a dialogue, asking questions to each other, and it was also a very intense discussion. And I think it was also because people in those decision positions took the time for themselves to think about what am I passionate about, what is the vision I want to follow, what is my part in the conflict, and all this kind of things. And if you have this safe space with coaching, I think it's a good tool for the whole organization to then be able to interact and experiment and getting in contact.
Sure, and then
that's
that's
what we got a lot as a feedback. Just taking that time for myself, it's like a cocoon, because change often can be very ugly, like a caterpillar. But in that safe cocoon, and you're like spending time to yourself, reflecting, and then you're able to transform. If you have opportunity for giving or letting go yourself, So that's like what we often have as an image, is that it's like a CoachHub is like a cocoon. So in a safe space, and I have the time to transform, because I cannot do business as usual and transform at once. It's not possible.
I once learned that, random fact, that when caterpillars get into this cocoon, it's really, I don't know, I never checked it, but apparently they really dissolve into some sort of matter, like a liquid almost, and then out of this liquid forms the butterfly, which I always found super crazy. I hope that's not what happened to your people, but I'm sure they're beautiful butterflies now.
But this transforming is like having a new perspective.
And don't stop the process in the middle, because then you end up being liquefied, and that's okay.
Lars, can I add something?
Sure,
because there's
but then, we have to talk to these people because they're also very interesting and beautiful, and they also have things to say.
They want to get a butterfly.
Yes, maybe, I don't know.
Just one thing to the caterpillar, to the butterfly, because when it's all their soup, there are these trailblazer cells in the cocoon, which are called imago cells. And the imago cells are the one transforming the whole to the butterfly.
Even more random expertise on how to become a butterfly.
Find the imago
What
cells.
the hell? Okay, I mean, this place has transformed people, right, in other ways, so maybe this is the place where... Okay, never mind. Bad jokes aside, who wants to say something? Yes, please. I can't see your name tag, but maybe you can say your name and maybe where you're from and what you would like to say.
Hi, I'm Melina. I'm from Hamburg and I work for TESA Tape. What I was just thinking is maybe you could share something about how you were involving the managers also in the transformation and coaching process, because being a little bit provocative here, it could have the tendency sometimes to shove all the people into the coaching and they come back as butterflies, you know what I mean? And how do you,
we needed horses, not butterflies. No, I'm just kidding.
But I hope you understood my point, like how do you also keep the managers on board and in responsibility?
Who would you like to answer first, or whoever wants to start?
I can make it very short. So basically what we decided together is that we are sharing the experiences. So managers who took the path or employees out of the organization took coaching, sharing their experiences. And this is the most powerful thing, taking it further and motivating others and sharing their story. That's basically it. And other than that, whenever something is super painful, you're searching for a solution, and we always give them then a little bit of a trial. So hey, we have licenses, you can try it out. When you see you don't find time for it, or you not okay with the coach, you can then leave it, but just try it out. And most of the people taking it very serious and say, oh my God, okay, this is unlimited for now. Okay, I should really try it. And then they're getting into it and sharing their stories. That's basically it.
And for our managers, it's a great relief. It's like, talk to my hand. No, talk to your coach. Like these boundaries, and somebody's just having a divorce or stuff like that, and it's overwhelmed. And you're like, you know what, please, not here. Talk to your coach. And we experience a lot of people managers who really see it as a relief that they can say, this, you should talk to your coach. And it's like less mental load for managers, to set that boundary. And it's not like a harsh boundary, because there is the structure. It's not, we don't want to have it in the system,
And there's one small thing we were discussing also in the team. An organization who is in crisis needs resilience, and resilient means each and every person needs to recheck in with him or herself. And that's basically that we are sharing also some insights around the psychology around it, and CoachHub helps because they are also offering the behavioral science behind all that. And this also is super interesting for managers, getting the new impulse and then trying it out.
Okay, thank you very much. Any more ideas, questions, comments? Provocative things to say? No? Yes? Okay.
Hi, it's Sylvia again. I always have lots of questions. So I'm curious, in your perspectives, and this is for any one of you, in your experience in either bringing coaching into your organization or doing coaching, or actually being brought in as a coach, how are you seeing, or how are you dealing with people who don't want to be coached?
Not everyone first, so.
Maybe then I start. How I work is coaching is cool. So what we try to do is to go away from coaching is something where people are a problem, and that's why you need coaching. We make it very cool. And it's especially cool if the top management does it and talks about it and talks about the personal feelings and involvement in the coaching process. But that's the North Star. It's not always the case. But if people don't want coaching, don't force them. They will probably hear it or listen to other colleagues talking about it, and some come around, some not.
It's their decision. So in our case, they may spend their budget on a conference or beer, I don't know. And sometimes, also like last time we were talking, sometimes you just need a good friend, you don't need a coach, okay? So it's totally fine. You don't always need a coach, yeah? And that's what we also experience. Like we have like some attendees or coaches who stop after 15 sessions and are like, I don't have anything to talk about anymore. Mm-hmm. I want to stop and I want to donate my months. And they donate. They donate their 2 or 3 months they don't use, and somebody else can. That's really nice with CoachHub, this flat rate thing. So we don't lose anything. So it's really nice. And it's very generous. If somebody's like, you know, I'm now like relaxed. I want to donate my months. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So why force people? I mean, I wouldn't kiss anybody, like be forced. Mm-hmm. These are the relationships. Like you don't force people to get into a relationship with a coach. Yeah.
And it can only be an offer.
It's kind of an offer, yeah. So.
Mm-hmm. And you, of course, you force everyone to. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. Okay. I hope that was a good enough answer for you. Yeah. Any other questions? Because I have more questions, but I don't want to take away your time. No. Okay, interesting. Good. They all need a coach, I think. They're too shy. It's not okay. No, I'm just kidding. What I would like to know is, because you just mentioned after 15 sessions, people just said, you know, I'm done, I'm wonderful, I'm a butterfly now. So maybe on average, how does the typical journey work? How does it work in your organization? How maybe, Silvia, how do you see it? What is a typical journey? How long does it take? And when is a good point to get out of the coaching? Because I think it feels, you know, it sounds so great when people. What do you do if people don't want to stop anymore? When do you tell them it's enough?
If they don't want to stop anymore, they can, of course, invest their budget. And yeah. So in our case, every 4th participant joins again. Mm-hmm. Every 4th. Yeah.
Joins again a cycle of...
And the cycle, like next year, yeah.
Of how many sessions?
Oh, no, like, it's not sessions, so we have a program, and it's like 6 months.
Okay, 6 months.
6 months, yeah.
Okay.
And we have an average attendance of 2.3 sessions per person. Mm-hmm. That's super high. I think we're one of the... I think you hate us, because... Mm-hmm. Well, 2.4 you just told me, Philip. It's like our Mobility A participants in average have 2.4 sessions up per month.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
And I think this is ROI, and we have like these nice dashboards. I sent the dashboards to the leadership team. Mm-hmm. And I can just show that curve, yeah. Mm-hmm. And we also have like the transparency on how they rate the coaches. I think this is amazing, yeah. Mm-hmm. So we see that our coaches are rated 4.9 out of 5. Mm-hmm. And I see comments. I can see how many sessions people are attending. I can even like call somebody and say, you only had 1 session in the last 2 months. Don't you like your coach? So I can jump in, yeah. Mm-hmm. And I want to be provocative, so now. So in other cases, we're way relaxeder to spend budget. Like, just hire this agile coach. I know the market price is now 100,000 a year. Before I would hire like an agile coach for 100,000 a year, I would buy 40 licenses at CoachHub. Mm-hmm. It's more evident. It's more evidence. Okay, now all agile coaches hate me.
No. Yeah.
Just like maybe to get another perspective, how people decide on budget. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, and maybe another question that's inspired by your answer. So of course, when you're someone who's very interested in organizations, which I am and you all are, of course, all that knowledge that is being exchanged in these coaching sessions, yeah, which are of course that knowledge is confidential in a sense, but is there a way, or can you maybe describe a way you try to use to kind of still get maybe some of the many ideas that must come up in these coaching sessions for the organization, to make those productive? So do you have sometimes, can people also donate ideas from their coaching sessions, or can they voluntarily share something that they come up with, or is it really a completely sealed off experience and it's what stays within the session, what happens within the session stays there, and that's also fine? I mean, it must be a bit of a treasure box full of great stuff.
So maybe we do have a monthly check-in where everybody, like, it's voluntary, can check in and share his or her experience. It's really nice. Like, some people just found out they have the same coach. And we also, at the end of the program, we have a retrospective, and of course it's also about the technology, so there are parts that need some improvement. so we really talk a lot about, like, the technology, like the coaching, and also
coaching
like
itself.
And the coaching itself, what helped, But
what I thought is, maybe is there some way to derive, let's say, organizational knowledge from that? It's like there must be like a collective treasure box about topics that come up again and again and again, but the organization doesn't really directly hear that, of course. Is there a way how you try to maybe offer a way to share topics that maybe should be heard in not only in the session, but even on a bigger scale, maybe anonymously, excuse me.
You can maybe answer.
I would say, if you are thinking about those, like building up those treasure box, it is related to all the personal stories, and before you share this anonymously, I think you need to find people and bring them together to share those stories and having a dialogue. Otherwise, as we learned this morning, just with like directive learning, nothing happens. You need this dialogue and this experience, and so sharing those personal stories and finding a forum for that. I think
building an arena for that.
Yes, that this could be the next step. Definitely.
Okay.
But honestly, like, when we have these check-ins, nobody was like reflecting on the organization. They all were reflecting on their behavior.
Okay.
So that's why I don't see the dots yet.
Could have been. I mean, I was just curious. I'm fantasizing here, so don't.
Sometimes you use retrospectives, right? Of course, to reflect on certain processes, and we were also reflecting on the transformation so far in the past months. And if people learn in coaching how to reflect and how to answer on questions, asking questions, and getting in touch with like the meta level, so to say, then they are also able to reflect what's happening in the organization. And I think that's the next step. And it's not that simple, because this is what really good coaches do, and how they do facilitation, and that needs to be built up in the organization.
So the organizational knowledge that builds up can be felt through the individual actions that may have changed. Okay, excellent.
And somebody facilitating the meta level, because it's not so easy sometimes to express and to observe.
Do you have something to share on that?
I just see the finish, please.
Me too.
Sign.
I decide.
I can add one thing. What I sometimes do, depending on the openness of the individuals and the company, is what I call deep dialogue sessions. It's like a small group of people, 7 people, and then they share whatever came up in the coaching
like a focus
process.
Group.
On a meta level, but also even like Fachthemen, subjects for the business.
Yeah. Okay. So now is the time where we have to start this very sad thing, where we say goodbye to each other. At least I have to say goodbye to you. Thank you very much for being a great audience and asking at least a few questions. But even more, thank you so much for sharing all your experiences and ideas and all your wisdom. Vlore, Lisa, and Silvia, a big round of applause.
And you can stay seated for one more second, because, yes, of course, because we have a present. I mean, you can't leave the stage without a present. We thank you so very much for coming here, all of you, and are bringing wine, more wine. And of course, well, it's a good choice. Well, thank you. I didn't choose it, but And of course, flowers as well for you to take home. It's always nice to have flowers on the subway home, right? Everybody loves that. Yes, I know. So thank you so much for taking the time for us today. Thank you, Lars, for moderating the conversation. One more round of applause before you graciously exit the stage. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Alles gut?
There's beer now.
Yeah, I'll enter with the beer here. That's my line. All right, everyone. That was wonderful. I thought that was a very nice closing to a very nice day. At least I thought it was a nice day. I hope you also thought it was a nice day. And we're now slowly coming towards the end. Here. Almost. Before we close, I'm actually going to join you. Let's see if I can move this thing. Am I allowed? Can I move this? Oh, I can. Yeah, thanks. Thumbs up. I actually can't. Yeah, I might. Yeah, it works. Thank you. I'm going to sit with you comfortably. Okay. Imagine there's a fire on my side, a nice campfire here. We're chilling. We had a very relaxing day, and we're just doing a little bit of a reflection of our hours together, right? That's what we're going to do. Now, very quick story time, actually. Last Saturday, no, I have to start differently. I'm thinking about doing a PhD, side story, for a couple of months now. And so I spent my Saturdays, almost every Saturday, very, very diligently, in the last couple of weeks in the mornings, hanging out in the cafe and reading to pin down my topic, right? It's been a lot of reading in the last couple of weeks. And last Saturday, very specifically last Saturday, I read everything you can, that's probably not true, I didn't read everything you can possibly read about, it was like 4 hours. But I read a lot about formal and informal learning. And what I learned about formal and informal learning is actually, depending on who you ask, 70 to 90%, think about that, that's a crazy number, 70 to 90% of learning actually happens informally in the workplace, on the job, through conversations, and not formally in training. And of course, that makes sense. We all understood today, we literally talked about this all day, that transformation doesn't happen in training, right? It happens off the job. And it happens, for one, through coaching and the conversations that we have with our coaches, and also the transfer of learning that we take through our coaching conversations to the job. So, to kind of close this thought of what do we actually do here, right? That's how we started. We democratize coaching, and through that we scale transformation, which is beautiful, I think, because 70 to 90%, that's such a large number. I mean, that's what we have to invest in. I thought I knew that before, but I didn't. The number was really crazy to me. Anyways, in the spirit of formal and informal learning, we want to, of course, know what we learned today. Or I'm curious what you learned. Maybe you're curious what I learned. I also learned a lot. So we prepared a slide. What did you learn today? And we have Tom again. Can we just give it up for Tom, who's been running around with a microphone all day? Thank you, Tom. Tom, this is your final performance. Are you ready? Okay, wonderful. So let's open it up. Pretend there's a fireside. Who wants to talk a little bit about takeaways, experiences, learnings of today? That's okay. I know, it's late. It'll come.
I'll start. For me, the greatest learning, is Jonathan still here?
No, actually, on the airport by this time.
I told him personally already. For the last years, I've been focusing in coaching the influencers, and today I learned there's scientific evidence for this from a 2013 study. This is like the craziest thing I've learned today, and it helps me so much.
And I'll send you the study as promised.
Thank you.
Of course. Thank you for sharing that. Any other learnings, reflections, maybe like moments of, aha, that was a cool conversation I had, or that was an interesting idea that I heard? Yes.
I like the term the ripple effect.
Mm-hmm. Nice, thank you. Other learnings, reflections? Yes.
Yes, thank you. Yes, you can count on me. I think one of the things that's maybe not surprising, but really wonderful to learn, is that the coaching community and those who believe in the power of coaching here in Berlin is growing exponentially. And for me, that is wonderful, because it didn't exist 5 years ago.
Thank you for sharing that. Couldn't agree more. Thank you. Any other reflections? Thoughts? There's one right there.
I really like the sentence, transformed people transform people.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks. I actually learned 2 things today. Number 1 is I'm apparently pretty good at schnick, schnack, schnuck. And secondly, I did learn that a phrase from someone who said today, mindsets can't be taught. Working in a large organization where we grow new business units and actually foster new mindsets and kind of come up with these pillars and new phrases and strategy statements, we sometimes forget to give our people a chance to actually learn the mindset and not just put them on them. So I find that a pretty nice statement of the day.
I love that. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Okay, we have time for one more. Any other burning thoughts? Yes, Klaus.
Among many things I noted down, I very much like the phrase, find the dreamers who do. That was my favorite sentence. And apart from that, it's always a bit of a feeling of consolation. I don't know if that is the right word for it, that all other companies have the same problems.
Thank you. And I think everyone agrees on that here. Yes. Wonderful. And that's what these events are for, to find that out and to talk and to discuss and to learn from each other. In that spirit, thank you so much for sharing your learnings. Thank you so much for being here. We're going to do a little bit less of a kind of standard thank you thing, and we're going to do this in more of like a celebratory thing. I'm going to get back up. Can we get, I didn't actually ask this before, can we get some music, like some celebratory, energizing, we're all excited type of music? What we're going to do is we're going to go through all of the amazing people that we need to thank today in like one big shebang round of applause. Let's wait for the beat to drop. Thank you very much. All right. This event would not have been possible, of course, for one, without our wonderful panelists, speakers, and people who facilitated the workshop. So huge round of applause to all of those individuals. Thank you. Continue. Also, all of the CoachHubbers behind the scenes, in the front, the Toms of this world. Thank you so much. Of course, the wonderful whole tech team in the back. Thank you so much for all your fantastic work. This was so smooth. Thank you. And of course, for facilitating, continue the live streamers. Thank you for joining us. We see you soon. Thank you for the graphic recording. We're super curious to see the final result. Thank you so very much. And of course, the event organizers as well. A huge round of applause to everyone behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, and to all of you for being here. Thank you so very much. Thank you. We can lower the music again. We have one more person to thank. No. 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 No, no, no. No. We have one more person to thank, and that's Thorsten. Why? Because what's going to happen now is something extremely exciting. We actually prepared a slide for it. Don't worry, Thorsten, it's just a slide with beers. We're not putting you on. There we go. It's actually not beer. Okay, we're way past beer, apparently, so that's what the evening is going to look like. So we have to thank Thorsten because Thorsten, our vice president, DACH, of course, is facilitating, hosting, paying for, tonight's food and drinks. I'm going to be having champagne. I don't know about you. I'm very much looking forward to that. Thank you very much, Thorsten, for doing drinks for us. We're looking forward to coming together and networking and just having a good time. Thanks, Thorsten. Thank you. And there's one more thing that I wanted to say. Somebody came to me right before the closing and said, Jule, there's one thing that really came up quite a lot. And I was hoping it would come up in the learnings, but it didn't. I'll say it anyways. So someone came up and said, Jule, we had a lot of ROI conversations today around the impact of coaching. And in some ways, that was very clear, and in some other ways, that was not 100% clear. So could you just make sure that everyone is aware, and I couldn't say this more clearly, everyone is aware that we are always there to talk to you about it, and this is really true. So if there's questions in your mind around the impact of coaching, the ROI of coaching, what it means, right? How we actually scale transformation with democratization of coaching, please talk to your enterprise transformation consultant, to your behavioral scientists who are here, or whoever CoachHubber you see out there when you have beers, okay? Wonderful. The drinks are out the door with Sina. Can we give an applause to Sina and Maria specifically? Thank you. The drinks and dinner are out the doors to the right, which is also where I think you'll find your jackets at some point, right? That's also somewhere out there. If you can't find it, again, CoachHubbers are here to help you. All right? That's a wrap. Thank you, everyone. Have fun.